Welcome to BMX Race Hub, rounds 9 and 10 of the Lloyds BMX National Series, the last 2 rounds here in Derby.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready? Watch the gate.
All right, looking forward to racing this weekend. It's going to be pretty good. Great track here in Derby. We'll take a look at the track guide in a minute. The sun's going in and out at the moment. Clouds. It's pretty warm. It's supposed to be warm all weekend. Wind's manageable. We might talk about the wind again in a minute. A different event. But yeah, looking really good here. Track's in really good fettle. Nice and fast. Bit of a tailwind on one of the straights. So yeah, looking forward to that. We'll catch up with Rich Eames, voice of BMX, in a minute. In the meantime, though, let's take a look at the track guide. Welcome to BMX Race Hub and your Derby track guide. Here we are at Derby. You might just in the distance behind me be able to see the start hill, a really long first straight here. Let's go and have a look at the main features on the track. Okay, first 2 features then. So we've got, as you can see, a really steep start hill. It's similar to, I guess, kind of Birmingham maybe, Gosport kind of steepness. Really nice gate, really good gate. First jump's okay. This one here though is the first really big sorter on the track. You've got a double and then into another sort of double step down. So this is a real, for the sort of medium size, you know, sort of 10, 11, 12, this is a really important jump. And then of course the 40 plus as well. The ones in the middle, probably flying over it or manualing it when you've got the longer legs. So yeah, it's quite an interesting jump and is really important for riders that are coming here to think about how they can best get through this section. There we go, an interesting mix through there. The next feature is the first corner. So you've got 4 really big pedals, including into the corner. And you can see it's actually quite a late apex. The whole shot line is where the light is. And yeah, it's quite a big effort to get to this point. All right, so yeah, we're halfway, 3/4 of the way down the straight now. 3 really big sets of jumps. For the smaller ones, it's quite a pedal uphill in some places. And then a pretty tight second corner, which we're going to have a look at next. Okay, next feature, second corner. So you probably see it's quite tight on the way in, but really supportive on the way out. We've just stepped things up a gear here as well with our stunt riders. But yeah, you can see it's a pretty tight berm. Okay, next straight. It's quite short. Thanks for that, On. So next straight, as you probably see, is quite a short straight actually. Years ago, the track used to come through like an S-bend really, and there wasn't even a straight here, but the track's actually quite a lot longer than it used to be. But yeah, it's quite a short third straight and into a similarly tight last corner. Let's go and have a look. Okay, last corner then. So as you can see, really tightens up. All the riders come together at this point. Lots of championships won and lost right here. Good support on the way out though, which is excellent. So you can really get some good speed out of the corner. Ready for the last straight, which is pretty narrow. Let's go and have a look at the finish line. And well, here it is, the finish line. It's where you've got to get to as fast as you can. Quite a long pedal actually from the last jump to here. And probably a pedal through for some on that last jump as well. So yeah, different to a number of tracks, but there we go. Well, there you have it. Long first straight, short third straight, tight corners, and a big pedal through the finish line. Let's go on board for a hot lap.
Attention.
Okay, riders, random start.
Derby BMX hot lap.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
So down the first straight, triple for little ones, jump into second jump, long way down, jump into corner, long pedal in, and then long pedal out. Lot of pedals down the second straight. Big pedal here, really long second straight. Then a tight second berm, pedal out, short third straight, into the last berm, and then rhythm section to finish off, and then long pedal to the line.
Oh, I hope you enjoyed that. It's a relic from the past, that now. It's quite a long time ago. Here with Rich Eames, voice of BMX, and now the voice of Downhill National Championships as well. So you were at the Worlds and we were at the Downhill Champs, and then you did the voice for the National Downhill Champs as well.
Yeah, it was good to do something a little bit different. I actually really enjoyed it, even though I did it slightly jet-lagged and tired, but it was amazing, and I'd like to do more in the future.
Yeah, we really enjoyed it. It's up in Wales there, a bit dusty, dustier than a BMX race actually, but yeah, really good fun. I know you're still struggling with your sleep, so tell us about the Worlds. How was it?
Very quick for me, 30 hours travelling, 48 hours in country, and then 30 hours back. So yeah, absolutely trashed when I got back. It's taken a long time to get the sleep back in order, that's for sure.
And some great results out there. Obviously, wind affected with the championship classes, but some really good challenge results as well.
Yeah, we had some good challenge results. You know, Brindley Savage, Annabelle Townsend, Nita Wong, just to name 3. They all did a fantastic job. So yeah, well done to the Brits that went out there.
Someone's ringing you.
Yeah,
pro level. Yeah, so we've got some places up for grabs at the Worlds next year from the National Series. So challenge riders qualify through the National Series, and it's top, whatever it is, 12 or so, 14 go through, and a couple of wild cards. So there's a few places on the line.
There is very much a few places on the line, and you know, you've got to take it right to the end of the season, because if you want that qualification spot for France in 2027, you don't want to lose it at the last national of the year. It'd just be a nightmare.
And what about this track? I used to race back here in the 80s, early 90s, when before it had a second berm. Actually, it's just a straight dogleg through the second straight. But yeah, it's a great track, isn't it?
It is a great track. It's a long track. It's going to make your legs burn. So, you know, if you're coming back from injury like some riders are this weekend, you know, you're going to have a bit of a shock when you come to this final straight. The legs are going to be a little bit jelly. But like you say, it's a classic BMX national racetrack. You know, you raced here, I raced here in the 90s as well. It's always got something to offer, and that's excitement.
Yeah, yeah, we'll see how the endurance goes with my rider who's back on track this weekend. But anyway, I'll tell you what, it looks like commissaires are getting ready, pens are filling up, so we'll go racing in the next few minutes. So I think you've probably got time to put the kettle on and have a cup of tea.
I'm Rich. Nice to meet you. Emma, nice to meet you. We all right? I'm all right.
Looks like we are on track with race number 1, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, Youngs, Grimm, Swales, Jones, Tanzer, Worrell and Bishop all in and out of that first corner. Looks like it's going to be Jack Swales Fast Signatures race team leading the pack at the moment. We've got a team A rider in that 2 spot, that's Edward Worrell, looking to put the pressure on Swales as they bring it in towards that second corner. The 16 in 3 is going to be Holly Bishop, Halo Wheels race team as your front 3 riders as they bring it towards that final turn. Who's picking up a top 4 spot? Looks like that could have been Bradley Grimm. Huge crash in a Moto 2. 3 riders down on the first straight. All of them straight back up by the looks of things, but it was Jack Swales picking up the first race win of the weekend. Bristol Jets on track, leading the way. That is Rocco Jenkins, the 23 plate in there in 2. That is Ronnie Warwork, Hard Knocks bike coaching. Rider out of the northeast in there as well. That's going to be Xavier Darley on the 342 plate. Under a bit of pressure, Retro Racing's Finley Kerr inside the top 4. As all of the riders pick themselves up from that crash. Joseph Dewis was one of them riders. Lewis Rothwell and Josh Byrne. Looks like they've all managed to pick themselves up and walk away at least. Put your hands together for the fallen riders, ladies and gents. And motor number 3 lining up on the gate. Your 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, Ollie Todd, Charlie Dowson, Tessa Johnson, Colwyn Jones, Freddie Walsh, Jackson Chapman Davies and Will Parks. Race 3 hits the track. It's going to be European number 7 with a cracking start heading towards that first turn. Charlie Dowson, BMX Hype, looking good. Who's in there with him? Got to be Freddie Walsh out of RTR Resilient Team Racing. That's going to be your 1 and 2 in and out of that first corner. Where is Colwyn Jones out of Gosport National Race Team? In there in about 4 at the moment, chasing down the rider in 3. Out of the northeast, that's Will Parks on the 2-3-1 plate. Parks just shuffled back a spot then as Jones works his way from 4 to 3. Looks like the rider out of Peterborough's in there inside the top 5. That's Ollie Todd on the 000 plate. Moves in the final turn. Colwyn Jones works a high-low to go from 3 to 2. Dowson, Jones, Walsh, 1, 2, 3. Race number 4, Rocco Westwood, Mr. Sigma is in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down Arlo Starmet to the front of the pack. Doing it for Burnham BMX Club, who's picking up the 3. That is Gosport National Race Team rider Rory Smythe on the 753 plate, being chased out of that second corner. Well, looks like we've got Seth Ritchie out of MK in there in about 5, looking for a move in that final turn. But it's Smythe hanging on to 3 as they bring it through that final straight. It looks like that could have been Frederick State in there for 4. Race number 5, Jones, Barnard, Stack, Dixon, Robinson and Mason. Arthur Mason had a team here in Andover, in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down your race leader on that 19 plate. That is Thomas Barnard, Norwich Flyers. 317 in there in 3. That's going to be Sammy Stack out of Hackney BMX Club. Brentwood Park National Race Team in there as well. That's Seth Robinson on the 754 plate. In and out of that final turn. Look at that for a move. It's going to be the rider out of team here. Arthur Mason goes from 2 to 1, makes it happen in that final corner and shuffles Barnard back to 2. Race number 6, 13 to 16-year-old female cruiser. McFarlane, Stevenson, Young, Grimm, Watson, Cunnison and McSwitty. It is the 7 plate leading it out. Ailey Watson, Twitter Photography. Paige Cathcart, Cunnison, out of Savage Racing in there in that 2 spot. Emily Grimm, team here in Andover in there in 3. Rider picking up 4 is going to be Lottie McFarlane, doing it for Peterborough Phantoms, but it is out front with Ailey Watson, your race winner. 13 to 14-year-old cruisers out on track. Looks like we've got rider out of Bradford Bandits, Yusuf Halmas Fordham. He's in there in that 3 spot at the moment. The rider in 2 is the 1X plate of Leighton Harding, doing it for DC Cycles, but it's the Aussie jersey leading the way at the moment. Rider down in the second turn. Oscar Abbott back up to his feet, going to finish his lap. Put your hands together for Oscar. The battle down the final straight, though, looks like that could have been the 16 plate hanging on to that race win. That was Hunter Mallion. What's that, sorry? Okay. Speakers on the last straight aren't working. Out on track, more 13, 14-year-old cruisers. Looks like that could be Benny Marco out front, Dylan Spence in 2. Harry Swales in 3, and the 22 plate in there in 4 was Zabby Fox Cooper. Race number 9, 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. Looks like sorted race gear in there in about 3 at the moment. That's Charlie Cotton aboard that 3 bike. He's chasing down Adam Arnold in there in 2, race winner back at Cardiff a few weeks ago. He's looking good at the moment, chasing down your race leader in towards that final turn. That's going to be Big Murph, Finley Murphy, Sunny Nunny crew leading the way through that final straight. Big Murph out there for that 1 spot. Adam Arnold, Charlie Cotton, and that looks like Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there for 4. That was Huey Hall. Race 10 on track. Who's leading the way? Crank BMX coaching on the inside as they bring it towards that second corner. Lewis Hughes shuffled back to that 2 spot as the 338 gets busy. Harrison Barker, Tempo BMX UK worked his way around the outside to go from 2 to 1. It's Hughes still doing the chasing in there in that 2 spot. Merseyside BMX Club in there in 3. That's going to be Joshua Lewis rounding out them podium positions. Rab Racing going in and out of turn number 1. That's got to be Lucas Seeley. Thought it might have been Cotty, but no, it's Lucas Seeley. He's picked up the big wheels for this weekend. Cooper McCrum, though, your race leader, works his way round the outside. BMX with a photography going 1 and 4. McCrum and McSwitty to bring it through that final straight. Seeley's in there in 2. Who's going to pick up the 3 spotters to bring it across the line? That was the 17 of Max Surridge. Race 12, Bruce Anthony, Cooper Westwood, Theo Cam, Newton Hindley, Freddie Warwick, Samuel Wood, Alfie Simon, Brandon Chappell. Me and Brandon having a good old chat earlier on. Came up to see us at commentary. Alfie Sim, though, leading the way. Newton Hindley in there in that 2 spot, having a good old scrap with the rider out of Doncaster BMX. That's Sam Wood looking for a way through. Bruce Anthony making moves in that final turn. Tries to make the high-low stick. Can't quite make it work. Wood, though, takes advantage. Works his way into 2. Hindley for 3. Anthony in 4.
Right, moving on, race number 13. We are aware of the issue with the speakers on the final straight. We are trying to get that sorted. Jay McKenna, Todd Smith-Notman in this one. Todd in there in 3, Jake in 4. That looks like Mr. Walford, Jack Walford are leading it out. Got Adam Stevenson, Evan Jones, William Kingwell, and Alfie Andrews in there. It's going to be Walford, Stevenson, Notman. You 1, 2, 3, McKenna in 4. Race 14, Hadley Harding, Liam Byrne, Ben Adams, Tom O'Brien, George LeBrash, Lucas Smith, and Ronnie Richards running out in front. That looks like the 680. That belongs to Lucas Smith out of Peterborough. In there in 2, Hadley Harding in 3, doing it for DC Cycles. BMX Widow Photography, Tom O'Brien in the 5, looking for the 4, making his move down the final straight. Is he going to pick that position up? Oh, it was close on the line. I don't think he did. Race 15, LeBras, Randall, Green, Moss, Kyle Hill, Lloyd Freeman, James Morrison, Max Henderson, Goodfellow, all in this one. Moss leading it through. Zach Green's in there as well, just working his way down the inside into 2. Jack LeBras doing it for Bradford, lad. He's in there as well. That'll be Lloyd Freeman taking up the 3 as we move on to race 16. Walbridge, Watson, Brooks, Brown, Chadwick, Russell, Byrne and Manzi. Mr. GG Giraffe in there in that 3rd spot. Walbridge in 4. Brooks leading it into the turn, just chilling. Taking it easy. Oh! Getting the nudge in the final corner. Alex Brooks. Wasn't expecting to be having that lie down on the floor. 2 races in succession of Rab Racing riders ended up on the deck. So as we go in and out of the turn, Blythe, Pritchard, Watson, Cates, Mowat, McHugh, John O'Harity and Stanley Palmer. So it's going to be Cates and Harity into the line. Watson in 3, McHugh in 4. If you can hear us on the last straight, give us a thumbs up. There we go. See, fix the problem. Yeah. 50p in the meter and all that rigmarole. Right, let's have a look where we're up to. Is that Josie McFall out there in 1? I've got a feeling it is. Oh, Charlotte Jackson's had a roll round on the deck. Trinity Cam, Alexis McCartney, Yetska Hemstock and Carmel Allison. 4 taking the win in race number 18. Are we all right, Charlotte? I'll tell you that. Oh dear. Anyway, good to see Charlotte on track. Right, more 17 to 29-year-old cruiser. Maloney, Drew, Hurry, Alonso, Hyam and Willets. Smiley doing it for Retro Racing BMX. Hannah's out of Pro Start. Izzy Hurry doing it for Mabo on that very beautiful Mabo cruiser that she rides. Anya Mattern, Alonso, Jamie Hyam and Amy Willets as well. Amy in there in 4, Izzy in 3, Anya in 2. Smiley's in there in 5, Jamie Hyam in 6. That is Hannah Drew out in front. Battling down that final straight. Who's going to get it at the line? It's going to be Anya Mattern, Alonso. Race 20, Anna Hedges, Jamie Elwood, Isla Radcliffe, Lucia Thomas. Chia. Somebody will tell us. Lily Chiziwa in there as well, out in front. As they head down towards that final turn. It's going to be the Maybell Factory Rider. Taking the win, Lily Chiziwa, as race 21 heads down the straight. That'll be Jack Hudson out there in front. We've got Martin Smiley Brown. King of School Games, Will Moyer in there. John Mays, Kieran Wood, Stu Laurie and Chris Nesbitt. Chris out of the Cornwall Club as Smiley takes the lead into the turn. Hudson in there in 2. That's Laurie in 3. Chris Nesbitt doing it for Cornwall, the 581 in there. That is Will Moyer out of Peterborough as Smiley and Jack Hudson cross the line. 1 and 2. We lost it then. Romney Wybrow Parker, the fastest man down the M6 anyway, coming here. I won't tell you what he was driving. He doesn't like me to tell you that. Who else have we got in there? Ash Richardson, Mitchell Smith, John Lillingston going across the line with Nathan Abbott and Mitchell Smith. Race 23, Lisa Tarlin, Liam Eden, Marsha Brook, Joe Gray on her home track, Amanda Hempstock and Nicola Wheeler. Nicola doing it for Milton Keynes. Magic Manda, she's been out to Australia. Apparently auditioned for Neighbours while she was there. She didn't even know it. Nicola Wheeler in there in 3, Lisa Tarlin and Joe Gray having a battle as well. That's Liam Eden out in front, I think. Marsha Brook absolutely on it in there in 2. As race 24 heads in and out that first turn, Nikki Sitch, Ornella McGarvey Miles, Abby Hill. Good to see Abby back on track, not seen her on track for a while. Emily Eilert, Rowan Beckett and Annie Chiziwa. So Coach Chizzy in there in 4. chasing down Nikki Sitch. Emily Eilert going through as well. Abby in there, battling away. As we move on to race 25, Lewis.
More 30-plus women's cruiser on track. Becca Gold leads this one out aboard that 3 by doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Your newly crowned world number 6, Anita Wong, in there in that 2 spot, doing it for DC Cycles. Them 2 ladies have run away with this moto so far, but there's a big old battle going on for the 3. Looks like that could be the 25 of Tracy Sharp on the inside into turn number 2. Karen Evans throws in a high low of her own. In that corner, she's worked her way to go from 4 to 3. Sharp shuffled back to 4, then last turn action. In and out they go. Suzanne Jenkins in 5, Claire Mardell in at 6. It's going to be Evans though hanging on to that top 3 as the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers get going. Check out Kieran McAvoy bringing it on through for Sorted Race Gear. Who's in with him? Going to be throwing Bicycle Motocross. That is Rob Harris on the 6 plate. Heading into turn number 2, the 445 in there in 3. That is Grant Yerbury out of Bath BMX. That's your front 3s to bring it in and out of that final corner. But McAvoy, pretty sure he's wrapped up this title already this year, so congratulations to him as he picks up that race win, his first of the weekend. Race number 27 on track. Where's Mr. Pine a Pint? He's out front at the moment on the 1 plate. Last year's national champion, absolutely flying at the moment. In and out of turn number 2. Matt Eaton in that 2 spot. Tom Stretton in 3 on his home track here at Derby. In and out of that final corner they go. It's all about Chris Evans though. Not quite Captain America, Captain BMX across the line. Race number 28, Kempsford, Dixon, Platt, Fancini, Parks and Smythe. Ian Smythe in there in 3 at the moment, but your race leader Dylan Dixon, Hotshot Racing. That looks like it could be G. Kempsford on the 966 in there in that 2 spot, the 470 in 4. That is Michael Parks out of the northeast, the 036 in there as well. That is Carl Fancini. He's chasing down Craig Platt out of the Brunty crew in there in that 5 spot, but it's Dixon down that final straight. Kempsford, Smythe at 2 and 3. 45-49 cruisers. Norbert Marco leads this one out. DC Cycles. Smooth as you like through that second straight. Being chased down by DJ Too Good on his home track here at Derby. Tony Labras in there in 3. Ooh, someone's back wheel just about managed to stick him upright. Could smell the rubber burning in this second corner. KHR team in there as well. Graham Stark. Didn't have the best of laps then, Graham. What's going on? The shake of the head as he came across the line. He wasn't happy with that one either. More 45-49 cruisers. Race number 30. The 947 leads this one out. Matthew Trincart doing it for the Titans. That looks like Mark Steele out of Ipswich in there in that 2 spot. The northeast in there in 3. That's Jamie Rose on the 417. Looking for a move on the exit of turn number 3. Couldn't quite find it. Drag racing through the final straight. Steele looks like he's going to hang on to that 2 spot. Andy Todd comes across the line in 5 in behind. Big Nigel Smith in 4. Next up, race number 31. The Kevin Bacon of UK BMX. Daz O'Brien. Had more E-plates than I care to remember. Crucial racing out front. Being chased down by Reedy. Speedy Reedy himself back on track. Good to see him down that third final straight. Sorted Race Gear in there in that 2 spot. That looks like RTR Resilient Team Racing in 3 with Oggy Ogden. Race 32 on track, 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Hilly leading this one through. Stephen Hassel right there behind him in that 2 spot. Pete Butler's in 3. Brett Knight in 4. Stu Little in there in 5. And the 6 spot is the 23 plate of Peter Stanley doing it for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. But it's Hilly out front, Pure Bicycles. One on the bike for a reason. Gonna show us through this final straight as he picks up race number 1 win of his weekend so far. Race 33 on track, Paul Barnard. Matt Phillips in there in that 2 spot. Your race leader though, it is Barnard bringing it in towards that second corner. The 15 plate in there in 3. That's Tim Porter being chased down by the rider out of the northeast. That was Mark Franklin on the 9X plate. Rounding out them top 4 spots as they bring it in and out of that final corner. Down the last straight, Phillips putting the pressure on for Hotshot Racing. Can he get close enough? Barnard's going to hang on to the race win. 55 plus Cruiser Bruisers now out there on track. Looks like it could be Alan's Factory Supercross leading the way. Steve Notman on the 16 plate. Who's there with him? BMX Widow Photography in that 2 spot. That's Dave Lindsay on the 766 doing it for the Titans. Tim Drew repping the CH Coaching and Performance jersey inside the top 3. Team Minds Keith Brown in there for 4. Donning in there as well. Jonathan Charlesworth, the BMX, rounding out their top 5 spots. As Graham Davies comes through for the Hawks in 6, but it's Notman out front with that race win. Knowles, Featherstone, Cy Patton. Is it Peyton or Patton? Peyton. Cy Peyton's on track. Good to see Cy racing. If you want to know anything about the Malverns Classics, make sure you go and speak to Cy. It's on a different weekend this year to the Brits, so there's not one reason why everyone stood around this track can't be there. Any questions whatsoever, go and see Cy's got every single answer you could possibly think of. But it's Bill Stupple, Brent Featherstone at 1 and 2 in race number 35. Race 36, Chris Madron, David Wilcock, John Bentley, Stu Campbell and Steve Keach. That is Benters in there in that 2 spot. Stu Campbell, Astar Racing, leading the way at the moment. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like that could be Dave Wilcock out of Hackney BMX. Pure Bikes in there in 4 with Chris Madron as Steve Keach comes on through in at 5.
Right, race 37 on track. Ronnie Barnard, Diego Quijada, I think that is. That's a great name. Theodore Purdue, Hurst, Joe Garrett, Ellis Hitchens, Edward Morley, all in this one. Just so you know as well, I have had a few birthday shout-outs through already. Some of them have complicated backstories. If you could keep your birthday shout-outs quite simple, that's massively helpful. I don't like to disappoint anybody, but yeah, chapter and verse can take up the entire lap. So if you could just keep them simple, please, I'd be very grateful. Happy to do them, just not War and Peace to go alongside it. Joe Garrett, Ellis Hitchens, honestly, some of the messages I've had this morning. Milo Ryder Bays, Niall Fallon, Ellis Dowson, Theo Lloyd Harrison and Milo Gehring. All in a race at number 38. Milo out in front, the 460s. Ellis Dowson in there in 2. Young Mr. Fallon there in the Bristol Jets jersey. I'm sure I saw him in Nando's last night. So he was certainly one of the Bristol mob. Anyway, I speak to so many people, I forget names, and it's not deliberate. So I do apologise if I mix people up. Race 39, Kaya Gibson, Aria Bartlett, Grace Snell, Ava Towell, Larissa Thoros, Sophie Thorpe, Mia Dix, and Lenny Holiday, all in this one. Race number 39, heading towards the turn, the 516. That'll be Sophie Thorpe, I think. Yeah, out of Derby on her home track. She knows what she's doing. Kaya's in there in 4, Aria in 5. I think I saw Mia this morning riding up and down the canal path, trying to pop wheelies and stuff, either that or somebody had nicked her bike. And B. Radford have got Lenny Holiday in there as well. Those are the 6 and unders, the Peddling Princesses. We'll make more of a fuss of them later. Cooper Shearing, Aubrey Robinson, Finley Jones, and Mari Bamford Burr. Patrick Dempsey, I mentioned his name and down he goes. Patrick having a roll round on the floor. I don't know who else had a roll round as well. Got a feeling it was Aubrey Robinson getting it wrong. Might have been Cooper Shearing. Dear me. Rough day, boys. The 0-1 leading it out is Jack Bean. And Mari's in there in 2. That'll be Merseyside BMX. Finley Jones in there in 3. Pedals being slipped left and right. Leon Zucchina losing a pedal as well. Patrick's all right. There's nothing wrong with him. No trips to hospital to frighten the family. So, yeah, he's all good if you're watching at home. As we move on to race number 41. Do you know what? All that sunburn I got at Cardiff, I've still not got rid of it all yet. I'm starting to burn again already. Oh dear, never mind. What's that? Well, yeah, I did think about that. Freddie Mitchell, more Oliver Savage, Harrison Oglesby Fox. That's a great name, that is. Owen Wheater, Joshua Aston, Isaac Buck, Billy Edwards and Otis Tinniswood. That's another great name. We've got some cracking names in the sevens. Harrison riding for Chesterfield, who've just reopened their track again. If you've never been to Chesterfield BMX, you are missing out. We love Ches Vegas, so I think I'd love to go back there for a national someday. It would be amazing. Luke Barron leading out Moto 42, Archie Pike, Charlie Phillips, Alejandro Crudo Estevez. Another fabulous BMX name. Reggie Rice, Jackson May, Leo Hawker, Sydney Schrader. Oh, the brews have arrived. Thanks, Dina. We really appreciate that. Getting ruined. Sorry, brew sipping time, hang on. Right, we've got loads of birthday shout-outs coming. Well, I've had about 6. Right, I missed that one. Oh, somebody's lost it on the last straight. That was Parker, I think. Parker Gray. Climphy BMX, he's up, he's all right. Right, let's have a look where we're up to. Female 7-year-olds. First shout out incoming in about 30 seconds. Noah Kerr, Evie Steele, Senna Rose McCann in this one. Billy Sawyer, Aubrey Chambers, and Alice Laurie. Where's Alice? She's in there in 2, doing it for mid-lanks, battling with Noah Kerr. Down the final straight, elbow to elbow. The girls look at this one to the line. Kerr and Laurie going 1 and 2. Don't know who picked up the 3. I think it was Billy Sawyer. Right, here we go. Lenny Goddard and Maria Gibson, Erin Thoros and Peony Ford in this one. Heading towards turn number 2. Now out there doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. It's her very first national ever. She turns 7 years old today. There are decorations up in the gazebo. She's sending us sweets later, which we love. Kitty Wallwork out there going round the second turn. Well done, Kitty. You are doing a fabulous job. Peony Ford going across the line. Amaria in there in 2. Erin Thoros doing it for the Hawks. Andover's Lenny Goddard, and here comes Kitty. Happy birthday, Kitty. Have a fabulous day. Enjoy yourself and enjoy your first national. Right, next up, we are on to the 8-year-old boys. Isana Grant, Benji. Oh! Lou and Jameer are having a roll round on the floor. Oh, get some of that food delectable down him. That'll sort him out. Dear me. Mr. Yates crossing the line. But yeah, they're here. They're over there. I've ordered my lunch already. I've pre-ordered it. Yeah, absolutely. Right, Harrison Slater, Teddy Barker, Henry Dodd, Noah Taylor, Jasper, Grant Smith, Isaac Tomlinson leading it out. Joseph Murphy in there as well. In and out the final turn. Tomlinson going to bring it to the line. Race 48, Dexter Stretton, Soren Rock Hatfield, John Joe Blundell, Otis Simmers, Charlie Brommel. We need a nickname for Charlie. We haven't given Charlie a nickname yet, and we need to get one for him. Finn Kowalski and Sandis Ounds in there as well. This is race number 48, your 8-year-old boys. Dexter should be in the middle of it somewhere on his home track. He should know every inch of it. Charlie and Sandis are having a battle into the turn. Ooh! Carved that corner like a Christmas turkey. Thought we'd throw that one in early. Charlie Bromelo just about staying upright. Otis Simmers in there in 4. What a move from Charlie. Hey? Soren Rock Hatfield. That is the most Most rock and roll name in BMX. Soren Rock Hatfield. Race 49, Lewis.
8-year-old boys on track. The 8-2-1 lead in this one through Ruben Lamb out of Merseyside BMX Club. Who's in there with him? That's the 675 plate of Nico Jocelyn Black. Now, I don't know if I've got this right, but that looked like it said potato on the back of his jersey.
Well, don't get it wrong.
That could have, that could come back to bite me, that could. But it's Nico Jocelyn Black in there in that 2 spot. If it does say potato, can we have an explanation for that one, please? It does. It does. It does,
right,
doesn't it?
why is he called potato? We
could do with information on that one if you wouldn't mind. That'd be great. Looks like a rider down in the next race. Not quite sure who that was. We're going to keep an eye on it, but it is Peckham BMX out front. Alexander French on the 133 plate, looking like he's going to wrap up this moto win. Under pressure though from the Gosport National Race Team rider. That is Eddie Brown on the 925. Put your hands together then, ladies and gents. Harry Taylor up to his feet, going to ride away. Moving on to the 8-year-old ladies then, heading towards that first corner. Sophia Reese on the 461, looking like she's going to pick up a whole shot as things stand. Who's there with her? Got to be Erin Dunny out of Chesney Crew into that first corner and back out again. That's going to be your 1 or 2, Reese and Dunny. Hopkins, Porter, Warner and McAvoy all in there as well. Where is Elsie McAvoy? Looks like she's going well in about 3 or 4 at the moment, heading towards this second corner. She's in there, bringing it on round, chase it down the 574 plate. That is Ada Porter out of Burnham BMX Club. I think this might be Elsie's first national. Is Adam around? Is it first national? First national for Elsie. Absolutely flying out of that final corner as Dad watches on. Club chairman and Sophia Reese and Erin Dunny go 1 and 2. Race 52 on track. Payne, Luffy, Brooke, Kempsford, Pritchard, Ford and Stimson heading towards that second turn. It's the 767 out there in that 1 spot. Oliver Pritchard doing it for Cardiff BMX Club. The 042 in there chasing him down. That is Ruari Kempsford. Looks like we've got a rider out of, I think that might have been Preston's Arlo Payne in there inside the top 3. Yes, it is Arlo rounding out them top 3 spots as the pressure comes on down the final straight. But it was the Cardiff man Pritchard hanging on to the race win.
Right, race 53 on track. We've got Cooper Crowley, Augustus Bartolini, Alfie Fishwick, Finlay Lloyd Harrison, Sebastian Kijada and Teddy Gorman in there as well. Now Max Pete is on track. Oops, there's been some tears as somebody goes past us. Max, he's got his brother Ben watching on YouTube at home. So he watches Max all the time and gets very, very excited. So shout out for Ben. Just enjoy it, mate. I'm glad you're watching the racing.
Race number 54 heading into turn number 2, the 334 of Charlie Crossley. Tiverton BMX Club leading this one out. Who's in there behind him, chasing him on through? Looks like it's one of the Centurions riders, Jude Shearer on the 617, but Shearer's under pressure. Harlow in the final turn, drag racing down the last straight. Looks like it is going to be Crossley out front, tight on the line for the 2 spot. I think that might have been the 844 of Finlay Waddle. Just about settling for the 3 spot as it was tight across the line with Shearer for the 2. Sorted race gear out on track, leading the way. Oscar Rutherford on the 511. He's been chased down by the 284 plate. That's got to be Atlas Lewisfield doing it for Team Air and Andover. Pressure around the outside though. It looks like that was Ollie Underhill working his way from 4 to 3. Shuffling back the rider out of fluid. Bicycle motocross. That's Theo Harris. Now back there in 4. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to pick up that 3 spot from the decoy man in 3. As they take it across the line though, it's rather fast picking up that race win. Logan Aceto, Rapid Roman Birdfield 1 and 2 in race number 56. 9-year-old boys are on track. The 319 rounds out the top 3 spots. That's Oliver Appleton doing it for Bath BMX Club. Retro Racing got a rider inside the top 4. Finlay Kerr out of Andover on the 284 plate. That's going to be your top 4 riders and it's going in and out of that final corner. One rider goes down that final straight. The 462, Hunter Glacklin was in that one, but the fallen rider was Vlad Lepot R2. He's back up to his feet, finishing his lap as the 4-1-2 leads out the following Met race. RPF, Rudy Pleasantsford, DC Cycles, looking good out there at the moment. Edward Baldwin, Albie Blight, Sebastian Cox, Jack Hale, Alan Wong and Oakley Ryder Bays all out there on track as well. But it is going to be RPF picking up that race win in the 9-year-old boys. Race number 58. Where is Joey Claydon? Looks like he's leading this race in and out of that first corner. Olivier, Grant, Taylor, Barnard, Walsgrove and Joseph all in there as well. Looks like he's a rider out of the Brunsey crew inside the top 3. Got to be Connor Grant being chased down by the rider out of Peckham, Vincent Olivier. The 1-3-3's in there as well. That's got to be Cameron Joseph out of Brixton BMX Club chasing down the Peckham rider as they bring it towards that final turn. Braintree have got Riley Barnard. It's Archie Walsgrove in there in that 2 spot though, putting the pressure on Claydon down to the wire. Walsgrove will have to settle for 2. 9-year-old ladies on track now. Who's leading the way? Pro Start BMX. Tilly Hewitt, your European number 8, leading the pack, being chased down there by the rider out of Brixton BMX. Hackney BMX, as it's Isabella Henry on the 700 plate. Moves being made though. That's got to be Millie Moore on the 393. She worked her way from 3 to 2. Shuffles Henry back to 3. Then who's picking up that 4 spot? That's Madeline Malloy out of the Titans. That's your top 4 as they bring it through the final straight. But can anyone catch your European number 8? Not in this one. Tilly Hewitt absolutely flying away with that race win. Race number 60 on track. European number 7 leading this one through. Maggie Devine doing it for Maybo Factory Team UK. Who's in there in that 2 spot as they bring it on through? That is the 279 plate. Abigail Henning doing it for BM Racing. The 938 in there in 3. That's going to be Flick Bretnell doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. But she's under pressure from the 172. Lottie Arnold doing it for TNT. Looking to work her way into a top 3 spot. High-low in the final turn. Looking to drag race down the final straight. Bretnell looking like she's going to hang on to that 3 spot in behind Henning and Devine as they take it across the line. Race 61 on track. Your British champion leading the way. The 653 in there behind her. That is going to be Mabel Pine and Ola Jewis. Fast signatures in there in that 2 spot. Colombian Kid in there in 3. That is Luciana Pins and Barron out of Telford Flyers. Absolutely charging down that final straight, though. It is going to be a British champion picking up that race win. Race 62, 10-year-old boys on track. Looks like Ethan the Great White in there in about that 2 spot at the moment. Chasing down the 10 out front. That is Callum Wood doing it for Green Machine. The 13 is Seb Perry in there in 3. Oscar Marco's in 4. It's getting busy at the front of the pack at the moment. Seb Perry round the outside of Ethan the Great White. Looks to make it stick. Just about manages to make it happen. So it's Wood, Perry, White. That's your 1, 2, 3. Marco's not done yet either. Looking to put the pressure on White to the line. Not quite close enough. He'll have to settle for 4. Race number 63 on track. Looks like it could be Joel Pritchard leading this one through. The 17 plate in there behind him is Arthur Mason doing it for Team Air. Vernil Challenger inside the top 3 doing it for Brixton BMX Club on the 27 plate. Look at the battle out front though. It's Pritchard leading the way at the moment. Mason doing all he can to find a way through. Pritchard's going to have to settle for 2. Mason found his route. He is your race winner. European champion on track. Big Hen Sullivan Crucial Racing leads this one out. Look at that for a lead, ladies and gents, into that final corner. Dominic Zapanos, Hot Shot Racing in there in that 2 spot, under pressure though on the exit of that final turn. The move came from what looked like it could have been the 13 plate of Noah Northcott out of Reactive Racing. Worked his way into that 2 spot. Race 65 on track. That looks like the 7 of Christian Garbachik going around the outside from 2 to 1. 32 plate in there in that 2 spot. That's Harley Laker doing it for the Hawks. Bristol Jets in there in 3. That is Felix Zucchina on the 18 plate. Under pressure though. Oh! Rider down out front. Christian Garbachik. His front wheel just couldn't stick it up right in that final corner. As the next race comes, red flag guys, red flag. Looks like we will rerun race 66. So race number 66 will be rerun. Put your hands together for Christian Garbacik, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. Right, Alexander Gilbert, Erin Choi, Charlie Blakeburn, Antec Perebny, Alfie Thorne, Thin Yerbury, and Sam Baber, Climphy BMX. These are the guys in moto number 67. Gilbert in there, pushing hard. It is Mr. Antec Perebny out in front, though, at the moment. Perebny in there in one. I think it is Alex in there in two, Milton Keynes. Charlie Blakeburn rounding out the three at the moment. Alfie Thorne on his home track of Derby, so he'll know every inch of this one. And he'll be pushing hard for a position. As we look at race 68 coming towards us, Stanikaitis, Franklin, Oakley Hill. Can't miss Oakley in his nice bright kit on his nice bright bike, with his blonde locks flowing in the wind. Not something I can say, that's for sure. Flynn Cross, Alex Vitol, Seth Robinson, and Jack Colwill. All in this one. Oakley's going to take the two. Behind the 4.56 of Alex Vitols. Brunty Massive just crossing the line as well. Yeah. Right. Okay, we can do that right now. Sophie Distin, Mum, Sophie, and Sister Daisy watching at home in Torquay, Devon, waiting for Harry Distin to race in the 12s, race 83. Let's go, Harry. Now, we did a special shout out in advance because they've actually done us a little donation to BMX Race Hub. So if you want to guarantee a shout out on BMX Race Hub, just drop a bit of money in the pot for us, because it all goes back into bringing the coverage, for which we are amazingly grateful to the guys at BMX Race Hub. Absolutely putting the work in. So, yeah, drop a bit of money in the pot and we'll be really nice to you. Right, that was the young ladies, Emeka Gibson and Co in race 70. This is race 71. Linen, Smythe, Kacharik, Kowalski, Kellum, Ludgate, Dodd and Bird. Ollie Bird in there in two. Chasing down the 8 plate to the line. That would be Seth Kacharik. Seth very familiar with this track as well. Race 72. Charlie Dowson, Aston John Lee. That is the W8 of Thomas Giles. Lee now back from his Worlds trip. Aston's in there in 3. That'll be Charlie Dowson in there in 2. Hayden Kinsley, Blake Mellier doing it for the Irish connection. Connor Faulkner and Oscar Ryder Bays all in the mix. Giles taking it to the line for sorted race gear. Race 73. We have another birthday shout out coming up very, very soon. George Spencer, Jesse Rose, Oscar Schrader, Eric Kincaid, Sib Staines, Luca Tramontano and Timmy McLaughlin all in this. That'll be Northeast BMX's Jesse Rose in there in 2, chasing down George Spencer. Eric Kincaid doing it for Cumbernauld. Who else have we got in the Braintree BMX? That's going to be Oscar Schrader. Shout out to the Braintree Massive. As we move on to race 74 now, birthday shout out. Chester Growcock in there in that 4th spot, turning 11 this weekend. Happy birthday, Chester. Arthur Donaldson, Jack Haynes, Roman James Wright, Oakley Lewisfield, Jacob Russell, and Ronnie Edwards all in the mix as well. LCC's Jack Haynes picking up the 2.
Behind the 9 of Arthur Donaldson were his birthday boys in there in 4. Race 75, Dougie Johnson, Jack Kitchen, Jack Belton, Harry Duffield, Charlie Sheriff, Harris Williams, and Miss Betty Wills in this one as well. Going in and out of the turn. Looks like Charlie Sheriff having a good lap this time around. Betty's right there fighting it out. Jack Kitchen, Jack Belton. All heading down towards the stripe. Manchester rider in there. That will be Dougie Johnson. Oops. Few problems coming down the final straight. For the rider there, race number 76, Aidan Baptiste, Oliver Hawker, Alexi Carlos, Rex Ford in there, Joseph Jewish, Jacob Dent, William Arnold, and Reese Averis. The 16 to the line, I think it was Aidan Baptiste out of Peckham. Oh, Hawker blowing his pedals. Might have just given up 2 spots at the line. Race 77, Holly Bishop, Florence Kay, Roxy Morgan, Freya Knight, Robin Wyatt, and Molly Tomlinson. Molly in there in 2, chasing down Miss Bishop. Manchester's Florence Kay in there in 3, Robin Wyatt rounding out the 4. Freya Knight out of Birmingham, and Roxy Morgan out of Cardiff. In the mix as well, Roxy just chasing down Robin to the line. Can't quite make that pass. Race 78, Una Svensson out of Manchester. I'm sure Mum's jumping up and down somewhere. And Gabrielle Malloy. Rosie Geddes in there in 3, doing it for Astar Racing. Arabella Denton, Ruby Evans. I think Ruby's got a birthday as well, turning 11 years old. Happy birthday, Ruby. Have an absolutely wonderful weekend. Enjoy yourself. That was another birthday shout-out box ticked. A nice short birthday shout-out as well. Always appreciated. Right, is that Mr. Preston Newmarsh Pow I see out in front? I think it is. Killian Tiffany, Wilfred Soul, Ted Malkin, Oscar Hall, Xander Cartledge, and Finlay Hewitt. All in moto number 79. Race 80 on track. Isaac Jones, Edward Worrell, Ronnie Wood, fresh back from his trip to Australia. Apparently came back with a koala bear in his suitcase. No idea how he got it through passport control. Maybe they thought it was a native of Hales Owen and they let him in. I don't know. So Ronnie in there in 2. Connor Hemphill, sorted race gear out in front. Jace Graham, Travis Shearing, Ewan Sauter, and Josiah Berg, but it's Hemphill 1. Wood in there in 2. Who's going to pick up the 3? Sauter with the charge. Cumbernauld rider. Top 3 in that one. Race 81, Lucas Tewolde. Teddy Jones, BMX Hype leading it through. Ollie Warner, Joshua Coates. Miles Skinner, Ollie Thorne, Ted Harvey. Crank BMX in there in 2. Looks like some riders have had a tumble. Alfie Jones in there for Cardiff. In about 6 at the minute, but they're all chasing Jones to the line. It's going to be Jones, Harvey. 1 and 2. Miles Skinner, I think, picking up the 3. Race 82. Jensen McLaren, Hugo Dayton, Reggie Palmer, Arthur Claydon, Sam Snell, Freddie Ray Orland, and Jacob Anderson. Jacob leading it out of turn number 1, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Sam Snell doing it for Fluent. Freddie Ray Orland. Right, 66 rerun is on the gate. I'll hand you on to Lewis for that. Oh, I've got the sheet, Lewis. Right, brilliant. So the rerun leaving the gates at the moment. So Jacob Anderson. As we go to race 66, Hunter Chambers, Elias Damant, Leo Britz, Lawson Hitchings, Zachariah Moyer, Khan Guran, Freddie Roberts, and Jensen Jessup. Jensen doing it for TNT. It's the Hawks rider leading it out. That's going to be Khan Guran. Doing it for the Hawks. Shout out Scott Dick. Damant in there in 3, looking for the 2. Hitchens in 5. Battling with Hunter Chambers. Jensen doing it for TNT, but it looks like the Hawks rider is going to bring it to the line. Unless he gets caught at the stripe. No, he just about hangs on for that one. Race 83. Harry Distin in this one. We'll do his shout out twice for Mum's kind donations. So Harry Distin in the 12s. Happy birthday, mate. Enjoy yourself. Jaden O'Connell in there in 2, doing it for the Irish Collective. Pro Star Sebastian Hewitt rounding out the 3. Mac Findlay. BRE Racing in 4. And I've got a feeling we've got Benjamin Gray in 5. Race 84 before I hand you on to Lewis. Now, Finley Munro, Alan's BMX Supercross. He's won some kind of big race recently. I don't know which one it was. It never got posted on social media. Did you notice? Bentley's slipping. He's slipping. We'll just have to settle for the fact that he won the Mid-Lancs Regional. Wilson Eaton, Edward Cordery. Edward in there might have just got the 3. Will Lougheed, Kylan Gordon as well. And Brunty's, Will Lougheed. Race 85, Lewis.
12-year-old boys on track. Joey McAvoy leading this one through on his home track into turn number 2. Oh, it's getting busy. Rex Beasley threaded the needle and worked his way into that 2 spot. That's shuffled. Murray Watson back to 3. Braintree BMX Club inside the top 4. That's got to be Leith Taylor on the 063 play. He's going to run out them top 4 spots as McAvoy picks up that race win. Erin Toogood on her home track in this one, doing it in the 12-year-old girls category. Rachel Pritchard, India Bennett, Isla Milne, Bonnie Dudley, Jessica Cox, Grace Hudak and Holly Richardson. It is Grace Hudak out front. Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team. Rachel Pritchard in there at about 3. That looks like Bonnie Dudley in 2, doing it for Evolve Collective. In and out of that final corner, Hudak, your national number 4 from 2025. She's going to pick up that race win as race number 87 gets going. 12-year-old girls in and out of that first corner. Looks like Astor Racing making moves. Aria Rosalie in there in that 2 spot. Your race leader, though, in that South BMX jersey. That is the 113 plate. April Wood out of Bournemouth BMX Club. The 25 plate of Darcy Payne. Dragon Riders in there inside the top 3. Battle on for 4. Looks like we're going to ride it out of Braintree. Erin Holmes looking to go round the outside of the MK rider Martha Kiff. It's Kiff hanging on to 4. Who's in there in 5? Still Holmes doing it for Braintree. That's how they're going to bring it across the line as Lee puts the pressure on Wood at the line for that 1 spot. Race number 88, Underhill beat Puddock, Montfort Row, Trezan Surtees. It is your European number 8, Trixie Trey's going to 1 and 2 with the 5 plate of Amelia Rowe, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Sorted race gear. I've got Freya Montfort in there inside the top 3. That looks like Izzy Underhill just being shuffled back a spot in that final turn as Ellie Beat makes her move to go from 5 to 4. Here comes Underhill back of the line, nicks that 4 spot. Shuffles Beat back to 5. Maybo Factory Team UK on track, going 1 and 2. The 2 in the 8 plate. Leo Rowlands, Jack Devine in that order. Looking quick, gents, as they bring it into that final turn. Team Mind in there as well. That's going to be Louis Sheffy on the 29 plate, rounding out them top 3 spots. Pro Star BMX on track. James Bibby, your national champion, in and out of that first corner. Who's there with him? Looks like it could be a rider out of Braintree. That's Zach Parsons on the 25 plate. That is Smiley's Fly Club in there in 3. Cody Hughes on the 251. That is the 41 plate. Oh! How on earth Zach Parsons managed to stick that one up right. Could smell the burning rubber. James Bibby, though, he's going to be a race winner. It is Cody Hughes in there in 3. And it was the 41 plate rounding out the top 4 spots with Ocean King. Thirteen-year-olds on track, heading towards that first corner. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Looks like Ronnie Payne leading the pack. Doing it for Jump Club S&M Source. Who's there with him? Got to be Fluent Bicycle Motocross as Marcus Mullen being chased down by CGR in there in 3. That is looking like Archie Bell. The 4 spot is going to be Nottingham Outlaws. That is Archie Phillips on the 325 plate, the 522 in there in 5. That is Jack Purther out of Decoy BMX Club in and out of that final corner. The front 3 gents are hardly separated Payne, Mullen, Bell, 1, 2, 3. Bell putting the pressure on Mullen at the line, not quite going to get close enough. Race number 92, Charlie Cotton in there in about 3 or 4. Looks like Big Murph's in there in 3. That's going to be Zach Everly in 2, but your race leader on the 3 plate, Archie Croker wide, under all sorts of pressure from Everly as to bring it towards that final turn. Big Murph looked underneath in that final turn. Was trying to bang bows, couldn't quite get close enough. Everly just shuffled back a little bit, but it is Archie Croker wide picking up that race win. Race number 93 on track. Joe Rook leading the pack at the moment. The 11 plate in there behind him. That's going to be Isaac Smith in and out of turn number 2. The Colombian jersey in there in 3. That's got to be, I think that's Ethan Buttery in and out of that final corner. Sorry, no, Emil Challenger out of Brixton BMX. He's working his way through from 3 to 2, shuffling Smith back to 3. Race number 94 on track. DC Cycles leading the way. Leighton Harding, Bournemouth BMX Club. Who's in there with him? It's got to be the 13 plate of Harry Swales doing it for Fast Signatures. The 12 in there in 3. That is Adrian Galitis out of Moto 1 and Muck-Off Race Team. Reactive Racing in this one as well. That's Lucas Belton rounding out the top 4 spots as they go in and out of that final corner. Harding leading the way. He's going to pick it up as to take it across the line. As race number 95 goes across the whole shot line in turn number 1. Moto 1 and Muck-Off out there in the 1 spot. That is Freya Harris on the 4 plate. Who's in there with her? Looks like the 10 and the 6. That's going to be Millie Ross and Elsie Blight in 2 and 3. Millie Ross out of Team Mind. Elsie Blight out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. And that looks like Halo Wheels Race Team in there in 4 with Poppy Bishop on the 19. Race 96. Poppy May Kirby in this one, your European number 8. She's in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down the 7 plate out front. Smaya Hughes, Astar Racing. In and out of that final corner. Hughes leading the way. Kirby in there in that 2 spot. Paige Cathcart Cunnison going to round out the top 3 spots as they bring it across the line.
Right, we're on race 97. 13-year-old girls. Iris Hyder, Lily Mae Gould, Holly Hume, Sarah Pritchard, Miss Grace Gerard in 2, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Emily Barter and Olivia Webb. Olivia go through in that 5th spot. Cumnall's Holly Hume in there in 6, but it looks like Iris Hyder and Grace Gerard going 1 and 2. Seren's going to pick up that 3, Rusting Up Racing in there in 4, Lily Mae Gould. On to the Grand Veterans now. Mr. Alan Hill out in front. Prio Bicycles, Fitzroy Bryce in 2, Stu Little in 3. Craig Nelly Nelson on that OS20 in there in 4. The Warlock on that frame. He got a new frame as Neil Stewart. It's 6 mil longer than the other one. He can't cope with it. It's ruining his flow and everything. Come on, Neil. As he gets passed by Mr. Waddington to the line. Race number 99, Stanbury, Knight, Chalkos, Ogden, Taylor, Milne and Knight. Martin Oggy Ogden in there in 1, Brett Knight in 2, Christus Chalkos in 3. That's going to be Chris Taylor in there in 4, Ian Milne in 5. Matt Knight and Piers Stanbury in there as well. Oh dear me. The Grand Veterans, somebody opened a can of crazy on the first straight. That has put Daniel Curry George and Patrick Graham on the floor. Let's hope they're all right. Matt Haywood in there in 1, Stephen Fortune in 2, Dave Knowles in 3, Basil Hull in 4, the 375. Martin Blake for the Hawks in there in that 5th spot. Matt Haywood taking it to the line from Fortune. Daniel Curry George is up and okay. Patrick Graham. Grand Veterans, this class sponsored by Saga Holidays. Throw these things in when you can. Ben Martin, Grant Yerb, listen. I could be a certain other commentator who's been recently, who said some rather uncouth things. We'll go no further than that. Ben Martin, Grant Yerbury, Luke Sheriff, Mark Moore, Zoltan Bude, George Salmon and Mark Vries. Oh, is that Mark Moore throwing elbows in? Have we gone back to 1996 all over again? Taking to the skies. Zoltan Bude leading it out. Mark Moore, Source BMX. In there in 2. He's got a full lap in them legs. I can't believe it. Race number 1 at 0-2. Jamie Scrivener, Dylan Dixon. I wouldn't mind, but everybody thought that other commentator was me. It wasn't even me. Dylan Dixon was Big Nige. It's not a race unless we got Big Nige Smith in it. You thought it was me. Thanks, Lewis. Dylan Dixon. Scott Beaumont. Where's Scott? He's in there in 2. Oh. Hey. Saturday morning. Well, Saturday afternoon, 10 past 12. We're already raising the standard and lowering the tone. Ooh! Foot out in the turn. Who was that? Lee Green, hot shots. Straight back to the 80s. Riding for the 80s team. Took his foot out the pedal. Swung it in there. Scared somebody half to death. And that was just us, yeah. Race 104. Connor Hudson, Matthew Bourne, Sean Issett, George Higley, Billy Luckhurst and Billy Irwin. Oh, they're all at it, look! Right, lads, it's Moto 1. Calm down. Billy Irwin getting stuck in there. Billy Luckhurst crossing the line. Halo Wheels in there in 2 with a big sigh of relief. That was Connor Hudson. Race 105 on the 14s. Hey, the old boys are right on it this weekend. Harry Donald out here. Right, Josh. You're supposed to go round the corner, not over it. Josh Jepson, Jude Hoff, Ruben Bishop, Stanley Farmer, Fergus Sauter. Oh. Where's 105? 106 now on track. Hunter Mallion, Adam Arnold, Ralph Sowerby. Freddie Parkinson out in front. He'll be here racing at the school games. If you are lucky enough to be selected for school games, by the way, it is an awesome event. Uh-oh. Right, what is going on in this turn? Was that Jamie Turblanche having a roll round? He was. Are we all right, Jamie? I think he is, yeah. Anyway, back to what I was saying. School games, if you're lucky enough to be selected for school games, it is an absolutely amazing weekend. You spend it at Loughborough University, you're on campus, you're enjoying it all. You've got the competition with the live feed, all that stuff. It's all good, you'll love it. Anyway, shout out in this one, Charlie Bob Craig. It's Nan and Grandad's 51st wedding anniversary, the Bogbusters from Manchester. And I know they're watching, so happy anniversary, Nan and Grandad. It's my 1 yearly message off Charlie Bob Craig on Instagram. He did one last year as well. As we move on to race 108, James Miller, JP, Jack Perkins leading it out. Dylan Spence, Harley Steele, Henry Potts, Max Vass and Marcel Radzikowski. That's a good name as well. I like that one. So, he's in there as well. And, race 108, in and out of the turn. JP doing it for the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive, bringing it to the line.
Race 109, the 14-year-old boys on track. Roland Ells leading the pack at the moment with Ethan Crooks Martin in there at about 4 at the moment, looking for a move in that second corner. It's getting tight. Going to be Mark Torzadlo just about hanging on to that 3 spot as he tracks down Max McNulty in there in 2, but it's Ells out front showing them the way through that final straight. Ells, McNulty, Torzadlo, Crooks Martin, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading the pack out of that first corner. Who's here with him? Got to be Charlie Wilcox out of Team Mind. Oh, it looks like Butters just unclipped through that second straight, so that leaves Wilcox out front and away from the rest of the pack. The 37 plate in there in 3. Harry Holmes out of Braintree BMX Club, South BMX jersey in there as well. But Charlie Wilcox out front looking quick. Riley Budd managed to recover. He's hanging on to that 2 spot as they bring it through that final straight. Race 111 on track now with the 14-year-old girls As they bring it through that second straight, looks like it could be the 5 plate leading the way. Holly Diver doing it for the Titans. The 17 plate is Eva Gergerek doing it for Jump Club S&M. Source, her teammate in there in 4. That's going to be Anushka Jones. Where is Amara 5? Doing it for the Titans, battling it out as they bring it towards that final turn and down the last straight. Moves being made. It's going to be Jones shuffling her way through for a top 3 finish with Molly Fumi Carroll in 4. The 1 and 2 are going 1 and 2. Pure Bike, stay strong. It is Esme Ward chasing down at your race leader, Ruby Warren, in and out of that final turn. Nora Siret on track as well. Moves being made in that final turn. SAS race team. That was Allegra True making moves. Sarah's just shuffled her way through to what looked like a top 5 spot. European number 5 on track, though. 15-year-old boys. Can you get an age group more stacked? Mr. Ned Guppy out front, leading the way. This age group is mega tight at the tip of the iceberg. So this weekend is going to make and break some seasons. Next up on track, Maybo Factory Team UK, Nate Hamilton, Elvis Lawrence, Brody Geddes. That's your 1, 2, 3. The 54 plate in there as well. Blake Allison, 01 Racing. That looks like it could be... that was Oren Hanna inside the top 5 as they bring it through that final straight. Nate Hamilton, your race winner. Race number 115. Max Avery with another donation to the BMX Race Hub. Thank you very much, Max. He's wished good luck to Ben Cornish and Alfie Bax. He wants them gents to bring it home this weekend. As we take a look at race 116. 15-year-old boys, Shenton, Lench, Rayford, Moore, Brorakini, Eames and Warwick. It is going to be Kobe Rayford, your world number 5, leading the way from Nathaniel Eames, doing it for Sorted Race Gear in there in that 2 spot. Henry Shenton's in 3, doing it for LCC Race Team. Good to see Nathaniel back on track after the carnage that ensued at Cardiff a few weeks back. That looks like Warwick in there in about 4. Dexter Moore's in there in 5. Last turn action. It is Rayford out front looking good. Stay strong BMX. Eames under pressure through the final straight. Shenton gonna shuffle his way through for a 2-spot finish. Eames in there for 3. More Sorted Race Gear riders on track. Toby Lynch. Evan Bartley doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. That's your 1 and 2. As they bring it in towards our final turn. Harry Bailey in 3. Who's picking up the 4 as they bring it down that final straight? Looks like that could be the 45 plate of Alfie Underhill. Race 118 at Hindley, Bearup, Osborne, Lawrence, Challoner and Thompson. Osborne leading the way, the 23 plate of Maxwell Lawrence in there in 2. Newton Hindley in 3, DBMX in there in 4. That's Dexter Bearup doing it for GY95. Last turn action though, all about Osborne at the front of the pack. Going to pick up this race win. Smooth as you like through that final straight. Onto the 15-year-old ladies then. Chidley, Blackwell, Janolino, Young, Dixon, Miller and Eaton. Emily Eaton leading the way, your European number 8. 2 plate in there in that 2 spot. Rin Janolino, Ella Blue Chidley, SVT Mongoose. In there in 3, Phoebe Blackwell. Coming on through for Telford Flyers. Ali Young, Maddie the Baddie Dixon in there as well. It is the Baddie in 5, chasing down the battle that's in there for that 3 spot. Looks like Millar and Chidley in 3 and 4. Race 120 on track. Who's leading the way? BRE Racing looking good at the moment. That is Ellie Moore doing it for Birmingham BMX Club. The 2 spot is going to be the 4 plate of Sidonie Cleve doing it for Stay Strong BMX. That looks like it could be Jalala Patel Pekka BMX Club inside the top 3. In and out of that final turn. Team here have got a rider in 4. That's going to be Emily Grimm. But out front, Moore going to pick up the race win with Cleve in that 2 spot.
Right, moving on, Moto 121, Jamira Price, Stan Mason. I think Stan's got a birthday this weekend as well. So, happy birthday, Stan. Had a message off his mum. So, yeah, he's there doing it for Resilient Team Racing, in there in that 3rd spot. Elijah Jamira doing it for Rab Racing, and most importantly, Food Delectable. I've pre-ordered my steak and chips for later. Steak and chips on the menu today with peppercorn sauce. Pre-ordered and paid for. Yeah, love it. You know what? If I ever win the lottery, you'll know, because Craig Jamira will be my personal chef full time. I will eat like a king, I'm telling you. He doesn't even know that yet. I've just announced that. I've just thought about it. So, yeah. I won't have a Ferrari or a Rolex or anything like that. I'll just have Craig cooking all my food for me. He's probably not very excited about that prospect, but, you know, there you go. Right, foreplay out in front. Bradley James. These are the 16-year-old boys. Sorry, race 122. Completely ignored you all. Remy Colquhoun, Ollie Turblanche, Malachi Lloyd, Ewan Beat, Finley Cranage, and Mark Hewitt. All taking it down to the line. It is going to be Bradley James in 1, followed in by Ollie Turblanche. Race number 124, Reed and Boone, Joshua Bradford, Cooper McCrum, Oliver James, Ollie Kirby, Logan Murphy, and Logan Ritchie. Ollie James in 1. The template of Eden Boone in there in 2. Cooper McCrum going through in 3. Got a Nottingham rider in there in 5. That will be Joshua Bradford as they head towards the line with Oliver James taking the win. Race 125, Alex Dunkley, Harry Taylor, David Furley, David Opre Meha, Freddie Franklin, Thomas McGovern, and Lucas Seeley. And it is Mr. Seeley in there in 1. Freddie Franklin in 2. The 32 in there in that 3rd spot out of Decoy BMX Club. That will be Thomas McGovern. Scrapping away with Alex Dunkley going down that final straight. Dunkley's going to take the 3, McGovern for 4, David Meha in there in 5. Moving on, 16-year-old girls, Ailey Watson, Lottie McFarlane, Emily Dean, Grace Burge, and Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown out in front. She's in there in 1. Ailey Watson going through in 2. That'll be Emily Dean in there in that 4th spot, battling with Bideford's Grace Burge. Going in and out of the turn, Lottie takes it to the line. Ailey in 2, Grace in 3, Emily in 4. And the Peterborough rider going through in 5 was Lottie McFarlane. Boys are getting faster. Amos Guppy just turned 2 of these motors around. Lewis Collins Nimmo in there somewhere, doing it for Astar Racing. As we go back to motor number 127, Etana Price, Jessie Leasley, Summer Glynn, Ruby Walford, and Eliza French. And it is the Peckham rider, Etana Price, in 1. Summer Glynn battling away, trying to get hold of that 2 spot. So I've got a feeling she might have changed teams because she's got a BMX Widow Photography jersey on. That's going to be Eliza French in there in 3, Jessie Leasley in 5, pushing hard. And Ruby Walford in there in 4. Race number 129, De Jong, Twitchin, Nunn, Kay, Hart, Graham, and Muha. So that'll be Zach Twitchin in there in 2. Chasing down the rider in 1, who I actually can't identify at the minute. 551. That was Jake Hart out of Nottingham. Can I just say lilac jerseys, especially light coloured ones, not the easiest ones to recognise. Just if you're planning on a new team kit for next season. As Eli Smith goes past me, doing it for Rab Racing. Now I've had a message off Sam. She's at home, eating an English breakfast with her mum on the sofa watching it. Sam and Liz in the same room with a gallon of sangria that Sam brought back for holidays. You can only imagine the carnage. So good morning to Sam and Liz. As we move on to, that'll be the 859 of Henry Eyre, Charlie Granger, Max Burgess, Jack Clark, Sam Hamblin, and Malachi Price, all in moto number 131. And it is Henry bringing it to the line, just in front of the rider out of Peckham. That's going to be Malachi Price. Race 132, Kai Blaine, Marku Reynolds, Nathan Baratta, Owen Lethbridge, AJ Pritchard Roberts, and Finley Collis in this one as well. Finley's in there in 3, chasing down Kai Blaine. Baratta's leading it out. Reynolds is in there in 4. Lethbridge and Roberts in the mix as well, but it's going to be Baratta from Blaine. Collis just getting pipped for that 3. Race 133, Lewis.
17 to 18-year-old ladies on a track. It is going to be a Mabo Factory Team UK going at 1 and 2. Can we have riders in the pens for round number 2 of the motos, please? So Caruza riders mainly, you need to be heading towards the pens, please. Round number 2 riders, we need you in the pens. ASAP, please. Thank you very much. That was the 2 Mabo girls. Amelia Reveley and Esme Brook going 1 and 2 as race 1, 3, 4 gets underway into turn number 2. 6 on the front of a bike, Sophie Elwood. Crucial Racing. Sabina Ashman, Rustin Racing in there in 2. That looks like Hot Shot in there in 3 with Isla Radcliffe. In and out of that final corner, it is going to be Smiley's Flight Club rounding out them top 4 spots with Eleanor Curtis. Race number 1, 3, 5, O'Brien, McCartney, Carniston, Stanley and Lavin. Sophie Carniston, LVG on NRT. Coming 1 and 2 with the 16 plate out of BMX Woodard Photography. That is Rosie O'Brien under all sorts of pressure as she comes unclipped on the exit of turn number 2. That leaves Alexis McCartney to work her way around the outside to go from 3 to 2. So it is Carniston, McCartney, O'Brien, 1, 2, 3. The Brunty crew is Charlotte Stanley in there in 4 with Daisy Lavin out of Decoy BMX in a 5. 19 to 29-year-olds on track. Dan Kay getting busy in turn number 2. Alex Brooks. I've seen the post on Rab Racing saying that there's some riders double biking. Alex has picked up his 20-inch for a national weekend. Been racing regionals on his 20-inch bike. I reckon he's getting ready for the Brits. Dan Kay in there in 2 though. More 19 to 29-year-old action. Tyrese Bradshaw on track. Ooh. Back wheel got busy then in turn number 2. Just about managed to keep it upright. Che Young in there in that 2 spot. That looks like it could be Josh Wallace in 3. Tyrese has just about recovered from a busy month as he picks up that race win. Cal Strickland on track then in and out of turn number 1. Your new Masters World number 7. Stay Strong BMX. He's going 1 and 2 with the 7 plate of Josh Cates out of Braintree BMX. Lamin Akareli inside the top 3. That looks like it could be Josh Bosby in 4. Yes, it is Josh, BMX Hype. Sean's finally managed to find him a new BMX Hype race top as he gets shuffled back by Kenny Phillips, working his way through into a top 4 spot. Moving on to the ladies at 19 to 29-year-old women. All of a sudden, I'm not sure I want to know. Right, on track, Annabelle Townsend, your British champion. She's going to pick up this moto win. Emily Green in there for 2, Izzy Hurry in 3, and that was Lucy Monday in 4. I did think that. Where's the plate? Not allowed, or? Oh, okay. Jetska Hemstock, Amy Willards, Rebecca Gold. That's your 1, 2, 3 in the next moto. Sorry, I was chatting away with John Twitchen. I do apologise. That looks like race 141. Hannah Drew leading this one out. The 9 plate in there in 2. That was Megan Kirby. The 10 in there for 3. That is Harriet Alexander doing it for Team Air. Retro Racing in there as well. That is Ella Lamb on the 7X plate doing it for TNT. Bristol Jets in there in 5. That's going to be Jamie Elwood. With Suzanne Jenkins out of RTR in 6. Right, on to the championship classes and junior open. Heads down the hill and through the first straight. Kai Bowen, Noah Reveley on the inside as they bring it in towards that first corner. Bowen leads it out. That looks like Ben Larkins just being shuffled back a couple of spots as Everly gets busy in turn number 1. That's going to be Moto 1 and Muck-Off Race Team inside the top 3. Finn Phillips has worked his way through. Oh, he got busy in that second corner. Everly around the outside. Bowen shuffled back to about 3. Then Phillips up to 2. Heath Thomas worked his way through to pick up that 3 spot, so it's Everly, Phillips, Thomas, Bowen, 1, 2, 3, 4. Brown in there for 5, Larkins in 6.
All right, motor number 143, first of the championship women heading down the hill. Chiziwa, Bound, Gaynor and Laurie Ann Carruthers heading into turn number 1. Looks like Chiziwa picking up the whole shot. Laurie Ann Carruthers shot out of a cannon. She's in there in 2 at the moment, but they are queuing up behind her like Greg's on a Friday lunchtime as they go into the turn. Elizabeth Bound diving underneath, stealing the position away from Gaynor as they go towards that final corner. It's going to be Chiziwa taking it. Laurie Ann Carruthers in there in 2. Elizabeth Bound in 3. Taya Gaynor in 4.
Moto number 144 hits the track, second rack of champ women. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter repping that national champs jersey on the inside, but it is going to be your junior women world champion Freya the Slayer Chalice out front leading the pack. Cadman-Carpenter in there in 2, Moto 1 in 3. That's going to be Megan Roy. She's being chased down though by what looks like the W7 plate of Ruby Moores in there in 4. Anya Mata and Alonso in 5, but out front, check her out, Mabo Bikes. In and out of that final turn, absolute bicycle motocross, your junior women world champion Freya Chalice picks up that race win.
Right, Xander Mavalvani, right, Danny O'Gorman, Ben Cornish, Bradley Russell and Jared Hill. This is the first rack of Superclass heading into turn number 1. And the Illuminous Pink crash helmet of Ben Cornish. Heading into that second turn. Out in front. That's going to be Xander Mavalvani right in there in 2. Russell in 3. O'Gorman in 4. Jared Hill in 5. Cornish bringing it down the straight towards the line. It's going to go Cornish. Mavalvani right 1 and 2.
Last moto of the first set here. It's the track. BMX with a photography. Jimmy Criddle headed towards turn number 1. George Hunt right there with him. It's Criddle, Hunt 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3? Looks like Abe Simpson. Doing it for Pro Star BMX. Casey Martley in there in 4. Doing it for Savage Racing with Ben Weiss in there in 5. Turn 2 action. Criddle still leading the pack, but Hunt is not done yet. Into the final turn they go. George Hunt looks for a high-low. Manages to swing it down. Drag racing down the final straight. Criddle, Hunt, Simpson, 1, 2, 3. First set of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents.
Right, 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open. Regan Jones, Josh Bean, Colwyn Jones, Edward Worrell, Ronnie Wallwork, and Seth Ritchie. This is motor number 147. The first one of round 2. So, yeah. Regan Jones doing it for Cardiff. Josh Bean, Decoy, Colwyn Jones, Gosport, Edward Worrell, Ronnie Wallwork, and Seth Ritchie. All on track. King Ron in there in that... 4th spot. That'll be Andover out in front. That's going to be Edward Worrell taking it to the line. And Gosport in there in 2. Colwyn Jones. Race 148. Jackson Chapman Davis, Joseph Jewish, Jack Swales, Josiah Burge, Frederick State, Sammy Stack, and Holly Bishop. Holly in there in 4th. Frederick there in... Ooh, where is he? 4th, I think. 3rd. But it looks like the Fast Signatures guys out there, 1 and 2. Jewis and Swales taking it to the line. Holly in there in 4. Merseyside's BMX, Jackson Chapman Davis working his way in as well with Josiah Berg. Race 149, Dixon Youngs Parks, Westwood, Rocco. 2 Roccos in this one, Westwood and Jenkins. Tessa Johnson and India Bennett in the mix as well. So it's Maybo taking it to the line, Mr. Rocco Westwood. Race 150, Lewis Rothwell. Is he on? Where is he? What's that? Is he? Oh. All right, Lewis Roth. Lewis has gone to hospital to get that thumb checked out. Let's hope he's all right. Heal up soon, Lewis. Rides it all from nationals to club races. As those riders cross the line, including Barnard, Darley, Robinson, Steinmetz, Walsh and Tanzer. Race 151, Bradley Gray, Martha Mason, Finley Kerr, Ollie Todd, Rory Smythe, Alfie Jones and Charlie Dowsing. Dowsing in 1, Mason in there in 2. That's going to be Rory Smythe in that 3rd spot. Peterborough's rider is Ollie Todd. He's in there in that 4th spot as well. That was race number 151. 152, Sadie McSwitty. But it's Ailey Watson leading it out. Emily Grimm, Isla Young, all in there as well. Paige Cathcart-Cunnison, Lucy Stevenson and Lottie McFarlane. All chasing Ailey Watson down to the line. Team Air, I think, are going to pick up that 2. And the 24 in there in 3 was Paige Cathcart-Cunnison. Right, race 153. Huey Hall, Charlie Labras, Jet Thompson, Bodie Markley, Benedict Marco, Lewis Fancini, Jacob Scrivener and Lewis Hughes. Those are the guys in moto number 153. And Mr. Marco taking it to the line, doing it for DC Cycles with, I think it was Jet Thompson in there in 2. Race 154, King, Swales, Barker, Ford, Laurie, Cheffy and Murphy. Alfie Ford doing it for the Hawks in there in 2. He's got Harry Swales to deal with. Oisin King out of Bournemouth in there as well. The rider taking it to the line is the 8A1. That was Finley Murphy out of Nuneaton. Sonny Nunny. As Charlie Cotton leads out moto number 155. Sorted race gear. Got all the Chase bicycles over there if you want to go and take a look at them. In fact, we really should give a shout to our traders. Kebab House, Sorted race gear, Green Machine, DC. Pure. No P73 this weekend because Dave's finally become a grandfather. So I think it was Nora Maeve, who was born earlier in the week. So congratulations to Dave Hall on officially becoming Gramps. DC, Green Machine. I feel like I've missed one and I don't know who it is. Got sorted. We'll figure out who we've missed anyway and make sure we get them in there later on. Crucial, can't forget Crucial. So they're all our traders for the weekend. As we completely miss motos. And don't forget all our food people as well, including Food Delectable. Right, in and out of the turn we go. Cooper McCrum heading down towards the line. Jack Walford in there in 3. And I think Cooper Westwood coming through in about 5. Race number 158. Jacob Ward, Newton Hindley. Both in this one. Newton diving underneath in the corner, taking it away from Ronnie Richards. Todd Smith-Notman in there as well. Ben Adams, William Kingwell, Max Surridge, Jacob Warren. But it's going to be Richards and Hindley going 1 and 2. The 17 picking up the 3 was Max Surridge. Race 159, Theo Cam Samwood. Jake McKenna in there in 2. He's going to get Lucas Seeley though, which is never an easy task. Freddie Walwork in there as well. Doing it for the Hard Knocks Massive. Heading through in that 3rd spot. Who got the 4th? I think it was Logan Young. Race 169, Lebras, Borachini, McSwitty, Byrne, Sim. Alfie Sim out in front. Evan Jones, Bruce Anthony as well. Got a feeling it's Anthony in 2 maybe. McSwitty in there in 3. Yeah, another note. Black jerseys and all black race kit when there's 4 of you in the same race. Not easy. Just saying. It was Bruce Anthony who was battling with Alfie Sim to the line. Oh, no. Make our jobs easy. In there with Connor Blythe, that Keane Brown that was. Ethan Byrne, Jack Lebras, Niall Moss in the Fast Signatures kit. Jack Mowat, saw him out there at Worlds on his cruiser. Race number 182, McHugh Manzi, GG Giraffe apparently, nicknamed. Matthew Russell, Max Henderson, Goodfellow, John O'Haradine. Is John O'Haradine still doing it for all the single ladies? We need an update. All right, okay. All right. Fair enough. Zach Green, Jack Watson, Finley Randall. Well, we have all these things that we throw into commentary. We never get an update. Oh, yeah. This class sponsored by Match.com. Right, race 163, Morrison, Cates, Freeman, Pritchard, Walbridge, Watson, Hill, and Alex Brooks. Hopefully Alex will stay upright this time around. Not going to make the same mistake as last time. And it wasn't even Dan Wilson who put him on the floor. So Brooks in the corner. Has a quick look round. Cates in there in 2, Watson in 3, Freeman in there in 4. Race 164, 17 to 29-year-old ladies. Alexis McCartney, Smiley Maloney, Lily Chiziwa, Amy Willets, and Josie McFall. Looking very green in that kit. Yeah, the home kit. I was trying to think of some kind of random joke then to throw in and couldn't do it. So, Chiziwa, McFall, Willets, McCartney, and Maloney. In that order, 165, Lewis.
17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser on track. 1 on the front of the bike. Hannah Drew leads this one out for Pro Start and Manchester BMX Club. The 4-plate Jetska Hemstock in 2. That looks like Charlotte Jackson in 3. Doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross and the Midlands. Hotshot Racing in there as well. That is Isla Radcliffe, Adam Merton Saints. That's going to be your top 4 as they bring it through that final straightaway. Race 166. Izzy Hurry on track. In there at about 3 at the moment. Your race leader though. Anya Matter Alonso, Peckham BMX Club. Aboard that 3 bike. Who's in there with her? Looks like Hurry's made her way from 3 to 2. The 7-plate just shuffled back. That's Trinity Cam. Fluent Bicycle Motocross in 3. Bristol Jets in there in 4. That is Jamie Elwood. On the 9-plate, Carmel Allison and Lucia Thomas. All on track as well, but it is going to be Anya Mata and Alonso down that final straight with the race win. 39-year-old cruisers, Jack Hudson, Royston Rockets and Halo Wheels race team. Going to 1 and 2 with Mitchell Smith. Them two. Oh, one rider went absolutely soaring through the air. I think that might have been Kieran Wood. As Jack Hudson and Mitchell Smith have a big old scrap down the final straight. Hudson looking like he's just about going to hang on to that one. MK in there as well. That is Stuart Laurie. We're just going to make sure that Kieran Wood's all right before we move on to the next race. Put your hands together for Kieran Wood, ladies and gents. How on earth he's walking away from that one, I have no idea. Race number 168, 39-year-old cruisers getting busy through the first straight. John Lillingston absolutely shot out of a cannon into turn number 1. That's got to be Smiley right there with him glued to his back wheel. It is Martin Smiley Brown aboard that 4-bike, but moves have been made in turn number 1. That's Nathan Abbott now occupying that 2 spot. So it's Lillingston, Abbott, Brown, 1, 2, 3. The 8 plate in there in 4. That's going to be Ash Richardson doing it for CGR with Chris Hearn. Repping the Stay Strong colours there in 5. In and out of that final corner. They're going down the final straight. Lillingston, your race winner, start to finish. Can anyone catch him? No, they can't. Abbott, Brown, 2 and 3. Nita Wong on track. Your world number 6. Hayes Hawks leads it into that first corner. Coach Chizzy right there behind her in that 2 spot. Will be involved in the school games coming up later this year. Will Coach Chizzy. Now, every time I'm commentating on one of Annie's races, she's always laughing as she comes past me. She is this time as well. I don't really understand why. I don't know if I've said something. But Annie's in there in that 2 spot. Abby Hill, Joe Gray going to 3 and 4. Lisa Tarling in there in 5. RTR in there as well. That's going to be Suzanne Jenkins in 6 on that 21 plate. But it is Nita Wong, your world number 6, picking up that race win as Coach Chizzy takes it across the line in that 2 spot. More 30-plus women's cruiser out there on track. Where's Becca Gold? She's in there in that 1 spot at the moment. 3 on the front of her bike. National champ sleeve as she brings it towards that final turn. Magic Manda in there in that 3 spot, just shuffled back by Emily Eilert, who works her way into 2. Looks like MK have got a rider inside the top 4. That's going to be Nicola Wheeler. On the 15 plate, Nikki Sidge in there in 5, and the rider bringing it through in 6 is Claire Mardell on the 595. Race 171. Marsha Brook having a blinder of a day so far. Second in her first moto. She's in there in 3 at the moment. Leah Meaden, though, out front going 1 and 2 with Ro Beckett into that second corner. That is Karen Evans in there in 4. Tracy Sharp in 5. Karen and Tracy were banging bows in turn number 2 in the previous moto. They're going through in 4 and 5 at the moment. That looks like it could be a rider out of Army in there as well. Oh. Disaster struck on turn number 2. That didn't go to plan, did it? Keeps the dust down, we'll be alright. Kieran McAvoy, Mr. Pine a Pint. Chris Evans, that's going to be your 1 and 2 in the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. He's almost Captain America-like. Tom Stretton on track then race 1 at 7-3. Carl Fancini, Matthew Eaton, James Moores, Mark Kinsey and Ian Smythe all out there, but it is Stretton, Eaton, 1 and 2. Smythe's in there in 3. The 14 plate in there in 4. That's going to be James Moores out of Royston Rockets. Your top 4 then bringing it towards that final turn. Kinsey in there in 5, and that looks like it could be Fancini in 6. But Stretton out front looking good, bringing it down to the stripe. He's going to take it across the line on his home track. He looked buzzing with that race win. Race 174. Dylan Dixon on the inside. That looks like Grant Yearbury, though, leading the pack. The 6 plate in there in that 2 spot. That's going to be Rob Harris going right round the outside of Dylan Dixon. Shuffling in back to 3 then. Who's picking up the 4? That's the 966 of Jake Kempsford. Bringing it in and out of that final corner. Check out Dixon. High-low time. Drag racing to the line. He's banging Bosie. Got all sorts of tight down that last straight. Yearbury looks back as if to say, what was that? It got all sorts of busy. Tony Labras leads out the following race. Have you seen this? Andy McCoy? He didn't even recognise you, Andy. Rich didn't even know who it was. Yeah, it is Andy McCoy, large and in charge, in there in that 2 spot. I reckon that works well. What do you think? I came up with that one all on my own.
Andy McCoy disguised as Superman.
Whew. Too busy talking about Andy McCoy's race plate, and we missed all sorts of chaos in the next race. That was Norbert Marco receiving a bow in that final turn. DJ Too Good in there in 3. But it was out front, I think that might have been Matthew Trincart picking up that race win. Yes, it was. Race 177, 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Brett Knight out front, charging into that second corner. Stu Little looks for a move in that second corner. Didn't quite make it stick, so he's back there at about 5 at the moment. It was Mark Franklin that almost received a bow from Little in that second turn, but he's worked his way up to a 2-spot rider out of Cornwall in there as well. Down that final straight. Race 178. Daz O'Brien on track, looking good at the moment. Gaz Carver, Wada Palava in there in 3. Stephen Hassel in 2 on that 2 plate. Last straight action, Carver putting the pressure on Hassel as they bring it down to the line. It's going to be Kevin Bacon out there for that 1 spot as race 179 gets on track. Alan Hill leading this one through. Pure Bicycles going 1, 2 and 3 with sorted race gear. Here comes Reedy on the inside. Looked underneath, wasn't quite close enough. Or was he more thinking about tomorrow's racing as well? He wants to be back for more. It's Reedy in there in that 2 spot. Pete Butler in 3. RTR in there in 4. That was Martin Oggy Ogden. That's a race full of big names, isn't it? Hilly, Reedy, Butler, Oggy. That's your 1 through 4. That was Matt Phillips in 5 as well. 55 plus cruisers then on track. Old enough to know better, young enough to not care. It's the 24 plate of Tim Drew. The 5 of Brent Featherstone. That's your 1 and 2. Steve Notman in there in about 3 at the moment, being chased down in towards that final corner. That looks like Mick Hood working his way around the outside of Brown. Notman throws in a high-low drag racer down the final straight. Oh, it's getting busy with Tim Drew. Drew got it all wrong through that final straight. Notman, your race winner. Drew, Brent Featherstone, that's your 2 and 3. I know, yeah. Couldn't get anything out then. Stumbled over my own words. Chris Madrid on track. Hayes Hawks in there as well. Graham Davies. Dave Wilcott in there in that 2 spot. David Knowles in there in that 3. Looks like Jonathan Charlesworth in there for 4. Steve Keach in 5. And that is Paul Adams out of the Hawks in 6. Astar Racing, Stu Campbell on track, then going 1 and 2 with the Allen's Factory rider. That is, of course, John Bentley, TM. In there in that 2 spot, Dave Lindsay, Bill Stupple, Cy Payton. That's going to be your 3, 4 and 5. Payton's getting busy in that final turn, repping the Malverns Classics jersey down that final straight. Living in and around near where Cy lives, there's Malverns Classic stickers and signs absolutely everywhere around Derby and Nottingham. Literally everywhere, I love it. As we move on to race 183.
Right, race 183. Theo Lloyd Harrison, Theodore Perdue. There's lots of Theodores in this one. Milo Gehring, Joe Garrett, Diego Quijada. Love that. Diego Quijada. Sounds like he's going to score the winning goal in a World Cup final. Niall Fallon. And it is Mr. Gehring bringing it to the line. Where is Diego? He's coming through. He's in there in third in the Ireland jersey, pushing it to the line. Oh, ended up fourth. Well done, Diego. Good job, mate. And who's this bringing it to the stripe? Let's have a quick look. The 823. Theo Lloyd Harrison. Well done, Theo. Right, anyway, next up, Ellis Hitchens, Milo Ryder Bays, Edward Morley, Ellis Dowson and Ronnie Barnard. They're like veterans of the 6 and under age group. Ellis doing it for BMXHype.com. Sean watching on proudly. Getting the old video for the socials. Are you not? Oh, why not? Well, no, that's true. No one goes on websites these days. There's Sophie Thorpe. Leads it out on her home track. In there in 1. Ava Towell out of Nottingham. So it's a Midlands 1-2. That'll be Kaya Gibson in there in 3. Mia Dix rounded out the 4. So Derby have got 2 riders inside the top 4. Lenny Holiday just swooping underneath in that final corner. Mia gives it the high-low, battling down the final straight for the 4th spot. Mia gets a little bit out of control, gives up 2 positions. Oh, close finish there. And coming through as well. As we move on for Owen Wheater out of Preston with Alfie Baglin. They're going 1 and 2. That's going to be Leon Zakina in there in 3, doing it for Bristol Jets. Oh, rider down again. Is that Parker Gray in the same spot? He has. He's crashed twice. Same rider, same crash, same jump. Dear me, Parker. Right, we have a faulty hose. If one of our Derby volunteers can come and do some DIY on the hose at the second turn, that'd be lovely. As we move on and watch Patrick Dempsey battling for that second spot in his Ice Bikes kit, battling with Luke Barron. Gosport's Oliver Savage in there as well. Here comes Parker. We all right, mate? I think he is. No, I'm not. Well, we know Desperate Crumb's all right. Hey. So we'll give Parker a special shout out. He's had 2 rolls round on the floor in the same spot. 3rd time lucky, Parker. You'll be good, mate. You'll be absolutely golden. Don't worry about it. As Jack Bean goes past me with the 953 of Freddie Mitchellmore. Hopefully he's not lost his water bottle this time around. 226, that is Harrison Oglesby Fox. He sounds very aristocratic, does Harrison. Harrison Oglesby Fox. So, yeah, well posh. The 877. Yeah, he does, yeah. Stanley Lockwood. As we move on to race 189. Sydney Schrader, Otis Tinniswood, Leo Hawker, River Allen, Kemp Giles. That's a good name as well out of Derby. Isaac Buck, Cooper Shearing, Ruben McAllister and Amari Bamford Burr. These are our 7-year-old boys heading down towards the line. Leo Hawker doing it for TNT in that yellow kit. Just crossing the line. Race 190, the young ladies, Alice Laurie, Peony Ford, Lenny Goddard, Billy Sawyer and Maria Gibson in there in 2. Peony leading it out, Alice in there in 3. Lenny Goddard in 5th. So that'll be Billy Sawyer in there in 4th. And here's the birthday girl, Kitty Walwork. Well done, Kitty. Cracking job, first national, 7th birthday. Absolutely living the life. Is Kitty doing a top job. Well done, Mrs. Erin Thoreau, Salisbury Chambers, Senator Ross McCann, Evie Steele and Noah Kerr. Noah's like a veteran of this class now. She's leading it out. That'll be the 275. That's going to be Erin in there in 2. I think she's gone very, very unicorn in that kit. Oops, one more rider down on that straight. It's a Derby rider as well. It was Ruben Dix. He's up on all right. Right, let's have a look. Right, here we go. The potatoes on the track. Nico Jocelyn Black. Now, we have been reliably informed via the rider himself, so this is straight from the rider's mouth, that apparently a relative said he looked like a potato when he was born. I can't believe I've just said that out loud. That's come straight from the rider, not from us, by the way. So make of that what you will. If there's any confirming or denying on the potato story, please let us know. We're very curious to find out. As race 194 goes round the corner, I think I need to go and get lunch now because I'm absolutely Hank Marvin. I've pre-ordered it, so I won't be long. Race 195? I'll be as quick as I can.
Right, race 195. Shelby Yates, the YouTube sensation, leading this one through into the final turn. Under a bit of pressure as he go in and out of that corner. Peckham BMX, Alexander French in there in about 3. Sanders Ons in there in 2, but they're all in there chasing Mr. Shelby Yates. Rab Racing on track. Sorry, no, wrong race. 822 on the plate. Henry Dodd out of the mid-lanks. 641 in there in that 2 spot. That looks like Will Beckett. Soren Rock Hatfield in there in about 3 at the moment. Sounds like he runs a very professional solicitors down south somewhere with that name. In and out of that final corner. He's being tracked down though as they bring it through that last straight. It looks like that might have been Evan Doggett rounding out them top 4 spots as race 197 gets going. The 8-year-old girls, Sophia Reese, Ada Warner, Elsie Hopkins, Elsie McAvoy, Ada Porter and Erin Dunny. Dad's watching on from turn number 2 as Elsie gets involved. She's in there at about 5 at the moment, chasing down the 574 plate in 4. That's going to be Ada Porter doing it for Burnham BMX Club. Erin Dunny's in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by the TNT rider of Ada Warner on the 366. But Sophia Reese absolutely flying through that final straight. She's going to pick up that race win. As the 9-year-old boys on ahead on track. Teddy Gorman leading this one out. Archie Walsgrove's picked up a new kit for this weekend, Squash and Pop. Courtesy of Smiley's Flight Club, so it is a Walsgrove tracking down Gorman as they bring it towards that final turn. Arlo Payne in there in 3 on the 656 plate. In and out of that last corner they go. And down the last straight Bath BMX is going to be Oliver Appleton in there in 4 as Walsgrove works his way through for a race winner. So Gorman shuffles back to 3. Race 199. Your 9-year-old boys are a go RPF. In there in that 2 spot at the moment, it is the 042 Ruari Kempsford leading this one out. The 844 in there in 3. That's Finley Waddle. Adam Merton says he's been chased down though by the GB kit. That's going to be Hunter Glackin out of Manchester BMX Club. Last turn action. Glackin looked up the inside. Wasn't quite close enough. Peckham BMX getting busy as well. Vincent Olivier works his way into a top 5 spot, putting the pressure on Glackin to the line. Not quite going to get close enough. Joey Claydon on track, Exeter Eagles and PCR. Rapid, Roman Birdfield in there as well. Took the trip to Brisbane for the World Champs. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, being chased down by Augustus Bartolini. Bruntwood Park National Race Team got a rider in there as well. Seb Cox on the 568 plate. Bragg, Long, Stimson all in this one as well. Birdfield's under pressure from Bartolini as they bring it down to the line. Race 201 on track then. Who's leading them through as they bring it towards turn number 2? Derby BMX Club have got a rider in the middle of the pack. That is Theo Spalding, but the 927 leads it through. Max Pete, Merseyside BMX Club. Who's in there with him? Looks like it could be Jack Hale out of Birmingham BMX. That is the 530 plate of Hale as they go in and out of that final corner. Green Machine involved as well. Look like that could have been Tommy Weatherly on the 002 plate. He's now tracking down Spalding out of Derby as the 133 picks up a top 3 spot. That was Cameron Joseph out of Brixton. Sorted race gear on track, 511 on the plate. Oscar rather fast. Who's there with him? Looks like the Brunty crew are getting busy. That is Connor Grant on the inside, but the 260 plate right around the outside. Alfie Fishwick, CGR. Looking to put the pressure now on your race leader rather fast. Fishwick down the inside, looking to make it stick. Banging boats in the turn rather fast. Saw the move coming from a mile away. Managed to stick it round the outside. Rutherford, Grant, 1 and 2. Fishwick for 3. Race 203 on track. Then more 9-year-old boys are a go. That looks like it could be Cardiff's Oliver Pritchard, the 334. That's got to be Tiverton in there in that 2 spot. Charlie Crossley. Sebastian Caheda in there as well inside the top 4. Retro Racing have got a rider in there in 3. That's got to be Finley Kerr being chased down by Caheda through the final straight. Decoy in there for 5. That's Ollie Underhill. Race 204, Logan Aceto on track and he's leading the pack by an absolute country mile at the moment. Who's in there in that 2 spot? It looks like it could be one of the riders out of the Brunty crew. That is Cooper Crowley. And his teammate in this one as well on the 797. That is Henry Luffied. Crowley's under pressure there from Atlas Lewis Field, doing it for the Andover crew, and Team A moves into the final turn. Looks like the Centurions are getting busy. Jude Shearer makes his stick. Now putting the pressure on Crowley, goes from 4 to 2 in a straight and a corner. Shearer for that 2 spot, Crowley for 3, Atlas Lewis Field for 4. Moving on to the 9-year-old ladies then. We are on a race 205. Your British champion going round the outside. That's got to be Mabel Pine. Abigail Henning just shuffled back to it for BM Racing. That is BRE in there as well. Izzy Moore on the 104 with the Bradford Bandits. Sky Souden Wells in there in 4. Chasing down Moore in there in 3. Henning in 2 and Pine, your race winner. Luciana Pins and Barron on track in race 206. She's in about 5 or 6 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do as Maggie Devine goes through in 3. All of Jewish in 2. But your European number 8 racing with her race head out there in front. Tilly Hewitt, ProStar BMX looking good. That's got to be Flick Brentnall in there as well. Repping the Allen's Factory Supercross colours. In and out of that final turn they go. Brentnall in there for that 4 spot as Tilly Hewitt picks up that race win. 207 on track. Freya Critchley in this one. Evie Farrington Bell, Madeline Malloy leading the pack at the moment. Maisie Edwards, Lottie Arnold and Carly Dixon, Verity K. Doing it for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team, Hotshot Racing. On the 819, Carly Dixon in there in 6 at the moment. That looks like Verity K. In 4, being chased down by the... I think that was a 172 of Lottie Arnold. Sorry, Arnold in there in 3, just being shuffled back through that final straight. Birmingham BMX Club going to get the 2. That was Freya Critchley, but Madeline Malloy is your race winner. 10-year-old boys Dominic Zapanos in there in that 2 spot on the 5 plate. The 15 leads it out. Alexander Gilbert doing it for Bruntwood and the Fluent Bicycle Motocross crew. Looks like we're going to ride her out of the Bandits in there as well. Bodie Holiday on the 36 plate. He's in there in 4. Putting the pressure on into that final corner. I think that might have been Oliver Ford in there in that 3 spot as they bring it through the final straight. Oh! Whew. How on earth Gilbert managed to keep that one upright, I have no idea. European champion alert on track. Big Hen Sullivan. Alfie Thorne, that's your 1 and 2. Pretty sure Big Hens has wrapped up this national title already this season. So he's coming into this weekend knowing he's got at least the 1 plate next year. And I don't think I've ever seen Raheem so smiley. Steak and chips for a Saturday afternoon, that's what you want, isn't it? Looks like we've had a crash on the first straight, race 210. Antek Perebny, though, leads them out. European number 7. Evolve Collective out there in that 1 spot. I missed the carnage, I do apologise. That looks like the 41 of Kieran Brownson. Sorry, no, Hunter Chambers in there in 3. Callum Wood on track, then race 211. LCC race team leading this one out. Gotta be Hill, Wood, 1 and 2. The 19 plate of Leo Britz in there in 3. Arthur Mason in 4. Looks like we've got a rider out of Hackney in there in 5. That's James Todd on the 682 plate. In and out of that final corner to go. Hill leading the way. Wood doing all he can to close the gap. Can he get close enough? I don't think he can. Oakley Hill's your race winner. Ethan the Great White on track, leading it out for Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team. Looks like we've got a Team Bunnies rider in there in that 2 spot. That's Jensen Mee being chased down by the 47 plate out of CGR. That's Teddy Hayes. Heading towards that final corner. It's all about Ethan the Great White, your British champion. Gonna be a race winner down that final straight as Jensen Mee rounds out them top 2 spots. Race 213 on track. Eli Northcott, Seb Perry in there in that 2 spot. Your race leader though, 456, Alex Vitols. The 817 in there in 3, that's Edwin Calburn doing it for the Outlaws. Seth Robinson out of the Brunsey crew in there in 4. BRE Racing in 5, that's going to be Lawson Hitchings out of Bristol. But your race winner, Alex Vitols, on his home track here at Derby. Race 214. No Christian Gorbaczyk in this one. After his crash in his previous race, let's hope that Christian's all right. As the 11 plate just about manages to stick it upright in turn number 2, Charlie Blakeburn. Reactive Racing in there behind him. That's Noah Northcott, 1 rider down in the following race. So it is going to be the MK rider, Charlie Blakeburn, going 1 and 2 with Noah Northcott across the line. Not quite sure who the fallen rider was in race 215, but we've got Ella Grant on track. National number 2 leading the way. The 5 plate in there in 2. That's going to be Amika Gibson, the 690 in 3. Amelia Brain out of Climphy. With Layla Dixon rounding out the top 4 spots for Hot Shot Racing. In and out of that final corner, they're going down the last straight. It's all about Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Ella Grant going to be a race winner with Gibson in behind in the 2. The fallen rider was the 8 of Madison Stupple. Let's hope that Madison's all right. Just going to get us some medical attention before we move on to race 216. Put your hands together for Madison Stupple, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet, gonna walk away.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Straight back into the swing of things then. 10-year-old girls on track, heading for turn number 1. That looked like it could have been Lauren Snell. Into that first corner they go. Exeter Eagles. Autumn Moore on the 12 plate leading this one out. Who's there with her? It looks like it could be Snell doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross Retro Racing. In there in 3. That's Tessa Johnson on the 10 plate, being put under pressure by the 15 of B. Smith, doing it for Peterborough Phantoms, repping the Hill Skills jersey, out there in that 4th spot at the moment, but on track, looking good. Autumn Moore in and out of that final turn. Exeter Eagles going to pick up this race win with Fluent's Lauren Snell in 2. Race number 217, the 11-year-old boys. Thomas Giles, your world number 8, leading this one out. The 8 plate of Seth Kacharik. So Giles, it's Kacharik 1 and 2. Look at this for a battle out front, ladies and gents. The moves come from Kacharik to work his way from 2 to 1. Giles in there for 2. MCR going through for that 3 spot. That was Dougie Johnson out of Manchester. Race 218 on track. Reactive Racing leading this one out. 3 on the plate. Jack Belton going 1 and 2 with the 5 of Jack Haynes, doing it for Birmingham BMX Club and LCC race team. It looks like we've got a BMX hard rider in there as well. Your British champion Charlie Dowson. That's your front 3 riders as it stands. TNT working their way in. That's George Kellum in there in 4. He's put under pressure there by the Fluent rider. That's Jack Kitching. He's going to have to settle for 5 as the 31 plate. Picks up 6. That was Eric Kincaid.
Right, 219 crossing the line. Sorry, I've just been to Food Delectable for my steak and chips, and oh my God, so good. So unbelievably good. As we look at moto number 221, which I think is Ollie Bird. 220, Ollie Bird, Joseph Dewis, Harry Duffield, Tim McLaughlin, George Spencer, Jacob Russell. Birthday boy Chester Growcock, where is he? He's in there in 3, turning 11 this weekend. Happy birthday, Chester. The 14 plate there in that 4th spot was Joseph Dewis. Race 221, Avery Swills, Staines, Ludgate, James Wright, Faulkner and Smythe. Smythe in there in 3. It is Betty Wills in that stealth kit. Derby Seb Staines in there in 2. That's the Preston rider going through in 5. That's going to be George Ludgate. This is race number 221. 222 heading into that first turn as Betty Wills takes the win. Lewisfield, Ford Hawker, Aston John Lee, Harris Williams, Oscar Schrader and Ethan Kowalski. Halo Bike Trex Fords into that turn. Aston John Lee in 2. The 20 plate, that's Oakley Lewisfield going through in 3 with Oliver Hawker. TNT in there in 4. The Braintree rider is Oscar Schrader. Apparently he invented the bicycle valve. You know I'm joking, don't you? I said Oscar Schrader. I said he invented the bicycle valve, the inner tube valve. Schrader valve. Never mind. Lost on him. Yeah, Casey got it. Nobody else did. Oh, never mind. 11-year-old girls, Arabella Denton, Florence Kay, Roxy Rowlands, Robin Wyatt, Molly Tomlinson, Holly Bishop, and Una Stenson. Where is she? Where's Una? In there in about 5th. Mum Sophie will be jumping up and down watching the live stream. Race 224. Morgan Knight, birthday girl Ruby Evans, Rosie Geddes, Gabriella Malloy, and River Henderson. River in the... Rosie. Roxy Morgan in there in 4. And River Henderson making a move now on Rosie Geddes. Look at these two battling to the line. Who's going to get it? River, just. Race 225, Ted Malkin, Kylan Gordon. Kylan in there in 2. Left the door wide open for Rex Beasley to dive underneath. Just a word to the wise for later on for quarters and semis. Do not leave the door open in the second turn. Somebody will come underneath you and punt you over the air fence. So, for more coaching tips, speak to someone else because it ain't me. Jacob Anderson. Xander Carledge, where's Freddie Ray Orland? He's in there in about 3. Edward Cordery, still on that yellow bike. If he ever changes bike colour, I am literally not going to spot him ever. Just keep it yellow, that's all I'm saying. The only thing I don't like in yellow is Wigan Athletics away kit, because it's awful. Every time they've done a yellow away kit, it's been terrible. As we move on, Joseph McAvoy. Sam Snell. Now, Sam's birthday. He's turning 12. We had the old school piece of paper with the details on. So Sam Snell turning 12 today. Happy birthday, Sam. Enjoy yourself, mate. Have a great day. As Finn Monroe, who he won a big race once. Saw no mention of it on social media whatsoever. Mark Finlay, Jace Graham, Lucas Tuwalde, Killian Tiffany, Zachary Farrington Bell, Jensen McLarence, and Finn someone or other. Finn Monroe, that's it. Never heard of him. No, I have. I'm joking, Finn. I'm joking. Race 229, Connor Hemphill. Out in front, the 14. Arthur Claydon in the Yoris Dode signature kits. In there in 2. That'll be Ted Harvey in there in 3. Doing it for the Blackpool Massive. Being pursued by, I think it's Benjamin Gray out of Peckham. And the Brunty rider in there, that is Finley Hewitt. Race 230, Wilfred Soul, Jaden O'Connell. Wilson Eaton, Aidan Dowling, Isaac Jones, Teddy Jones. Now, Frankie's not well at the minute. He's in the motorhome watching it on the live stream. So Frankie's feeling a bit crook today. So get well soon, Frankie. Get yourself back out there as soon as you can. He's just got an excuse to sit on the couch and eat Haribo. Preston Newmarsh Pow in race 231. Will Lougheed, Maury Watson, Seb Hewitt, Ollie Thorne, Miles Skinner, and my mate Wood. Where is he? He's in there in 3. I didn't even go over to LCC this morning and get me pancakes. I was highly disappointed. I forgot completely. So, might be pancakes o'clock tomorrow as Ronnie just about holds on for that 3. Race 232. Amelia Rowe, Isla Milne, Isla Savratney, Izzy Underhill, Grace Hudak, Ellie Beaton, Rachel Pritchard. So Bradford, Norwich, Manchester, Decoy, Cumbernauld, Milton Keynes and the Hawks all in this one. Grace taking the win. Amelia Rowe in there in 2. Race 233, Erin Holmes, Maisie Surtees. Jess Cox, Erin Toogood, Jamie Puddock, Darcy Payne and Ophelia Shepherd. Jess on the 20 plate. Doing it for Bournemouth BMX Club. Maisie Surtees out of the Hawks as well. That looks like Darcy Payne from Dragon Riders. Rocking those Welsh colours in 3. Race 234, Bonnie Dudley, Holly Richardson, Martha Kiff, Tixie Trays, Trixie Trays, easy for me to say. India Bennett doing it for the Irish Connection. April Wood and Freya Monforte. Freya in there, rocking the sorted colours, in there in 2. And Trixie going through in 3. Race 235, Lewis Fancini. Isaac the Sender Smith. Hopefully Sam and Liz are still watching at home on the live stream. Probably on the 5th sangria by now. And probably eating picky bits from M&S. Because Sam's posh like that. So riders taking it to the line. Leighton Harding, Harry Curtis, Finlay Shaw, Oliver Wheel, Harrison Doe. All in there too. Finlay Murphy leading out motor number 236. Jack Devine in there in 4th. Kieran Brownson. Charlie Cotton, sorted race gear. Came back from Australia with an accent. We're not quite sure what it is, but he's there in 5. Ronnie Payne, Bram Heaver, Freddie Toogood and Archie Bell. Race 237, Lewis. Or do you want me to carry on? No, sorry, I'll carry on. You keep texting. Oh, yeah. Is it work stuff?
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Enough said.
What are we on? 237? 237. I am here. I am awake. Right. 13-year-old boys on track. Looks like that could have been James Bibby, 238, sorry. Your national champion leading this one through. The 21 plate in there behind him. That's going to be Emil Challenger with the 13 in there in 3. Harry Swales doing it for Gosport and Fast Signatures. Reactive Racing inside the top 4. That is Lucas Belton on the 55 plate. Last straight action then. Bibby, he's run away with this one. Going to take it across the line as the 21 of Challenger picks up the 2. It got a bit busy into turn number 1 in race 239. The 13-year-old boys are on track. Archie Croker White going 1 and 2 with the 25 plate of Zach Parsons doing it for Braintree BMX. That looks like Luca Milne out of Dragon Riders inside the top 3. Being chased in towards that final turn. I think that was Jack Perver in there in about 4. Last straight action then looking good for Croker White. And Parsons, that's your 1 and 2. Race 240 on track. Moto 1 leading the way. Adrian Galitis. Team Bunnies in there in that 2. Nottingham Outlaws, sorry. Archie Phillips in there in 2. 35 plate in there in 3. That's going to be Jacob Jameson. Out of the Irish contingent. He's being chased down there by Smiley's Flight Club. That is Cody Hughes on the 251 plate. That's going to be a top 4 then. As Doncaster BMX's Dawson Scott gets involved inside the top 5. Battling away with LVG NRT's Ethan Buttery out of Manchester. 13-year-old ladies now out there on track. Freya Harris, Mara McCarron on her home track in there in that 2 spot. Looks like the 20 plate in 3. That is a Winnie Andrews out of Ipswich. And 0-1 Racing. Holly Hume in this one as well. Megan Mooney, Lexi Adams, Beth Hewitt. All bringing it through that final straight as Freya Harris picks up that race win. European number 8 on track. Poppy May Kirby leads out this race as they bring it through the second straight. Rustin at Racing in there in that 2 spot. That's got to be the 19 plate of Lily May Gould. The 21 in there in 3. Amelia Martin out of the Irish contingent. Got to be the Team Air rider in there as well. That is Olivia Webb on the 15 plate. Rounding out the top 4 spots, but she's being chased on the exit of turn number 3. Down the final straight. Looks like it is going to be Webb picking up that 4 spot then on the line as we take a look at the European number 4. Iris Hyder, Pure Bicycles. Astar Racing in there in that 2 spot. Samai Hughes doing it for the Irish contingent. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in this one as well. That's going to be Grace Gerard out of Manchester BMX. Back there in about 4 at the moment as the 19X of Poppy Bishop steals the 2 spot from Samaya Hughes on the line, who shuffles back to 3 Grand Vets. Ogden Knight, Blake Graham, Haywood, Stewart, Nelson and Stanbury. The Warlocks in there in 3. Craig Nelly Nelson making moves in turn number 2. Had a chat with the Warlock earlier on. He was telling me that he's got no legs after turn number 2. But he's in there at the moment inside the top 4 as Oggy picks up the race win. Matt Haywood in there behind him. as the Warlock picks up the 4 spot. Fitzroy Bryce, the BMX Pete, on track, 4 on the bike, going 1 and 2 with the 5 plate of Brett Knight, looking for a way around the outside, throws in a high-low. Stu Little in there in 3. Brett Knight though around the outside of Bryce into that final corner. Crucial racing, then your new race leader. Knight, Bryce, Little, 1, 2, 3. Looks like that could be Neil Waddington in there in 4. Hilly on track, leading out race 2, 4, 6. That looks like Steve Fortune in there in 2. Good to see Steve on track, not seen him racing for a while. Royal Air Force in this one as well. That was Basil Hill, I believe, rounding out the top 4 spots as they bring it through that final straight, but your national champion, Alan Hill, picks up that race win. More vets on track. Zoltan Bude leads this one out for SVT Mongoose. Mark Vries in there as well. Mark Moore on the inside, doing it for Source. Jump Club S&M. Oh, it's getting busy in that second turn. Mark Moore's banging bows, look to thread the needle, couldn't quite make it stick. Now he's under all sorts of pressure from Danny T. Throws in a high-low of his own in that final corner. Taylor looking like he's going to steal the 3 spot. More in there for 4. The 11 plate in 5 is going to be George Salmond out of Andover. Race 2, 4, 8, John Lillingston. Scott Boom Boom Beaumont leads it into turn number 2. Lillingston in there behind him. The 8 plate is Grant Yearbury. In there in 3, Dylan Dixon in 4. Matt Eaton in 5. Luke Sheriff in there in 6. And the 151 in 7 is Jamie Scrivener. But out front, Boom Boom picking up that race win with Lillingston in behind in 2. Masters on track. Been one of my favourite classes all season long. Billy Lucas, Tom Palmer, the original version in there in that 2 spot. Connor Hudson in there in 3. Took the trip out to Brisbane for the Worlds not so long ago. He's in there in that 3 spot though, chasing Tom Palmer on the exit of turn number 3. George Higley in there in 4. That looks like Ashley 2 in there in 5 with Romney Wybrow Parker in 6. More Masters on track. Matthew Bourne leading the way into that second corner. Sean Issett. No last straight is it? No last straight legs is it? Works his way through though on the inside into that 1 spot. Matthew Bourne in there in 2. Somehow Sean's finished the race better than what he started. What's happened there, Sean? Now out on track, moving on to the 14-year-old boys. Max McNulty, Marcel Radzikowski in there as well. Louis Kacharik in there in 3. Joe Douglas in 2, but it is McNulty out front doing it for the Evolve Collective crew. McNulty down the final straight, as smooth as you like, going to pick up that race win. Race number 252 on track then. Where is Charlie Wilcox? He's at the front of the pack. On the exit of that first corner, who's there with him? It looks like it could be one of the 01 racing riders. That is Harley Steele out of Ipswich. 25 play is Oliver Arnold. In there in that 2 spot. Ruben Bishop in there in 4. Looks like that could have been Hunter Mallion. In there in 5. Repping the Aussie jersey. No Dutch jersey this weekend then, Hunter. He's going to pick up that 5 spot as he take it across the line. Absolute Bicycle Motocross on track. Race at number 253. Sully Collis going 1 and 2 with the 4 plate of Charlie Bob Craig. That looks like the 20. Sorry, no, that's Sully Collis. His teammate then at the front of the pack, Riley Butt. Butt and Collis going 1 and 3. Rustin and Racing in there in 4. That is going to be Gilmore Green, but it is Charlie Craig in there for that 2 spots. Race 254 on track. Where's Freddie Parkinson? He's in the 2 spot at the moment, chasing down the Hard Knocks rider. JP Jack Perkins leads it in towards this second corner. Parkinson in there in 2, the 55 plate in there in 3. That is Fergus Suter out of the Centurions crew, heading in towards that final turn, and back out they go. JP looking as smooth as you like down the final straight. He's going to pick up that race win as Roland Els takes charge of race 255.
Right, 256 Euro Moto on track. 255 even. Brooks, Farmer, Els, Vast, Twasadilo, Jepson and Arnold. And it is the 10-player of Roland Els leading it in. Josh Jepson in there in 5, doing it for Salted Race Gear. Battling with Vast, Arnold and Twazilo in there as well. So this one's stacked as they go into the final corner. It's going to be Els taking it to the line. Twazadilo, Arnold, Bass, Jepson for the 5. 256, Turblanche, Holmes, Donald, Bojang, Strawford, Miller and Crooks Martin. Ethan Crooks Martin in there in 3, doing it for Hot Shots. James Miller leading it out. That looks like Harry Donald in there in 2. Bojang working his way into a top 4 now, battling with Jamie Turblanche. In and out the turn, it's going to be Miller and Donald to the line. Crooks Martin in 3. Girls are up next. Gerard, Jones, Yerbury, Syra, Warren, Fumi, Carroll, Kennedy and Martin. It is Ruby Warren out there in front, doing it for Western Titans. That'll be Anushka Jones in there in 2. Molly Fumi, Carroll in 3. Bath BMX, Lily Yerbury rounding out the 4 as they go into the final corner. Bella Gerard getting involved as well, pushing away into that 5 spot. Eleanor Martin in there in 6. Nora Syra in 7. And Imogen Kennedy as well. Moto 258, 5 Zerzek in this one. Zerzek in there in 3. Chasing down Diver. Esme Ward going through as well as they go in and out of that final turn. Next up, 15-year-old boys heading into turn number 1. Just having a look. Brody Geddes. Nathaniel Eames in there in 3. Adam Stevenson in there as well. Just trying to pick up the rider in 2 at the moment. That is the 22. Belonging to Harry Bailey. The 41 and the 46. Stevenson 3. O'Brien in 4. Somebody's had a fall. That was Caden Thompson. Now Nathaniel needs to keep it going all the way to the line. Pick up that 3rd spot. Is he going to do it? Yes, he is. So the 34 of Caden Thompson. He's up and all right. Might have been Spencer Lench, I think, who went down as well. I'm just waving at Mrs. Eames. She's over there. Hello. You all right down there? Yeah. Good. Right, 15-year-olds, moto number 260. Duffy, Walwork, Childs, Bartley, Osborne, McFarlane and Hamilton into the first turn 3 abreast. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching picking up the whole shot. That is Evan Bartley in there in 1. Osborne in 2, Hamilton in 3. These guys absolutely flying at the moment. Walwork in there in 4, but he's got a bit of room to make up. Bartley just got a little bit squirrely coming out of the turn. Osborne's right on the back wheel. In and out we go. Last straight action. It's going to be Bartley, Osborne, Hamilton. You 1, 2, 3. Walwork picking up the 4. Race 261. Richards, Fraser, Moore, Millington, Nesbitt, Lawrence and Westmore. Maxwell Lawrence out in front, rusting up racing. On that 44 plate, Eddie Millington. In there in 2, Richards in 3. Team going through in 4. That'll be... Ooh, who was that? I don't know, actually, because I didn't pick up the number. 31. Thomas Westmore. Sorry, Thomas. Race 262. On the E5, Mr. Ned Guppy. Logan Young in there in 2. Logan was telling me he's just going to go to Cruiser for next season onwards. So he's going to give the 20-inch a miss. It's hard riding 2 bikes at national level, especially on a track like this. As we move on to more 15-year-old boys, Redmond, Summers, Underhill. Sam Wood in this one. In there in 2. Henry Shenton in 3. Elvis Lawrence leading it in and out of the turn. Dexter Beerup in there as well. It's going to be Lawrence taking it to the line. Henry Shenton stealing the 2, I think. He's on a home track, absolutely on fire is Henry today. Race 264, Kobe Rayford, Toby Lynch, both those boys out in Australia. Racing the Worlds, Kobe picking up that W5. Toby in there in 2. The 14 and the 54. That was Newton Hindley and Blake Allison. Female 15s, Emily Eaton, Sophie Coulson in this one. Ella Blue Chidley in there in that 4th spot, SVT Mongoose. Emily Grimm, Ellie Moore, Rin Serafina Gianolino. So I've got a feeling it's going to be Pro Start bringing it to the line. Emily Eaton, Gianolino in 2. Ella Blue Chidley picking up the 4. Right, what's going on with the disco music? Are we just are we going back to the 70s? I don't mind, obviously. I just kind of went, oh, we're having a bit of a disco. All the mums on the prosecco in the gazebo village, you'll be dancing away. We got the 9, the 4, and the 21. Freddie Franklin, Bradley James, Cooper McCrum, that is your 1, 2, and 3. One rider getting it wrong in the next moto along, that was Logan Ritchie. Going down in a heat, McCrum going through for the 3. McSwitty just been overhauled by Stan Mason. Happy birthday to Stan, turning 16 in 4. Right, next up, that looks like Freddie M. Whistle. Out there in front, Manchester BMX. McGovern in 2. And the 52 in there in 3 was Mark Hewitt. That was Moto 268. 269 now. Widdowson, Sealy, Murphy beat Shear, Colquin, Harry Taylor. You know when you're just getting like, hello. It's like the plug's been pulled out, yeah. Oh, that steak was mega. Lucas Seeley leading it out from the Manchester rider. That'll be Ewan Beats. Now either Ewan's been in the gym and put some serious beef on, or he's got new body armour, one or the other. Let's have a look. 279 is your moto. Cranage, Lloyd, Kirby, Andrews, Attry, Furley and Boone. Ian and Boone into the turn. Ollie Kirby in there in 2, Malachi Lloyd in 3. Alfie Andrews pushing hard in there in 5, chasing down Max Widdowson. Finley Cranage, sorry. Right club, wrong rider. Race 271. David Opre Meha in there in that 3rd spot. In the Bangor City BMX jersey now, the new track over in Bangor, Northern Ireland. That has to be completed by October. The build has already started, or I think starts on the 1st of August actually. So today. So yeah. No, it is Forte Trailscapes who are doing it, I believe. So same people who built Cardiff. So there will be a brand new national standard track in Bangor, Northern Ireland. Handily enough, we have relatives in Bangor, Northern Ireland. So we've got an excuse to go back and see the fam. And we can take bikes as well, and Nathaniel can get some riding in. Anyway, Lottie, Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. Taking it to the line. Summer Glynn in there in 3, chasing down Miss Walford. As we move on, Lewis.
Race number 273 on track. 3 on the bike. Got to be Grace Burge. Exeter. Green Machine leads this one out. Atana Price out of Peckham BMX in there in that 2 spot. BRE Racing in 3. That's going to be Eliza French on the 7 plate. Along with Jessie Leasley out of Doncaster and Team Bunnies in 4. I believe we lost Emily Dean in turn number on the first straight. Let's hope that Emily's all right. Right, ladies and gents, while we've got a brief moment, a quick announcement from Derby BMX Club. Tomorrow afternoon, during our 30-minute break, yet to be determined when that will be by our lovely commissaire team, we have got a signing session with some of your favourite pros and athletes. I've got a list of names. Let me find my super list. So we have got Emmy Seaward, Lily Chisworth, Freya Chalice, Ellie Featherstone, Noah Everly, Callum Child Maple, George Hunt and Tyrese Bradshaw. They are our pros and athletes that are going to be doing a signing session tomorrow afternoon during our 30-minute break. So it will be happening to the left-hand side of the start hill, over behind the tuck shop area. So if you want an autograph by any of those 8 or 9 riders that I aforementioned, then make sure tomorrow afternoon during our 30-minute break of racing, you head over there to get all of your posters signed. There's posters provided as well, from what I'm told. So the club have thought about everything. Wicked idea. Love that from Derby BMX Club. So excited to see that go on tomorrow. Put your hands together for Emily Dean, ladies and gents. She's up and walking away. And of course, as always, do not forget about our BMX Race Hub. If you've got anyone back at home that wants to watch racing, wants to watch you in action, then make sure you get them over to BMX Race Hub over on YouTube. And as always, donations are always welcome to keep our live stream going for the National Series. We are looking for riders to the pens for the 30M motos. As it stands, we are looking a little bit sparse for third rack of motos riders. So cruiser guys, see a few of you already making your way round for your third moto. If you haven't already, please make your way around to the back of the pre-staging area. Thank you very much. As we look to get things back underway with race 274, 17 to 18-year-old boys. Race 274 on track. 17 to 18-year-olds are a go. Tom Doran in this one, charging for that first corner. Looks like we've got Team Era on the outside. That's going to be Kai Blaine, Nathan Bratter, Tom Doran, 1 and 2. That looks like Jake Hart working his way into a top 3 spot, but he's now banging both through the second straight with the 14. That's Malachi Price. Price has worked his way into a 3 spot, shuffling Hart back to 4. But out front, Barata, Doran having a good old scrap. In and out of that final turn they go. Nathan Barata, Tom Doran. That's going to be a 1 and 2. Price, Hart, Blaine, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Race number 2, 7-5, 17 to 18-year-olds still out there on track. Rab Racing leading this one out. Got to be Eli Smith with Zach twitching. He's back there at about 4 at the moment, chasing down the reactive rider into turn number 2. That's the 21 plate of Joe Nunn out of Decoy BMX Club, along with the Hot Shot in there in that 2 spot. That is Oscar Stanbury, I believe, on the 19 plate. Yes, it is Stanbury. Rounding out them top 2 spots in behind Eli Smith in the 1. Race 276, Henry Eyre leads it out. Going to 1 and 2 with his teammate Amos Guppy. Guppy round the outside of Eyre. Picks up the race lead, the 10 plate in there in 3. That's going to be Samson Townsend out of Team Minor, Bournemouth BMX Club. One of the Centurions riders in there as well. Lewis Cook rounding out the top 4 spots in and out of that final turn. It's going to be absolute 1 and 2. Where's John O'Hara-Dean in race 277? He's on the inside into turn number 1. Works his way into a top 3 spot, but it's Malachi O'Reilly leading the way for the Irish contingent. Looks like the 8 plate right there with him glued to his shoulder into that second corner. Was the 11 of Harradine. Granger just shuffled back to 3 then. 0-1 racing in there in 4. That's got to be Jack Clark on the 13 plate. Angus Graham in there though for the Brixton Massive. It's all about O'Reilly. Harradine 1 and 2 in that moto. Finn Collis on track on the 9 plate, going 1 and 2 with the 15 of Max Burgess. SAS race team in there as well. Sam Hamling, Jack Young out of the Centurions in there at about 5 or 6 at the moment. Lewis Collins, Nemo rounds out them top 4 spots for Astar Racing as Finn Collis picks up that race win. 17 to 18-year-old ladies now out there on track. It looks like we've got Sophie Elwood aboard that 6 bike, leading it through for Crucial Racing. Sophie Carniston out of LVG NRT in there in 2. Esme Brook in 3, doing it for Team Mabo Factory UK. On that 4 bike, heading towards the final turn, it's Elwood out front, looking good. Going to make it 2 for 2 so far for her racing today. As race number 280 hits turn number 1. Led away by the Mabo rider, that is Amelia Everly on the 3 plate, going 1 and 2 with Sabina Ashman out of Rustin Racing and Alexis McCartney in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like that could be the 17 plate of Bethany Coates out of Decoy BMX. In and out of that second turn they go. Everly charging away with this one. She's going to pick up this race win. Ashman, McCartney. That's going to be your 2 and 3 race 281 on track. Looks like that could be Ice Bikes leading it through. Imogen Cockrell on the 16X. Rosie O'Brien in there in 2. Eleanor Curtis in 3. Battle on for the 4. Looks like the 10X of Lucy Groundwater made her move to go from 5 to 4. That shuffles Annabelle Charlton back to 5. Last turn action. It's going to be Ice Bikes UK. Cockrell, she's going to take the race win as they bring it down to the wire. Late charge from Curtis on the line. Not quite going to get close enough. Race number 282. 19 to 29-year-olds led out by Cal Strickland.
Ice pop delivery.
Cal Strickland, stay strong. Leading this one out.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Right, Cal Strickland, Cal Case, Seb Hamblin in this one. No, it's fine. Alex Taylor, Lamin Akaleli in this one as well, but it's Callum Strickland. Stay strong. World number 7 taking it to the line. You're having a nice pop, Lewis. Oh, he's like raw dogging it, aren't you? Completely. The 7, that is Joshua Cates. Oh, Alex Brooks back on a 20-inch. That's something I haven't seen for a while. Kenny Phillips in there as well, doing it for Salted Race Gear. Always nice to have Kenny on track. Che Young, Ben Fitzsimmons, Josh Sparrow, Dexter Gambe. Che making that late charge for a top 3. Tyler Cossins, Josh Barsby, who I think is in Issett's old jersey, if I'm not mistaken. And Finley Randall in there, Tyrese Bradshaw, leading it down that final straight from his teammate Daniel Kay. If you've not had a look at Dan's YouTube channel, check it out. Always an entertaining watch. Race 285, Drew McGarvey Miles, Hempstock, Suzanne Jenkins in this one, Lucy Monday and Emily Green. Lucy Monday, part-time northerner, as I used to refer to her. I'm sure her dad will remember that one. And this is Suzanne and Ornella battling away coming out of the turn. But it's a two-plate of Emily Green bringing it to the line from Lucy Monday. Hannah Drew in 3. Race 286. Willets Gold, Townsend, Hurry, Alexander, Gerard and Kirby. And Annabelle Townsend picking up a W5 out in Australia. Congratulations, Annabelle. Well done. Amazing effort. Becca Goal. I think Becca was in a world final as well. I think she got W7. Becca Goal. Yep. Was it W7? Or W5? W8? W something. It was a W anyway. So they all count. As the 6X goes past. Tilly McCrum. Yeah, they were there. Alaya Akalele in there in 3, chasing down riders. And we know for sure that Anita Wong got 2 W plates. 1 20-inch, 1 cruiser. Well pleased with that. All right, on to the Junior Open. Kai Bowen into the turn. We go to 4.57 in there into Ben Larkins. Ben went out in the quarters at the Worlds. The dreaded 5th place. Highly disappointed for him. Heath Thomas in 3. Everly battling away at the line as well.
Okay, goes down on the first rack of Championship Women. Looks like it is Annalise Cadman Carpenter repping the National Champs jersey. In and out of that first corner. Who's there with her? Gotta be Moto 1 and Muck-Off race teams. Megan Roy on the 800 plate. Got the 803 right there with her. That is Elizabeth Bound doing it for Royston and Pure Bicycles. And Yamata and Alonso in the Argentinian jersey in there in 4. Carpenter, though, leading the way on the exit of that final corner. Carpenter, Roy, Bound, Alonso, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Right, here we go. Championship Women heading down the hill. Freya, the Slayer Chalice. Junior Women World Champion 2026. Leading it in and out the turn. Ruby Mosley, Chiziwa, Taya Gaynor and Lorianne Carruthers in hot pursuit right now. But it's the Slayer out in front. Taya in 2. Lily in 3. Ruby Moore's good to see her back on it. She's in there in 4. Lorianne Carruthers pushing hard, but it's going to be Freya the Slayer, powered by Nando's, to the line.
Penultimate moto, the second set hits the track. These are your superclass men. Bradley Russell out of the inside, headed for turn number 1. Who's there with him? Got to be George Hunt, LCC race team whole shots. In and out of that first corner. Russell in there in 2. Jared Hill working his way into a top 3 spot for Pure Bikes, but he's got Danny O'Gorman right there with him. Into that second corner they go. Ben Weiss in there in 5. It's getting busy for the 3 spot. Hill throws in a bow, works his way into that 3 spot. So it is Hunt, Russell, 1 and 2 down the final straight. Jared Hill's going to round out the top 3 podium spots.
Last moto round, number 2, Cornish, Mavelvani right, Markley, Simpson and Cradle heading down towards the first turn. In and out we go. Ben Cornish just been shuffled back into that 2 spot. Xander Mavelvani right, leading it out. Where is Criddle? In there in 3, pushing hard, looking for the opportunity. Gabe Simpson in 4, Casey Markley in 5. Right, bringing it to the line. Here comes Ben Cornish, sneaking it away at the stripe. Jimmy Criddle in 3.
Looks like we are about ready to go racing with our third set of motos, ladies and gents.
And hurry, they're getting a bit toasty on the start hill. Another couple of hours, he'll be well done. That'll be it then.
into turn number 1. Swales leading it through then. Who's there with him? Looks like Ollie Todd on the 000 plate. Doing the business in that 2 spot. Who's picking up the 3? MK Seth Ritchie along with the rider out of the northeast in 4. That is a 3-4-2 of Xavier Darley. In and out of that second turn they go and through towards the final corner. Alfie Jones out of Cardiff BMX inside the top 5. Last straight action. Swales, Todd, Ritchie, 1, 2, 3. Race 294 in and out of that first corner. Who's picking it up as he come on round? Freddie State in there in that 2 spot at the moment. But your race leader is the 33, Arthur Mason out of Andover and Team A. Looks like we've got an RTR rider in there as well. That is Freddie Walsh on the 18 plate. In and out of that final corner. It's looking good for Mason. Going 1 and 2 with State right the way down to the wire as Fluent Bicycle Motocross pick up a top 4 spot with Josh Byrne. European number 7 on track, ladies and gents. Charlie Dowson, BMX Hype, looking good at the moment. The 11 plate of Arlo Simon's right there with him into turn number 2. That's going to be your front 2 riders running away with this motor at the moment. The 591 in there in 3. Joseph Jewis doing it for Gosport and Fast Signatures. 2 other riders out of Gosport in there with him. Looks like we've got Colin Jones and Rory Smythe. It's Smythe in there for 4. Jones in there for 5. And the rider picking up 6 is going to be Sonny Youngs out of Bristol. Warwick, Burge, Johnson, Bishop, Grimm, Jenkins and Barnard all out on track. Well, it looks like it is the Bristol rider Rocco Jenkins leading this one out. Going to 1 and 2 with Miss Holly Bishop doing it for the Halo Wheels race team crew. Last turn action, it is all about Bristol at the front of the pack. Looking good through the final straight. Jenkins, he's going to rack up another moto winner of the day along with what looks like Ronnie Warwick rounding out them top 4 spots. Mr. Sigma Riz leads out the following race. Aboard is Maybo Cruiser going 1 and 2 with a 754 of Seth Robinson doing it for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Hackney have got a rider in there as well. That's Sammy Stack rounding out the top 3 spots. Moves being made though in that final turn. The rider from Team A, that's going to be Edward Worrell working his way in. Didn't quite get close enough. It was tight in the line for 2 between Robinson and Stack. 13 to 16-year-old women's cruiser now out there on track. The 7 plate leads it out. Ailey Watson doing it for BMX Woodard Photography. Paige Cathcart Cunnington out of Savage Racing in there in 2. Team A got a rider in there in 3. That's Emily Grimm on the 764 plate. Moves being made in that final turn for a top 4 spot. Looks like we've got Temper BMX in there. That is Lucy Stevenson rounding out the top 4 spots. Looked like that was McFarlane in there for 5. With BMX Woodard Photography in 6, that was Sadie McSwitty. Looks like we lost Isla Young. Out of turn number 1, she's back up to her feet, going to finish her lap. Put your hands together for Isla. Thirteen and 14-year-old cruisers are a go. DC Cycle's got a couple of riders leading the pack in towards that first corner. One of them is going to be Marco. Yes, it is Benny Marco out of Bournemouth. Oh, rider down on the exit of the first corner. Marco battling it out with his teammate Harding on the inside, trying to work his way in. So is Harding. Marco 1 and 2, the 338 in there in 3. That's going to be Harrison Barker out of Barnsbury. He's being chased down by the Brunty crew. That is Xavi Fox Cooper with a Gosport in there in 5. That is Jet Thompson. Last straight action. DC Cycles looking good. Leighton Harding. Benny Marco 1 and 2. The fallen riders. Lucas Laurie was one of them. And Max Livingston the other. Put your hands together for Max and Lucas. Race number 300 hits the track. More 13 and 14-year-old cruiser action heading towards that first turn. Adam Arnold on the outside looking to pick up a whole shot, but it's going to be Hunter Mallion in and out of that first turn. Repping the Aussie jersey, Mallion. Arnold, that looks like Yusuf Almas Fordham in there in 3. Crank BMX coaching got a rider in there as well. That is Lewis Hughes out of Preston Pirates, just working his way in. Louis Sheffy in there in 5, but last turn action, Arnold's worked his way from 2 to 1. Mallion in there in 2. Yusuf Almas Fordham going to round out them top 3 spots as race 301 goes in and back out of that first corner. It is Big Finley Murphy out of the Sunny Nunny crew leading out this one. Going 1 and 2 with Harris Wales out of Fast Signatures on that 2X bike. Looks like it is Charlie Labras out of the Bradford Bandits crew inside the top 3. Rider out of team here is Bram Heaver in there in 4. South BMX jersey in there as well. Looks like that could have been Lewis Fancini on the 375 plate, but down the final straight, Big Murph going to pick up the race win. As race 302 gets going out of turn number 1. Dylan Spence, Team Bunnies. Charlie Cottam sorted race gear. That's your 1 and 2. Hayes Hawks in there as well. The 24 plate. Alfie Ford being chased down by Huey Hall. Doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Who's the rider out of Merseyside? Joshua Lewis on the 36 plate. Rounding out them top 5 spots. Last straight action. Dylan Spence, your race winner. Cottam for 2. Race 303 on track. Cooper Westwood in there in that 2 spot. Max Surridge, though, your race leader into turn number 2. Back out they go. Looks like we've got Thomas O'Brien in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? That's got to be Oren Hanna out of Bournemouth BMX. Rounding out them top 4 spots, but it's Surridge out there in front with Westwood in that 2 spot. More 15, 16-year-old cruiser action heading towards turn number 2. Alfie Sim. Looking good at the moment, the 600 plate in there behind him. That is Lucas Smith out of Peterborough. Repping the Hill Skills jersey. McSwitty's in there in 3. Savage Racing got a rider in there as well. Looks like that could have been Jacob Warren on the 13 plate. He's hit about 5 or 6 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do as he brings it through the final straight. That looks like McKenna rounding out them top 5 spots just in behind the 6 plate of Jack Walford in 4. More 16-year-old cruisers on track then. Lucas Seeley leads the way for Rab Racing. Who's there with him? Looks like Cooper McCrum on the outside, bringing it through the second straight. Newton Hindley in there in about 3 at the moment. Looks like we've got Tempo BMX in there in 4. That's the 098 plate of Adam Stevenson doing it for Barnsbury. Third straight action. Seeley under pressure from McCrum. Working his way up the inside from 2 to 1. He's your new race leader then for BMX Winter Photography. McCrum, Seeley, Stevenson, 1, 2, 3. Race 306 on track. Brandon Chappell in this one. Sam Wood, Daniel Borachini, Liam Byrne, Todd Smith, Notman, Ronnie Richards, Evan Jones and Logan Young. Young in there in about 3 or 4 at the moment, swapping and changing positions with Ronnie Richards in there in 3. Samuel Wood in 2, but it's Todd Smith, Notman leading the pack. Doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. Notman looking good then. Richards doing all he can to close the gap down. Can he get close enough? Notman's going to hang on. 17 and 29-year-old cruisers on track. Who's leading the way? Looks like that could be Merseyside's Kean Brown at the front of the pack. Zach Green in there inside the top 3, repping the BMX Race Hub jersey. The 15 plate in there as well. Jack Mowat rounds out the top 4 spots. Moss is in there for 2. Brown, Moss, Green, Mowat, 1, 2, 3, 4. Moss makes his move though, high low in the final turn. Going from 2 to 1, he's going to pick up the race win. DC Cycles going to 1 and 2 at the moment. Connor Blythe and Luca Manzi. In that order, Max Henderson, their teammate, in there in about 4. Looks like Pete Watson is in there in 3, splitting up the DC party as Matt McHugh works his way up the inside to work his way into a top 4 spot, but it's going to be Blythe out front with Manzi in for that 2 spots. As race number 309 gets going on track, Josh Cates leads it from Alex Brooks in there in that 2 spot. John O'Harradine doing it for all of the single ladies out there. And MK Evolution is under pressure though from Stanley Palmer out of Fast Signatures, working his way through into a top 3 spot. Not quite close enough as of yet. Cates, Brooks putting the pressure on through the final straight. It's going to go from 2 to 1 at the line. Race 310, 17, 29-year-old women's cruiser goes into that first corner and back out again. Leading the way is Josie McFall, Bruntwood Park. At the front on the 232 plate, who's in there with a Hotshot Racing and Fluent Bicycle Motocross is Fluent's Trinity Cam. In there in 2, the 6X is Alan Radcliffe. Doing it for Hotshot Racing. In there in 3, Retro Racing in 4. That's going to be Smiley Maloney on the 596 plate as they bring it through that final straight though. McFall under pressure right the way down to the line. McFall and Cam across the stripe. I think McFall hung on.
Right, moving on. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Willits Chaziwa, Drew, Alison McCartney and Elwood. Lily Chaziwa leading it into the turn. Hannah Drew, Amy Willits, Alexis McCartney. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Elwood in 5. Alison in 6. Looks like that's the way they're going to finish as they go in and out of that final corner. Chaziwa taking the win, race 3-1-2. Anya Mata and Alonso. Where is she? Right in the middle of that pack and working away to the front. Izzy Hurry and Jetska Hempstock. Hannah Hedges, and it's always good to see Charlotte Jackson out on track. She's in there in that 4th spot. Doing it for AllensBMX.com. In and out of the turn they go. Anya Mata and Alonso still holding it on into that final corner. It's going to go Matt and Alonso, Hurry, Hempstock, 1, 2, 3, Charlotte Jackson for 4, and Hannah Hedges for 5. Race 3-1-3, Lillingston, Richardson, Mays, Laurie, Brown, Smith, and Wybrow Parker. Smiley drifts it wide. Tries to dive underneath Lillingston as they go towards the final turn. Mitchell Smith in there in 3. Lillingston using all his experience to hold off Smiley. Is he going to hold him to the line? Just eases off and Smiley nicks it. Race 3-1-4, Kieran Wood went down in the last one. In this age group, let's hope he's all right. He's in there in 4, so he's got back on. We've got Hudson and Abbott battling away. That's Chris Hearn in there in 3. Moya in 5. And Chris Nesbitt in there as well. As Abbott, Hudson and Hearn take it to the stripe. Race 3-1-5. Mardell, Coach Chizzy, Rowan Beckett, Nicola Wheeler, Karen Evans and Joe Gray. These are your 21 and under ladies cruisers. Ro Beckett into the turn. That'll be Wheeler in 2, Chaziwa in 3, Evans in 4, Gray in 5. Mardell in 6. Looks like that's the way they're going to finish as they head down that final straight with Ro Beckett taking the win, 3-1-6, Shineximoto. In and out the first turn, Abby Hill, Nikki Sitch. I don't know if this is a BMX racing season 40 or 41 for Nikki. I think it's 41 actually. Becca Gull leading it through. Marcia in 2, Nikki in 3, Abby Hill in there in 4. Whoa! Big battle of Team Bunnies in 5. Tracy Sharp and Lisa Tarlin absolutely going at it in turn number 2. Becca taking it to the line from Marcia, Nikki and Abby. Race 3-1-8, Parks, Kempsford, Eaton, Harris, Kinsey and Evans. Absolute lie. That is Anita Wong. Neats on the W6. We are going to get her on the BMX Commentator podcast at some point to talk about functional nutrition. I think we've got all the big stuff out of the way now. So I will drop Anita a Facebook message and we will figure that out. And we can talk about all things BMX related nutrition. 3-1-8 now. This is Chris Evans, Mr. Pie and a Pint. As well. Rob Harry's in there in 3, Eaton in 2. Kempsford going through in 4. Kinsey chasing down Michael Parks out of Northeast BMX. As we go to the line, it's Evans and Eaton. Is Harris going to hang on? No, gets pipped to the stripe. More 40-44 Cruiser. Lewis, Yerbury, Lockwood, Stretton, Platt, Smythe and Dixon. Dylan Dixon absolutely on it, doing it for Hot Shots. I'm sure Robert Cardozo will be watching at some point over the weekend. Smythe in there in 3. That's going to be Thomas Stretton in there in 4, chasing down the Gosport rider Ian Smythe. They are elbow to the line. Smythe just taking it. More 40 to 44 Cruiser, Fancini, Moores, McAvoy, Kennedy, Allison and Coltman. And the man out in front with his dubious facial hair, that is Kieran McAvoy. See, I can only take the mick out of him because we're in the same team tent. He won't mind, it's fine. Chris Coltman in there in about 5th at the minute. Race 321. That looks like Matthew Trincart and Simon Toogood going 1 and 2. Mark Steele, Ross Kennedy, Philip Duff in there, doing it for Team Air and Andover. Whoops, whoa, big crash on that straight, including Andy McAvoy, I think. Andy McCoy, sorry. Wow. Hope he's all right. As Marco and Big Nige go 1 and 2. I think it's Graham Stark and Andy McCoy who had a roll round on the floor. I hope they're all right. Right. Andy McCoy is stood upright, which is good. How gingerly, we don't know. Right. He's walking off. The Yoris Dode of Nuneaton, Andy McCoy. Who, Yoris or Andy? He's up, he's all right. You got Yoris Dode and Doris Bede. Oh, to-do. Sorry, I just like taking the mick out of Andy. He takes it all in good humour. I'm just glad he's up and he's walking away. Control Alt Delete. That's what we're doing. Casey's dealing with the just having a minute. Laptop or crap top, we don't know which one it is. We're changing batteries on cameras. Trying to. Right. Are we all right, Andy? Are we a bit sore? He's all right, he says. When you see Andy McCoy upside down with his legs in the air and he's not drinking, that means you know something's gone on.
Yeah, Sean says he's not running the Midge Champs, Andy.
Yeah, he's hurting. Ribs, he's never great. Right, moving on. The beast from the northeast, Pete Butler, Paul Barnard, Dave Bishop, Mark Franklin, Darren O'Reilly, and back on track after his big old roll round on the floor at Gosport is Stephen Hassel. He's cruising, quite literally, on his cruiser. I think he's just holding it on for as long as he has to and then easing it off. Just making it through the motos for the big old laps later on. Stu Littleton, Porter, Jamie McFarlane, Gary Carver, what a palaver in there in two. Matt Phillips and Alan Hill. So it's Hill, Carver, and Porter. Going 1, 2, 3. Hot shotter in there in 4. I have a feeling that was Matt Phillips. There we go. Oh, God, I've got hiccups. Carry on for a minute. I've got hiccups.
Right then, we are looking at the Kevin Bacon at UK BMX. Crucial Racing's very own Daz O'Brien. RTR in there behind him. That looks like Mr. Oggy Ogden. Being chased down by the last straight specialist, Brett Knight is going to work his way into a top 3 spot, pushing Oggy right the way to the stripe. Whereabouts are we? 55 plus cruisers. Side Payton in this one. Gonna keep plugging it, Si, don't worry. Anything Malvern's Classics, make sure you go and speak to Si. Malvern's is literally plastered everywhere around this city at the moment. So, good luck with that event, Si. In a few weeks' time, we are looking at Chris Madron, though. David Lindsay, that's your 1 and 2. It looks like we've got Steve Notman in there for 3. Si Payton in there in 4 as Lindsay shuffles his way through to a top 1 spot.
Race 327, Adams, Campbell, Keach, Brown, Davies and Featherstone. Stuart Campbell very nearly dropped it then on that second straight, Stuart. Where is Mr. Keach? He's in there somewhere. Keachy in there in 4. Always good to see Steve Keach on track. The 012. Graham Davies with that wind stopper number plate. That's a fair old size, that one. Keith Brown. Paul Adams doing it for the Hawks. Going through. Good job, gents. Well done. Hey. They're braver than me. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm done. I'd just happily like to ride my bike. That'd do, let alone do some racing. Charlesworth, Stupple, Drew, Bentley and Knowles. That is Benters out there in front, probably running some form of Mirage-related titanium something or other. Jonathan Charlesworth coming through as well. Doing it for Doncaster BMX as we move on to the Litlands. You going?
Race number 329, the 6 and unders are on track. The 475 leads it out. Diego Quijada leads it into that second corner. The 439 is Joe Garrett out of Merseyside BMX Club Bristol. I've got a rider in there. That is Niall Fallon on the 882. That is Braintree's Ronnie Barnard in the mix inside the top 3. In and out, inside the top 4, being chased down by Theo Lloyd Harrison, doing it for Preston Pirates in there in 5, but your race winner out of Merseyside was Joe Garrett. More 6 and unders bringing the thunder into turn number 2. It is the 198 leading this one out. Milo Gehring, Decoy BMX. Oh, moves are being made. That looked like it could have been Milo Ryder Bays throwing bows in turn number 2, trying to find a way round Alex Dowsing. Didn't quite make his stick, so it's Dowsing in 2, Ryder Bays in 3. Derby BMXers Theodore Purdue-Hurst, he's going to round out the top 4 spots. As the 6 and under pedaling princesses hit the second straight, and they're flying towards turn number 2. Looks like we've got a rider out of Derby leading the way on the 616. Sophie Thorpe in there in 1. The 701 is Ava Tal in 2. The 620 in 3 is going to be Kaya Gibson out of Ice Bikes, but she's under pressure. That looked like Grace Snell making moves for Fluid Bicycle Motocross. She's worked her way into a top 3 spot. That's shuffled Gibson back to 4 then. In and out of the final turn and down the final straight. Thorpe, your race winner. Towel for 2, Snell for 3. Who's going to get there for the 004? Putting the pressure on. That was Aria Bartlett. Going to have to settle for 5. 7-year-old boys on track then. Sonny Nunny crew, Ruben McAllister. First ever national, first ever win back at Cardiff. Down the final straight, McAllister out there in 1. Who's in there for the 2 spot? Looks like that could have been Jack Byrne, your British champion out of Fluid Bicycle Motocross. Race 333, Rice, Fox, Ind, Tinniswood, Pike, Dempsey, Shearing, and Lockwood. Some absolute corker of names in this 7-year-old category. The 831 leads it out. Reggie Rice being chased down by Patrick Dempsey. In there in that 2 spot. The Outlaws have got a rider in there as well. Stanley Lockwood heading in towards that final corner. Who's in the 4? Looks like we've got a rider out of the Chesney Massive. Harrison Oglesby Fox. He's going to round out them top 4 spots. Rice is under pressure at the line. He's going to hang on. As Patrick Dempsey picks up the 2. Luke Barron on track, leading the pack, heading for that second corner. The Bruntwood Park National Race Team have got a rider in there as well. Alejandro Crudo Estevez in there in 3. His clubmates right there with him. That's Alfie Baglin. Got a little bit of work to do as he chases them towards the final turn. 2 riders out of Bristol. Picking it up, Leon Zucchina and Isaac Buck. They're going through in 4 and 5. Look at the scrap out front, ladies and gents. Barron hangs on. It was the 883 pushing him to the line. I think that was Freddie Mitchell-Moore. More 7-year-old action heading towards turn number 2. That looks like Preston Pirates leading this one out. Owen Wheater going to 1 and 2 with Parker Gray around the outside on the 490 plate out of Climphy BMX. And we've got another Chesney crew rider. That is Aubrey Robinson. Don't forget about Chesterfield BMX Club. They've just had their opening day. After a massive bit of fundraising done by their club. Managed to get a brand new track out of it. So well done to Chesterfield. And it is going to be Chesney's Aubrey Robinson rounding out them top 3 spots. 7-year-old little ladies on track. Billy Sawyer, Noah Kerr. Peony Ford, Alice Laurie and Aubrey Chambers. Peony Ford leads it out. Kerr in there in 2. Alice Laurie in 3. The 019 in there in 4. That's going to be Billy Sawyer being chased down by Aubrey Chambers. Doing it for Team Bunnies in 5. But it's all about your British champion, Peony Ford. Taking it to him out of that final turn. Braintree, BMX's finest. She's going to pick up this race win. Going to 1 and 2 with Noah Kerr across the stripe. Race 338 is on track. Who's leading the way? It looks like we've got an Ice Bikes rider heading towards that second corner. It is going to be one of the Gibson gang. Amaria Gibson leading it through. Looks like Thoros is there with her. That's Erin Thoros being chased towards that final turn. Where's Kitty Warwork, the birthday girl? In and out of that second turn. She goes for Hard Knocks Bike Coach. She's in there in 6 at the moment. Gibson, Thoros, that's going to be your 1 and 2 as they take it across the stripe with the 146 in there as well. That was Senna Rose McCann in 3. 8-year-old boys on track. Lamb, Yates, 1 and 2. The 994 is Benji Ross Foster in 3. Merseyside BMX Club going 1 and 3 at the moment. SVT Mongoose in there as well. Harry Taylor scoops himself up off the floor from earlier on, and he's out there battling it out for a top 3 spot. Lamb, Yates, Foster, Taylor, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Oh, pile up on the first straight has swallowed Lewin Jamira. His second crash of the day as the 663 leads out the race. That's got to be Harrison Slater, Preston Pirates and Crank BMX coaching the 641 in there behind him. That's going to be Will Beckett out of Birmingham BMX Club, rider out of Derby in there as well. Dexter Stretton. Dex is looking to round out them top 4 spots, chasing down the Moto 1 rider in there in 3. That was the 276 of Harry Merrin. Ladies and gents, put your hands together for Lewin Jamira. He's up and walked away. As has the other fallen rider. I think it was Noah Taylor. Yes, it was. Put your hands together for Noah. Race 340 hits the track. Isaac Tomlinson shot out of a cannon, going airborne through that tricky double on the first straight. He's going to pick up the whole shot. Who's there with him? Look like Pekka BMXer coming on through. Alexander French. So it is going to be Tomlinson and French at the front of the pack. Where's Ioannis Chorkos? In there at about 5 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to pick up a piece of the top 4 pie. There's a scrap going on for the 3. That's the 393 working his way in. John Joe Blundell. He's now being chased through that third straight. Looks like that could have been Jackson Gregory out of Tiverton. But the riders out front. Check these guys out through the final straight. It's going to be Tomlinson. French steals the 1 spot on the line from Tomlinson. Race number 341 is on track then. Sandys Horns, Roberts Catkins, that's your 1 and 2. Who's picking up the 3? The 6, 7, 5 of Nico Jocelyn Black. It is Potato rounding out them top 3 spots. Heading towards that final turn, but Sandys Horns absolutely charging out of that final corner. Wants to pick up this race win and he looks good to do so. Horns, Catkins, Potato, 1, 2 and 3. As we take a look at your race leader, Preston Pirates, Charlie Bromelo, race 3-4-2, going to 1 and 2 with Gosport National Race Team on the 925. Eddie Brown, he's being chased down though as they bring it towards that final corner. Looks like that could have been Henry Dodd out of the mid-lengths. He's going to round out them top 3 spots as it stands. Blackpool have got Benjamin Sawyer in there in 4, putting the pressure on Dodd to the line. Sawyer's going to nick it at the stripe. 8-year-old girls on track, race number 343, Sophia Reese. No, sorry, wrong. Yes, it is. Sophia Reese out there in the 1 spot. Erin Dunny in there in 2. Doing it for the Chessie crew, the 574 in 3. That's going to be Ada Porter under pressure from TNT's. Ada Warner heading for that final corner. That's Elsie McAvoy in there in 5. Being chased down into that final turn. That is Elsie Hopkins in 6. But Reese, 3 wins from 3 so far today. Dunny's going to round out them top 2 spots. 9-year-old boys on track. Check out Ruari Kempsford going to 1 and 2 with the 130 plate of Augustus Bartolini. Looks like Underhill's rounding out them top 4 spots, chasing down the rider out of the Centurions. That's Jude Shearer. Where is Vlad Lepidatu? He's in there in about 5 or 6, doing it for the MK crew, but it's Kempsford having a blinding day out front, picking up another race win. More 9-year-old boys action on track. Pure Bicycles led out by Teddy Gorman. Going to 1 and 2 with a 3-3-4 of Charlie Crossley. The 555 in there as well. Jonah Taylor doing it for 0-1 Racing in Ipswich BMX Club. The 700 plate is Albie Blythe doing it for Absolute. In and out of that final corner, they're going down the last straight. Pure Bikes, Teddy Gorman. Look at that for a lead, ladies and gents. He's going to pick up that race win. Kerr, Weatherly, Grant, Long, Payne, Harrison and Wong. Arlo Payne. The drum and bass enthusiast out there in front. Connor Grant in there in 2. Who's picking up 3? Looking good for Finley Kerr and Retro Racing. Peckham BMX inside the top 4. Alan Wong on the 670 plate Green Machine in there as well. That's Tommy Weatherly rounding out the top 5 spots, but it's all about Payne out front. Going to 1 and 2 with Connor Grant.
Right, race 347, my mate Logan Aceto out of Peterborough leading it through with a minute. Moto 1 in and out of turn number 2. Archie Walsgrove in there in that second spot with Jack Hill rounding out the 3. Sebastian Kajada in there in about 5, doing it for the Irish connection, pushing hard, being chased down by Henry Bragg. Acito bringing it to the line. Big battle going on for that 3. Who's going to pick it up at the stripe? Ooh, too close to call. Race 348, Luke Ford, Roman Birdfield, Ethan Thoreau, Riley Barnard, Atlas Lewisfield, Max Pete. I'm hoping his brother Ben is still watching. I know he was very excited to get a shout out earlier on, so we'll do him another one. Glad you're watching, Ben. Enjoy the racing, mate. Rudy Pleasance Ford in there as well, taking the lead, bringing it down towards the line. Where is Rapid Roman? He's in there in about 4th. Look at the battle going on for 5. Wow, Braintree rider taking it. That was Riley Barnard. 3:49. Whoa, whoa, way up. Calm down. Have a minute. We've even got our barriers falling over now. Where's my mate Oscar Rather Daft? I've not mentioned his name today. There he is in the 2 spot. Telling you, Oscar, that cage is coming from Timu. We're going to lock you in it. Standard joke in the sorted tents. We don't condone locking children in cages. It's just a bit of a gag that we've got going in the sorted race gear gazebo. Cooper Crowley in there in 3. Sebastian Cox, Vincent Olivier in there as well. Out of Peckham, Alfred McGarvey Miles, Oliver Appleton, Charlie Keys, Oliver Pritchard. Yep. Are we, do we need a different solution for the barriers? I think we do. Oh, now the hose is done as well. Oh, dear me. Pete's regretting standing on this berm, I'm telling you. Right. I'll figure out where we're up to in a minute. Right, let's have a look. Who have we got? We've got the younger ladies out of... that's Flick Brentnall, that is. Where are we up to? There we go. Race 352. Susie Wyatt, Millie Moore, Sophia Jones. Oh! Rider down on the straight. It was Madeline Malloy, I think, who had a roll round on the floor. Meanwhile, Flick Brentnall taking it to the line. Wow, wow, wow. Luciana Pins and Barron taking the 2. Let's hope Madeline's all right. Oh, them barriers are done. That's it. 3 strikes and you're out. Just leave them. Honestly. Just on. We'll sort them out later. I think Madeline's going to win the moto after hers. There we go. Right. Are we on 10-year-old boys? I think we are. Antek Perebny. Here we go, heading towards me. Got Vitols, no Rothwell. Unless he's made it back from the hospital, which he hasn't. Alex Vitols in there in 2, the 5. That belongs to Dominic Zapanos, Romania's fastest BMXer. But it's going to be Mr. Perebny and Mr. Vitols taking it to the line. Mr. Marco in there in 3, Zapanos in 4. And B. Radford's Bodie Holiday rounding out the 5. Next up, Mr. Oakley Hill. Leading out Moto 355. He's got Mullins, Ford, Franklin, Yerbury, O'Flaherty, Chambers and White to deal with. Tiernan O'Flaherty out of the Irish connection. I never would have guessed that. So a good to see Tiernan out there. Giving it a go. Well done, mate. Always love it when the riders come from over the water. Hopefully one day we'll end up in Bangor for a national on the brand new track that's being built right now by Forte Trailscape, same people who built Cardiff. So, yeah, looking forward to going back to Bangor at some point. Right, let's have a look. Race 357, Barter, Guren, Perry, Brits, Todd, Northcott and Diver. Garan in there in 1, Northcott in 2. Leo Brits in there somewhere. About 4th at the minute for Leo. Chasing down Seb Staines. Or Seb Perry, sorry. Race 358, Zakina, Moya, Cross, Choi to Walde, Youngs, me and Calburn. Calburn out of Nottingham BMX Club. 982 right in the middle of it. That is Erin Choi. Bristol Jets, Felix Zakina. In that second position, Jensen Me rounding out the 5. Zachariah Moya in there in at 6. Who's going to get it at the line? Caleb Tawalde. Race 359, Seth Robinson, Colwell, Hayes, Lake and Mollendorf. Damont, Alexander Gilbert and Josh Bean. Absolute out in front. 783, that is Jack Colwell. Teddy Hayes in there on the 47, doing it for CGR. And Bruntwood in there in that 4th spot. That's going to be Alexander Gilbert. I think he just got pipped to the line. Race 360, Challenger, Hitchens, O'Brien, Cleverly Smith, Mason, Sullivan and Blakeburn. So it is the E1. Big Hens in there in that lead position. Charlie Blakeburn going through in 2. Arthur Mason rounding out the top 3. That was race number 360. 361 up next, the girls. 10-year-old girls. Stupple, Snell, Gibson, Barron, Grant and Smith. More absolute bicycle motocross action with the 2 of Ella Grant leading out. Emika Gibson, Ice Bikes and Preston. That'll be Lauren Snell in there in 3, doing it for Fluent. Being chased down that final straight by the 690, I think, of Amelia Brain. Not quite getting her at the line. With Alice Barron rounding out the 5. Moto 362, Moore, Kiff, Smith. Everly, Castro Latch, Ledgerwood Bar and Johnson. The 17 of Panonica. Castro Latch in there in 1. Doing a great job. That's Autumn Moore, I think, in there in 2. Got a feeling that might be Tessa Johnson in there in 3. And picking up the 4 is the 18 of Poppy Weatherly. Blake Mellier in this one. Back there in about 6. But pushing hard, doing it for the Irish connection. In nice, bright, pink slip-on Vans. He gets bonus points just for that. Rory Smythe, William Arnold, Arthur Donaldson taking the win. Harry Duffield and George Kellum and Rex Ford in there as well. 364 Ryder Bays, Kinsey, James Wright, Staines, Rose, Belton, Baptiste and Lewis Fields. Aidan Baptiste in there in 1. Jack Belton in 2. The 20 working his way in. He's Oakley Lewis Fields. Picking up a position to run into the top 4. But Aidan Baptiste taking it to the line. I'll hand you on to Lewis for Moto 365.
Race number 365. The 11-year-old boys are going in towards that second turn. The 11 plate is George Spencer leading this one out. The European champion Betty Wills in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by the Derby BMX rider. That is Charlie Sheriff on the 25 plate. Last straight action. Wills trying to put the pressure on Spencer down to the wire. Spencer, Wills, Sheriff 1, 2, 3. Race 366, Eric Kincaid in this one on the inside, heading towards that first corner. But it's going to be your British champion, Charlie Dowsing, looking to pick up a whole shot. Seth Kacharik, though, round the outside, had other ideas. So Kacharik, Dowsing, 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3? Looks like it's a rider out of Cardiff, Alexi Carless. Carlos being chased down by the 18 plate of Chester Grocock. The 849's in there in 5. That is George Ludgate out of Preston Pirates with Kincaid in 6. That looks like it could be Telford's Harris Williams in 7. Down the final straight, though, it's all about Seth Kacharik picking up that race win. Race 367 in and out of that first corner. Where is Ollie Bird? He's in that 2 spot at the moment, being chased down by the Fast Signatures rider. That's got to be Joseph Dewitt on the 14 plate with the 22. In there in 4, Dougie Johnson. But your race leader, Jack Haynes, out of LCC Race Team. Smooth as you like, heading in towards that final turn. TNT have got a rider in there in about 5 or 6. That's Oliver Hawker. In and out of that final turn and down the last straight. Haynes, Bird, 1 and 2. Who's going to pick up 3 and 4? It's going to be Jewis Johnson. As the world number 8, Thomas Giles, sorted race gear, leads out the following moto. Down the final straight, Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Jack Kitching in there in 2, MCR in 3 with a 24 plate of Jacob Russell. Race number 369, the 11-year-old girls in and out of that first corner. Looks like we have got Roxy Rowlands on the 13 plate, working her way across into that 2 spot in behind the European number 8. That is Holly Bishop, Braintree and Halo Wheels. Bishop, Rowlands, Malloy, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up the 4? Roxy Morgan on the 24 plate out of Cardiff BMX. Down the final straight though, Bishop, can anyone catch her? I think not. Absolutely charging away with that moto win. As a race at 370 gets going out of turn number 1. Looks like that could be Arabella Denton in there in about 3 or 4, battling it out with Rosie Geddes. At the moment for Astor Racing, the 6 plate in there in 2. That's going to be River Henderson, but they're all chasing down the Fluent rider. Molly Tomlinson out front looking good. Tomlinson, Henderson, Geddes, Svensson, 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's going to pick up the 5 and 6 down the final straight? That's going to be Denton and Kay. 12-year-old boys on track. Joey McAvoy leads the way in his 3rd race of the day. Dad's happy watching on from over on the first straight. The 6 plate is Freddie Ray Orland. I tend to watch Adam more than Joey when Joey's on track. Adam gets all excited. It's brilliant to watch. Oh, his mum's got that on record as well. That'll be on Facebook later. Joey, though, he's going to pick up that race win. Freddie Ray Orland for 2. BRE Racing in there in 3. That was Mac Finley out of Bristol Jets. Shout out awesome finishers. Looks like we lost one rider in that first corner. That was Wilson Eaton. Having a roll round, he's up to his feet. Let's hope that Wilson's all right. Race number 372 is a go. Heading in for that first corner. Ronnie, the Landshark Ward, heading for that first turn, looking to pick up the whole shot. Who's there with him? Looks like that could be Edward Cordery. Cordery around the outside for Halo Wheels. Ronnie Wood in there for 2. Who's picking up that 3 spot as they come on round? Looks like we've got one of the Irish riders in there as well. Picking up a top 4 spot aboard that 620 plate. That is looking like Jaden O'Connell. He's chasing down the 54 of Ewan Suter. Suter then inside the top 3, putting pressure on the Landshark down the final straight. Cordery, though, your race winner. The Landshark in there for 2. Suter, O'Connell 3 and 4. European champion on track. Finn Munro doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. Going to 1 and 2 with the E6 plate of Connor Hemhill. 2 European finalists. 2 big hitters in this age group. In and out of that final turn. That's how they're going to finish down that final straight with Stay Strong in there for that 3 spot. That was Rex Beasley. Race 374 on track. In and out of that first corner. Grant Anderson, Hall, Watson, Jones, Shearing and more. It looks like we've got Jacob Anderson in there in that 2 spot. A former world finalist aboard that 1 bike. Chasing down the 15 plate into that second corner. That's Isaac Moore. The 4 plate is Teddy Jones doing it for BMX Hype. He's being chased down by Murray Watson doing it for BMX with a photography. Pekka BMX in this one. Jacob Noah Grant on the 154 plate down the final straight. Looks like Jones had the pressure from Watson down the final straight. Managed to hang on to that 3 spot. Race 375 on track. 10 on the plate. Seb Hewitt. Bruntwood Park National Brunty Massive and a Pro Start BMX. Looks like we've got a rider out of Crucial Racing. That's Reggie Palmer in there in that 2 spot. Smiley's Fly Club in there inside the top 3 to bring it through that final straight and down to the wire. That's going to be Alfie Jones out of Cardiff BMX. Race 376, looks like the 42 plate round the outside. Going to be Lucas Tewald shutting the door on the 11 of Hugo Dayton out of GY95. Heading towards that final corner. Tewald, Dayton, who's the Brunty rider inside the top 5. That's going to be Wilfred Lafede on the 579 plate doing the business through that final straight. Looking to chase down Ollie Warner in there in 4 with the 648 in 3. That was Harry Distin. Preston Newmarsh Powell going 2 and 1 with the 12 plate of Carlin Gordon with the 063 inside the top 3. That is Leith Taylor heading towards that final corner and back out they go. Preston Newmarsh Powell looks for a high-low. Gordon, Powell Racing. Tempo BMX is going to be Tempo BMX from Powell Racing as they take it across the line. Hudak, Montfort, Surtees, Ward, Bennett, Holmes, Toogood and Underhill. Grace Hudak, national number 4, going 1 and 2 with the national number 6. Sorted race gear, that is Freya Montfort. Looks like we've got a decoy rider. Is it Underhill, in there inside the top 3. Them 3 ladies running away with this moto. Hudak, Montfort and Underhill. Race 379 on track. 12-year-old ladies. That's got to be Bonnie Dudley, Evolve Collective. Going 1 and 2 with the 8 plate. Ellie Beat out of Manchester. Jamie Puddock in there in 3, doing it for Spin to Win Race Team. CGR in 4 with Holly Richardson, Ophelia Shepherd, Ala Senaviratine and Arla Milne all in this moto as well. But it's all about Bonnie Dudley picking up that race win. Race number 380 on track with Trixie Tracy, European number 8. She's at the front of the pack. Going 1, 2 and 3 with the 5 and the 11. That's Rachel Pritchard in there in 3. Amelia Rowe in 2. Doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, but Evolve Collective out front looking good. Looks like Rosie Geddes in there inside the top 4, heading down to the wire. Dragon Riders in there as well. That's going to be Darcy Payne in there in 5. Ronnie Payne on track. Zach Everly making moves in turn number 2 to work his way into a top 2 spot. That's shuffled. Leighton Harding back to 3. Turn 3 action. Everly throws in another move. Manages to make it stick this time. So it's Payne. Everly 1 and 2. Going to be Harding in there for 3. Challenger in there for 4. Race 382 on track. 3 on the plate. Archie Croker White. Jack Devine on the 8 plate in there in that 2 spot. Absolute and Mayberg Factory team. LVG NRT in this one. Ethan Buttery on the 49 plate. Looks like we're going to ride it out of Decoy. Harry Curtis on the 034. He's going to round out them top 4 spots as we take a look at Archie Croker White picking up that race win.
Race 383 on track. James Bibby and Marcus Mullen going 1 and 2. Pro Star and Fluent into the turn. Big old gap to the 67 of Sam Knight, I think it is. Oh, the 61 of Luca Milne, sorry. Luca in there. We've also got Archie Malkin on his home track here at Derby, but it's going to be Bibby Mullen 1 and 2 by some considerable distance. Milne in the 3 had Heaver, Shaw, Knight in there as well. Race 384, Joe Rook. Where is he? In there in 2, battling away with the 2 of Leo Rowlands. Always good to see Leo on track. Fancini, Scott, Cheffy, Cotton, Aston in there as well. Jacob Aston out of Mid-Lancs as Rowlands takes it to the line from Joe Rook. Charlie Cotton putting in a strong 3rd place performance. Race 385, Linehan, Swales, Isaac Smith. Apparently Liz and Sam are now on the way towards Picky Bits. They're having quite the day down there in Darwin. Harry Swales, where is he? He's in there in that third spot. Looks like CGR's taking it to the line. That's going to be Archie Bell from Finley Murphy. Isaac rounding out the top 5. Race 386, Doe, Phillips, Perver, Laughlin, Jameson. Always good to see Jacob Jameson on track. He's in there in that 5th spot. Doing a grand job, Jacob. Well done, mate. Theo Davis, Oliver Wheel, Kieran Brownson. Brownson out of Doncaster, Wheel out of Derby, Harrison Doe. Doing it for Exeter Eagles BMX Club, and Archie Phillips out of Nottingham. Race 387, the ladies, 13 years old. Mackie, Ross, Mooney, Hopkins, Hume, Harris, Gerard and Hyder. So this one is absolutely stacked. Freya, Harris, Iris, Hyder. Going 1, 2. Millie Ross is in there in 3. That's Gerard in there in 4. These are your 13-year-old girls. Holly Hume in there in 5. Megan Mooney rounding out the 6. 388. Poppy May Kirby. Mara McCarran in this one. Lexi Adams, Sarah Pritchard, Poppy Bishop. In and out that final turn in front. It's going to be Bishop McCarran. Poppy May Kirby in there in that 4th or 5th spot, and the 6 taking it across the line in that 3rd place was Seren Pritchard. Big crash on the jump into turn number 1. It's claimed 2 or 3 of them at least. The 19 in there in that 3rd spot. That is Lily Mae Gould. Absolute bicycle motocross, Elsie Blight taking it to the line. Samia Hughes in there in 2. Amelia Martin, she's up and okay. Bosch Racing out of Northern Ireland. That might have been Beth Hewitt hitting the deck. Yeah, on the 31, she's up. Looks like she's okay. Can't get the foot in the pedal by the look of things. And the other rider walking away. Lily Mae Gould, I think. Actually, lying. Don't take me on. It was Paige Cathcart Cunnison. She's up and walking away. Always nice to see. Moving on to the Grand Vet. Stu Little, Patrick Graham, Chris Taylor. The Warlock, Neil Stewart. Is he in there? Where's Neil? Is he? Look at that. So far in front, I didn't even see him. He's like a nuclear missile, Neil. He's in there in 3 now. He's working his way through all the positions. Lewis, stop. Stu Little. Oh dear. Chris Taylor. See, Warlock 3rd, 4th, 5th. Done them all, hasn't he? Are we all right, Paige? Yeah. She's all right. There we go. We get a big smile and a thumbs up on the way past. Oh, hang on, Brett Knight. Moto 3. More bows than the after party at an archery convention. Did you see him throw it in there then? Hey? Absolute lad. Martin Ogden. Oh, it's getting to that time of day. We're like 3/4 of the way through the 3rd moto. Oh. Right, Alan Hill, Christus Chalkos. Same kit, different level of skill. Neil Waddington in there as well. Craig Nelson. Oh. Right, anyway, Dylan Dixon and Mark Moore. There's a meeting of minds into that final turn. Oh, hang on, somebody's throwing it in there. Hey? Don't know who that was. That was the 8 plate. Who was that? Grant Yerbury. Wow. Race 394. Scott Boom Boom Beaumont of the 96 podcast. Oh, hang on. Brakes on in the corner. Never a good idea. Danny T's in there. Mark Vries, Jack Hatfield, Big Nige. Where's Big Nige? We love Big Nige. He's in there in 6. Big Nige Smith, Bradford Bandits. It's not a national without Nige. Masters, David James, Billy Luckhurst. Lee Green in there as well. He had his foot off in the first motors. Working his way around the turn. We love that. So Luckhurst Green. The 8 plate of Matthew Bourne. Did he get picked off of the line by the 7 of David James? I'm not sure. And Rodney Wybrow Parker. He just drives cool cars, so it doesn't matter where he finishes. 20X. That is Connor Hudson. Issett's in there in that 2 spot. Tom Palmer. The original Tom Palmer. I don't know what's happened to Tom Palmer version 2.0. I'm not sure what's gone on there. I need to find out. Can somebody at Preston tell me what's happened to Tom Palmer 2.0? Hang on, my phone's ringing. Was it? Was it me? No, I must have been hearing things. Right. Mark Twasadilo. And Max Vass. Jordan Ajibade in that one. Arlo Hay, Ralph Sauby. Lawrence Bojang. Lawrence doing it for Brixton BMX Club. Just picking up on the Rusting Up Racing rider as they go towards the line. And the 19 belong to Ralph Sauby. Next up, 398. Jepson, Bourne, Craig, Perkins, Collis, Wise and Donald. JP in 1, Harry Donald in 2, Josh Jepson in 3. Sullivan Collis rounding out the 4. That'll be Charlie Bob Craig in there in 5. As we said, happy anniversary to the Bogbusters. I'm sure they're watching. 51 years married. I think it was 51. 14-year-olds, that's Roland Ells. In front by a fair old distance. He's flying, he's Roland today. On it like a car bonnet. I've not said that one for a while. The 26 going through is Reuben Bishop out of Bournemouth in there in 2. And Jamie Turblanche was in the mix as well. Race 400. Steele Holmes, Arnold Brooks, Duff, Spence, Jude Hoff. My mate Jude the Dude in there in 4. James Pipe going through in 5. Harry Holmes and Adam Arnold in there. Arnold in that second position. Chasing down the 33, and that was Harley Steele. Touch this.
Race 401 on track. Freddie Parkinson, James Miller, that's your 1 and 2. The 13 is Joe Douglas in 3. The 15 is Riley Butt in 4. Oliver Arnold in there in 5. Stanley Farmer in 6. That's how they're going to bring it through that final straight. Freddie Parkinson, though, your race winner. 14-year-old boys. If only your kids could have seen you then. They would have been mortified. Oh, dear. I felt for them then for a moment. I did feel for them. Right. Race 402, Max McNulty, your national number 6, looking good at the front of the pack. Who's here with him? Charlie Wilcox out of Team Mind. And Bournemouth BMX. That looks like it could be the rider out of Hotshot Racing, Ethan Crooks Martin on the 7 plate. Just about being shuffled back to 4. Not quite going to get close enough. Fergus Suter will have to settle for 4. 14-year-old girls. Ruby Warren, your national champion, going 1 and 2 with the 2 plate of Esme Ward into that second corner. The 17 is Eva Zerzarek out of Jump Club S&M Source. Eleanor Martin on the 175 in there inside the top 4, being chased down into that final turn. That's got to be Nora Siret out of Bournemouth and Team Mind. Last straight action, the 1 and 2 going 1 and 2. Warren and Ward in that order. More 14-year-old girls heading towards that second turn. Looks like we've lost a rider on the first straight. It's the 5 plate leading it out. Holly Diver out of the Titans. Anushka Jones in there in that 2 spot. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in 3. Isabella Gerard. Manchester BMX Club. Put your hands together for the fallen riders, ladies and gents. Nia O'Connell picks herself up. Going to finish a lap. Diver, Jones, Gerard, Ewbury. 1, 2, 3 and 4 in that one. Open 15s are a go. Check out the sorted race gear guy heading towards the first turn. Toby Lynch going 1 and 2 with Evan Bartley across that whole shot stripe. It looks like Ronnie Richards has worked his way right round the outside. He's just been shuffled back to 4 though as he tried to pick up the 3s. The 23 plate of Max Lawrence in there in 3. The 49 plate in there in 5. That's Sam Wood out of DBMX with Logan Young in 6. Last turn action. Bartley's worked his way from 2 to 1. Lynch now doing the chasing through the final straight. Lawrence putting the pressure on Lynch down to the wire. Who's going to get the 2? Looks like Lawrence might have just nicked it. That's got to be Heath Osborne. MK on track. 4 on the front of his bike going 1 and 2 with the rider on the inside. That is the Rusty rider heading towards his second corner. The 44 plate of Eddie Millington. They're queuing up behind him though. Temper BMX have got Adam Stevenson with LCC's Henry Shenton inside the top 4. That's how they're going to bring it through the final straight, but no one could catch Heath Osborne out front of the pack. Check out your W5 Kobe Rayford. Stay strong BMX going 1 and 2 with his teammate. That is Elvis Lawrence. The 14 is Newton Hindley in there in 3. The 27 looks like it could be Isaac Moore doing it for BRE Racing. Heading through inside the top 4, but it's all about stay strong in this one. The W5 bringing it down the final straight. He's going to take the win. As a race 408 hits turn number 1, in and out they go. Who's leading them away? Looks like that could be the 25 plate of Zach Childs. 1 and 2 with the 54. 0-1 racing. That is Blake Allison. Nathaniel Eames in there in 4. Chasing down the ride out of Peterborough Phantoms. That is Caden Thompson rounding out them top 3 spots. Eames doing all he can to close the gap. Can't quite get close enough. He'll have to settle for 4. All right, more 15-year-old action coming at you into that final turn. Ned Guppy, European number 5. Absolute Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2 with Brody Geddes out of Astor Racing in 2. Nate Hamilton, Mamo Factory Team UK. Looking good. Out front, Daniel Borrachini, Matthew Summers, Harry Bailey, Evan Jones and Thomas Westmore. Westmore it is in there in 3. That looks like Harry Bailey in 2, but it's all about Hamilton at the front of the pack at the moment. In and out of that final corner, down the last straight. He's going to pick up this race win. Squash and Pop in there in 2 with Harry Bailey. 15-year-old ladies. Emily Eaton. European number 8. She's been deserving of a EOW plate for seasons on seasons now as Amelie. Absolutely flying. Pro Star BMX at the front of the pack. BRE Racing in there with her. That's going to be Ellie Moore. As we lose one rider in the next motor. I think that might have been Emily Grimm. Jalala Patel in there in 3 in race 411, 412. Evie Malkin hit the deck. Let's hope that Evie's all right. She's back up to her feet with Emily Grimm. So it is Rin Gianolino, Ella Blue Chidley, Sidonia Cleve, 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like that could have been Bournemouth Sophie Coulson. just getting the lowdown on all of the bizzle with the kids. I've spent too much time with you, I have. What race are we on? I have no idea. That looks like Elijah Jamira. Has Elijah grown about 3 feet?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, absolutely.
Race 413. Elijah, Freddie Entwistle, that's your 1 and 2. MK Evolution in there in 3 with Ollie Turblanche. Ram Racing still out on track. Lucas Seeley leading it out. BMX winner photography in there in 2 with Cooper McCrum. Looks like we've got an Irish contingent rider.
Part BMX commentary, part Hello Magazine up here. That's what we are.
Getting all of the goss.
Hey.
Inside scoop and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
we should
yeah.
start our own gossip column.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Imagine
Yeah.
the stories we could tell.
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
Oh.
And the stuff we couldn't tell that we could just allude to.
Yeah. Oh, all underhanded and all that sort of stuff. Right, Bradley James. I'm going to focus on some racing before I start dreaming up this gossip column. Bradley James on track.
Let's stick to the gossip column.
Yeah. We'll have to come up with a name for that. But yeah, when the mics are off, I quite like that actually. That's quite
We
good.
do like that. That's good.
That's wicked.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll stick with that. Who would have thought BMX racing's on track, eh?
Yeah.
Oliver James.
Oh, World 9, what are you going to do? That'll be another one.
Oh dear. Oliver James.
We could have
Freddie
called
Franklin.
it Late to the Gate, but apparently somebody's already got that one. I'm not sure who it is.
I've not heard of it.
Have you not?
No, I've not heard of that one, no.
Late to the Gate. It's got a bit of a ring to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has actually, yeah. What's that? One of them other podcasts that are
One of
going
them other
off?
ones, you know.
One of the 40,000 that we've got now.
Yeah,
How many
yeah.
we got? We've got Late to the Gate, BMX commentator,
96 podcast.
96 podcast, Coffee Chatter if you count that. That's
Yeah.
It's Canadian. It's not.
Yeah.
We don't have it over here, do
No,
we? I
no.
suppose. Could listen to it, but it's not the same. Is that it?
BMX Weekly.
BMX
Jones.
Weekly, yeah.
That's another one.
I can't think of any more.
There's probably more.
Yeah, there's definitely more that we're missing.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to racing.
Back to racing.
Lottie Brown, your national champion, leads this one through. Atana Price, Pekka BMX in there in 2. And it looks like Ruby Walford in 3, doing it for the Evolve Collective crew. BRE Racing in 4. That is Eliza French with Lottie McFarlane in 5. But Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown are going to pick up that race win. More 16-year-old ladies on track. Summer Glynn in there in that 3 spot. The 3 plate of Grace Burge in there in 2. Ailey Watson, your race leader. Jessie Leasley in there in 4. But it's all out front with BMX Widow Photography. Ailey Watson going to be a race winner as things stand. Summer Glynn putting the pressure on down the final straight. Not quite going to get close enough. Burge in there for 3. 17 to 18-year-old
Right.
men.
Lewis, I've got an announcement as well. Just hang on while I come back up there.
He's disappeared.
Just hang on.
Oh, he's there. We found him.
Right, apparently, after Motos, 30-minute break. We're not going straight into quarters. So there will be a 30-minute break after the Motos.
17 to 18-year-olds on track then. Lewis Collins Nemo in there in that 2 spot, chasing down John O'Harridy, doing it for MK Evolution and all of the single ladies out there. The new school match.com bringing it through that final straight. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like Reactive Racing coming on through. That is going to be the 21 plate of Joe Nunn. Race 422 on track. That looks like Absolute leading the way. Amos Guppy, who's there with him? Gotta be the Irish contingent, Malachi O'Reilly, the 7X of Kai Plain rounds out the top 3 spots as he heading towards that final turn. But Absolute Bicycle Motocrossers, Amos Guppy charging through that final straight. He's going to take the race win as
Yeah, we're making Mark Wallace laugh out loud in the middle of his gym session up here.
we won't repeat why.
Yeah, we won't repeat what we said.
I thought that might have slid in under the radar.
Yeah,
Obviously
yeah.
not, yeah. Oh well, where are we? That was Jake Hart.
Derby, that's where we are. Oh dear.
It sounds like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Gee, yeah.
Yeah. Come on, crack on, Lewis.
Yeah, we're on track. Right. Race 424. Nathan Bratter in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Lewis Cook. Out of the Centurions, Massive Eli Smith in there in 3, Zach Twitchen in 4. Looks like that could be Finn Collis in there in 5. 17 to 18-year-old ladies now out on track. Hotshot Racing leading the way. Arnold Radcliffe, Adam Merton, Saints coming 1 and 2 with the rider out of Retro Racing on the 15X. That's Smiley Maloney. Under pressure though from the 17 of Bethany Coates. Decoy, BMX Club and Hill Skills. Heading into that final turn and back out again. Hotshot Racing's Arnold Radcliffe going to pick up this race win. As a race 426 led away by Sophie Elwood gets underway on the second straight. Sabina Ashman in there in that 2 spot doing it for Rustin Up Racing, so it is crucial. Rustin Up, LVG, that's Sophie Carniston in there inside the top 3. Who's the Arse Bikes rider inside the top 4? That's Imogen Cockrell. Adam Merton all rider down. In race 427, Alexis McCartney hit the deck. Almost, not quite, though, swallowed up the rider out of the Bronte crew. That was Charlotte Stanley. Managed to keep it upright. Put your hands together for Alexis McCartney, ladies and gents. Has Amelia Everly and Esme Brooke. The 2 Mabo ladies. Fast as out front. Heading into that final corner. Back out again. Everly, Brooke, Curtis, 1, 2 and 3. Once again, ladies and gents, put your hands together for Alexis McCartney.
Right, 428 Yamoto heading down the hill. These are the 19 to 29-year-olds. That looks like Tyrese Bradshaw leading it into the turn. Brooks is in there in 2. Where is Ben Fitzsimmons? Back there in about 6 at the minute. Well, was he gone? Is he? I didn't see him go down. Alex Brooks hitting the deck. So, rider down coming out of turn number 1. We can just go and look after Alex, please. Lakalele in there in 2. Barsby in 3. Kenny Phillips picking up the 4. Alex is up. Right. Just while we've got a small break in proceedings, Chesterfield BMX Club, you know, they just had their track revamped. They do need to raise a little bit more money for various things like a fence and retarmac the first berm as well, I believe, is it? Right, first berm and fencing to stop the motorcycles going on there. They are selling sticker packs at £5 a go. These really nice sticker packs. Chesy BMX. 7 stickers, £5. All the money is going into the fund for what they need. So if you see a very nice lady in a Chesterfield BMX t-shirt walking around, or go to the club tent, give him a £5, get a sticker pack. And yeah, you've helped Chesterfield BMX Club out. Thank you very much. Right, moving on. No problem. Wallace, Peterkin, Randall, Kay, Cossins, Good, Taylor, and Che Young in this one. Che's been good at nicking positions down that final straight, but he's out in front this time around. Looking good in that front position. Peterkin in there in 2. Will Good on an absolute mission. Looking for the 4, but he's got the rider out of Mabel to deal with. That is Daniel Kay. I think he's going to settle for the 5. Che Young taking it on the line. Halo Wheels in there in 3. Was Josh Wallace, Cal Strickland, Lewis Giles, Kean Brown, Josh Cates, Kyle Kaiser, Josh Sparrow and Dexter Gambe. Cal's World Championship finalists. Josh Sparrow having a ride round at the back. Maybe he's decided enough's enough for one afternoon. Joshua Cates in there in 2. As we move on to race number 431. Elwood, Green, Kirby, Akalele, Wong, Hurry and Drew. These are your 19 to 29-year-old ladies. Emily Green out in front. That's Hannah Drew in there in 2. Megan Kirby rounding out the 3 with Izzy Hurry in there in 4. Jamie Elwood 5. Neats is in there in 7, which puts Aliyah Akalele in there in 6. Race 432. Jenkins, Miles, Townsend, Lamb, Gerard and Goal. And it is Annabelle Townsend, your world and number 5. In and out of the turn. Becca Goal in there in 3. I've got a feeling that is Megan Gerard in that second position. As we move on to race number 433, Harriet Alexander, Lucy Monday, Fiona Barry, Amy Willets, Tilly McCrum and Yetska Hempstock. Lucy Monday, part-time Northerner. Hempstock in 2, McCrum in 3, Willets in 4. Harriet Alexander going through in 5 with Fiona Barry in 6. Willets trying to move now on McCrum. Down that final straight. Can't quite make it stick. Right, Junior Open, Everly, Larkins, Brown, Phillips, Thomas and Bowen. Oh, one rider exits. Not sure who it was. It was Finn Phillips. So he exits the wrong side, so his lap is done. Meanwhile, Kai Bowen and Noah Everly going at it. Bowen making his move, nearly taking Everly off the side of the track. But Noah knows all the lines here at Derby. He's going to try and make it pay now down the final straight. Everly and Bowen. Bowen from Everly. Wow, wow, wow.
First Rakoff Championship women for the last set of motos hits the track. Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team have got 2 ladies heading for that first corner. Megan Roy, Tia Gaynor, in and out they go. It's going to be Gaynor leading them out. Who's there? Whether it's still Roy picking up the 2 spot. Lily Chiswell's in there at about 4 at the moment, chasing down. Maggie Bow doing it for Pure Bicycles. But Gaynor out front looking good. Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team out front taking charge of this moto. Last turn action, Gaynor, Roy, Bown, Chizawa, Alonso, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5.
Championship women, second rack of the ladies. Lorianne Carruthers, Annalise Cadman, Carpenter, Freya Chalice, Ruby Moores. 1, 2, 3 and 4 into the turn, but it is the Junior Women World Champion 2026. Freya, the Slayer, Chalice out in front, doing it for Mabel, Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Wearing that national champions jersey in there in 2. Good to see Ruby Moores back on her bike. She's in there in 3 with Lorianne Carruthers in 4. But the Slayer slaying the competition in this moto, taking that win from Carpenter, Moores and Carruthers.
Penultimate moto, here's a go. Jimmy Cradle out of lane number 1. Charging for the first corner for BMX with a photography. Who's there with him picking it up as they come on round? Cradle, Cornish, that's your 1 and 2. Who's in 3? Looks like Gabe Simpson picking it up for Pro Star BMX. That is Danny O'Gorman in there in 4. Ben Weiss in 5. In and out of that second turn. It's Cradle still leading them away. Cornish, has he got enough left in the tank? In and out of the final turn. Cradle, Cornish through the final straight. Cradle's going to hang on. Cornish, Simpson 2 and 3.
Moto number 438, the final moto of day one here at Derby. Superclass into the turn, Hill, Markley, Hunt, Russell and Marvel Vanny. Right, we're going to go with a 30-minute break after this. It is George Hunt out in front at the moment. Xander Marvel Vanny right in there in 2. That's Russell, in 2. Marvel Vanny right in 3. Hill in 4. Markley in 5. In and out the turn we go. It's going to be George Hunt. Marvel Vanny right stealing the 2 away. Motos are done. 30-minute break. We'll see you in half an hour.
Two, 1, 2. As per request from our commissaire team, can we please have quarter-finalists in the pens ready and waiting at 3:55? Quarter-finalists in the pens ready and waiting at 3:55, please. Thank you.
I'm just a moth to your flame. I'm just a moth to your flame. Baby, I'm just a moth to your flame. Just a moth to your flame. Baby, I'm just a moth to your flame. I'm just a moth to your flame. Baby, I'm just a moth to your flame. Baby, I'm just a moth to your flame. I'm just a moth to your flame. Baby, I'm just a moth to your flame. Baby, I'm just a moth to your flame. Just a moth to your flame. Baby, I'm just a moth to your flame. I'm just a moth to Baby, I'm just a moth to your flame. Baby, I'm just a moth to your flame. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on You set my soul on fire.
Me and Luke ventured out of our tower. We've decided we are going to get some fresh air, possibly a suntan. Are we having a maxi move of the day today? Do we know?
Yes, we are.
We
and ODI whole shot classes.
All right, okay.
Matt came and saw me.
Well, we'll do the
earlier.
Derby Club hole shots tomorrow.
Okay.
And we'll do ODI and move of the day today.
There we go.
Okay.
Richie's on top of it. Quarter-final number 1 is to go the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Charlie Dowsing, your European number 7, out of lane number 1. He wants to stick that orange bike into a 9 to 12-year-old cruiser final later on today. Dowsing leads it out. Who's there with him? It looks like we've got the rider out of Gosport National Race Team, Rory Smythe, being chased down by the rider doing it for Hackney BMX. That's looking like Sammy Stack. Moves have been made though. Looks like we've got the rider doing it for Halo Wheels. That is Bishop. Bishop on the 16 bike, Stack in there on the 317 in the qualifying spot. Top 4 take it through to semis. The bottom 4 is unfortunately their day done. Dowsing in and out of that final corner. BMX Hype, Smythe, Bishop, that's your 2 and 3. Looking like Stack is going to round out them top 4 spots.
Right, we lost Edward Worrell on that first straight in quarter-final number 2. Rocco Westwood, the man in front, leading it out. Ollie Todd out of Peterborough in there in 2. Freddie Walsh in 3. Battle on for the 4 between the 30 and the 522. That is Alfie Jones and Seth Ritchie. Jones and Ritchie. Jones has got it at the moment. Ritchie's all over the back of him going into the final turn. Who's going to get it down that final straight? Alfie Jones is on it right now. Ritchie's right there with him. Jones. We need to look after Wood Worrell. It was a big hit. I'm losing this mic already. I can't believe it. Why is the signal going on this? Right. Check. Yeah, I hope so. Let's put our hands together for Edward Worrell. So hope he's all right.
It goes down quarter-final number 3, hits the track, looks like Swales out of lane number 1. Who's the team here? Rider glued to his left-hand shoulder as to bring it towards that first corner. That's got to be Arthur Mason. Mason looking to pick up a whole shot, but he's in there in that 2 spot. Swales leads it out. The 3 got to be Freddie State out of Peterborough BMX Club. The 4 spot, as things stand, that looks like it could be... the rider coming on through on the 19 plate, that is Thomas Barnard out of Norwich Flyers. Here comes Seth Robinson looking to get busy for a top 4 spot. Switches sides, looks for an inside line into the turn. Throws it under, banging bows. Robinson from 5 to 4. Robinson's going to take it through. Stayed in there for 3. Swales and Mason out front.
Right, quarter-final number 4, the last one for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers in that free rider apparel kit. That is Arlo Steinmetz leading it into turn number 2. We've got Joseph Jewis in there as well. The 2-3-1 and the 4-3-5 are battling for that final spot. Will Parks and Rocco Jenkins. Parks in 4, Jenkins in 5. Could it change down the final straight? Jenkins has dived underneath. He's all over the back of Parks now. Going down towards the line. Parks and Jenkins to the stripe. Parks gets it.
Elijah Jamira is absolutely flying today so far. He's leading out this first of the 16-year-old quarterfinals. Logan Wooderson's in there at about 3. Eden Boone in 2. Who's the rider picking up the final qualifying spot? Looks like a rider doing it for the Outlaws. That is Joshua Bradford. Bradford's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot with Wooderson in 3.
Second quarterfinal for the 16-year-olds. That looks like Bradley James leading it out of the turn. Freddie Franklin and Eli Price are in the 2 and 3 at the moment. I've got a feeling it's Finley Cranage who's holding on to the 4, but but the pressure is starting to come now. Harry Taylor's getting involved in it, and the 16 that belongs to Ollie Kirby. So Kirby shopping for that final qualifying position all over the back of Cranage as they go in and out of the turn. Who's going to get that 4th spot? Cranage under pressure from Kirby. Kirby to the line, steals it away.
Quarter final number 7 in and out of that first corner. It is Oliver James Flew Bicycle Motocross looking good. With BMX Auto Photography in there in that 2 spot, that's Cooper McCrum. The 23 played in 3, Ollie Turblanche. He's being chased down by David Oppenma here into that final corner. James McCrum, Turblanche, clear and safe from the rest of the pack. It's going to be Mayer taking that final qualifying spot.
Right, Sealy and Entwistle 1 and 2 into the turn. Quarter-final number 4 in the 16-year-olds. That looks like Alex Dunkley, who's in there in 3 at the minute as they head towards turn number 2. Who's going to pick up that 4th spot? Stan Mason in there as well. Mason in the 4th position, diving underneath though the 2-1-3. And that belonged to Harry Shearer as they headed down towards that final corner. Let's have a look who's going to get it in that 4th spot. Shearer's going to take it, I think.
Brody Geddes was shot out of a can in quarter final number 9, and he leads it out from your world number 5. Kobe Rayford working his way around the outside from 2 to 1. Eames is in there in 3. Westmore's in 4. Who's picking up the 5? It looks like that could be the rider doing it for Russell Racing. Eddie Millington. Eames still in there in 3. Here comes the pressure through the final straight. Rayford picking it up down to the wire. Eames looking like he's going to hang on in 4. That one was tight across the line. Quarter final number 10 goes in and out of turn number 1. Guppy in that 1 spot. Who's here with him? Maxwell Lawrence going 2 and 3 with Toby Lynch. Sorted race gear looking good at the moment. The 4th spot looks like Dexter Beerup, GY95 and DBMX in and out of that final corner though. Guppy absolutely flying. Your European number 5 going to pick up that quarter final win. As quarter-final number 11 heads in towards that first corner. Evan Bartley, Hard Knocks bike coaching. Smooth as you like out front.
I think he got it 4 to finish. Jesus Christ.
The 22 is Harry Bailey, Squash and Pop. Smiley's Flight Club looks like we've got Elvis Lawrence inside the top 3. The 4th spot round the outside trying to make his stick. Looks like Zach Childs is trying to get involved, but it is going to be 0-1's Blake Allison under pressure. Childs nicks it at the stripe.
He got it just 4 to finish. Right, quarter final number 12 heading down towards us. That is Osborne out there in front, holding it into the turn with Nate Hamilton in 2, Hindley in 3. Henry Shenton is absolutely on fire today. He's in there in 4 at the moment. He's had some strong motos and he's looking to make the semi-final. Shenton bringing it to the line. Is he going to catch Hindley as well? Oh, that was a close finish.
Roland Els leads out the 14-year-old quarterfinals. Where is Mark Torzidlo? Just been shuffled back to 3. That's got to be Hunter van der Malion. He's chucked on his Dutch jersey because he needs a bit of Dutch magic into the final turn. Els out front, stealing 2 Torzidlo. Malion, that's going to be your 2, 3 and 4.
Right, quarter final number 2 for the 14-year-olds. Jack Perkins, JP, Hard Knocks bike coaching into the turn. Donald, Jepson, Arnold. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. There's a gap to Charlie Bob Craig in 5, and it looks like he might just have enough time and room to get on the back of Adam Arnold as he comes out of the turn. Arnold still hanging on to it. Here comes Charlie Bob taking it down to the line. Oh, that was a close one as well.
James Miller's just locked off that first straight and taken control of quarter-final number 15. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Absolute. Riley Butt. The 6 is Max McNulty. He's riding through inside the top 3 as things stand. Oliver Arnold. Smiley's Flight Club in there in 4. Ethan Crooks Martin. ECM's got a bit of work to do on the backside of turn number 3. Can he get close enough? It's going to be Arnold in that final qualifying spot.
Freddie Parkinson leads out the final quarter-final in the 14-year-olds. Wilcox, Douglas, Souter and Sullivan. Collis is in there as well. Sully's on the outside looking in at the moment. He's in the 5th. He needs a 4. He's working his way through. The rider from Absolute Bicycle Motocross under all kinds of pressure in the corner though, and it's good that the 2 guys behind are scrapping it out and giving him some room. So Parkinson in and out the turn. Wilcox is in there as well. Looks like Douglas is in and Sully's going to go through in 4.
Big Murph is on track from the Sonny Nunny crew. He's in there in 2, chasing down your national champion. Retained that title once again this year. Bibby leads it. Check out Zach Everly working his way into a top 2 spot. Moves being made. The 25 at Parsons just went from 5 to 3. That's shuffled Big Murph back to 4. Who's he battling with into the final turn? Reactive Racing's Jack Laughlin has got it all to do. He's going to run out of time and room as Big Murph picks up a final.
Second quarter final for these 13-year-old boys. Rollins, Bell, Phillips, Swales, Smith, Curtis, Buttery and Heaver. Where is Isaac the Sender Smith? He's in there in 4. There's a big gap to 5. So it looks like it's going to be Rollins, Bell, Swales and Smith making it in.
Ronnie Payne had a cracking first pedal in quarter-final number 19, and he's going to lead it across the whole shot line in that first corner. Going 1 and 2 with a Meal Challenger rep in that Colombian jersey. He's being chased down there by Jack Devine, doing it for Maybo Factory Team UK. Look at the pressure that the 7's putting on into turn number 2. That's going to be Harding, working his way from 5 to 4. Cotton shuffled back to 5. Got it all left on the table then into that final turn and back out. Payne, Challenger, Devine, Harding, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Archie Crocker White, Joe Rook, Marcus Mullen, Adrian Galitis in this one with Belton, Doe, Hughes and Linehan. And it's the Stay Strong rider, Joe Rook, who's leading it into the turn with Archie Crocker White in 2. Mullins in there in 3. The 55 belonging to Belton. He's in there in 4, but he's got pressure coming from Adrian Galitis as they go into the final turn. Belton in that 4 spot. Galitis chasing him down. He's getting ever closer. He's just going to run out of time and room.
Turn number 1, goal riders down in that first corner. The 17 to 18-year-old boys were getting busy. Tom Doran leads them away from the 054 of Amos Guppy. He's been chased out by Lewis Cook out of the Centurions crew, who's picking up that final qualifying spot as they go into our final corner. Lewis Collins Nemo in there in 5, got a bit of work to do through the final straight. It's the 30X of Angus Graham picking up the 4. The chaos in turn number 1. Sam Hamling went down. Oh, I think Oscar Stanbury was the rider swallowed up in the action. Put your hands together for Sam Hamling, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. Oscar Stanbury's walking away as well. Put your hands together for Oscar Stanbury, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet and walking away.
Second quarter final for the 17 and 18-year-old boys. John O'Harradine on the inside, but Nathan Baratta got an absolute flyer, and Finley Collis as well as they go into turn number one. Collis, whole shot, Baratta in there. Oh, one rider into the fencing, lap over for whoever that was. Who's got the 3 and the 4 right now? John O'Harradine in there in 3, and the 4 belongs to the 13 of Jack Clark, and there is a gap to Bradley Goulding of Peterborough in there in 5, so the front 4 are Collis, Baratta, Harradine and Clark.
Quarterfinal number 23 is a go. Year 17 to 18 year heading for the first corner. It's gonna be leading this one out. Absolutely looking good. Check out the team Mind Boys, Townsend and Twitchen in 3 and 2 and 3. Malachi O'Reilly's in there in 4. The 28 plate in 5 is Marku Reynolds. Got it all to do through the third straight if you wants to catch O'Reilly. Last turn action, it's all about Henry here, smooth as you like. Townsend, Twitch and O'Reilly in that order.
Right, quarter-final number 4 for the 17 and 18 years old. Eli Smith got squeezed like a bag of oranges going down that first straight, but he still managed to hold on to that 4th spot. The 15 in there in 3 is Max Burgess, who's got the 5 at the minute. Can't quite tell at the moment, but Smith is the man in there in 4. Kai Blaine's in there in 2. Peterborough taking it to the line.
Check out your European champion Finley Munro leading out quarterfinal number 25. Where's Teddy Jones? He's in there in 3 doing it for the BMX Hype crew. The 12 plate is Carlin Gordon sitting in that 2 spot at the moment. The 667 of Mac Finley. BRE Racing in there in 4. Looks like he's safe and clear from the rest of the pack. So it's going to be Finley, Jones, Gordon, Munro. That's your top 4.
Second quarter final for the 12-year-olds. Edward Corder is in this one. He's right there in the middle of the pack as they come out of turn number 1. He's worked his way through to the front. He's got Isaac Moore to deal with. He's right there next to him. BMX Widow Photography, Moray Watson in there in 3. The battle for 4 is between the 10 and the 14. Sebastian Hewitt and Arthur Claydon. Claydon's in 5, he needs the 4. Hewitt's holding him up, going round the final turn. It's going to be more. Cordery, Watson, Hewitt going through. Claydon out in 5.
Where is Joey McAvoy, the homeboy? He's in the 2 spot at the moment. Where are the Mabo crew? It's the 1 plate of Anderson leading it from McAvoy. Pile up in turn number 2. Hugo Dayton, Rex Beasley looking safe and clear as things stand. Whitworth's getting busy in turn number 2, but it is Anderson, McAvoy, Dayton, Beasley.
Right, looking at quarter-final number 4, it is Connor Hemphill heading down towards this second turn. Hemphill, Preston, Newmarsh, Pow, Ronnie Wood, that is your 1, 2, 3. Freddie Ray Orland's in there in 4, and there's a big gap to Ted Harvey in 5. So it looks like these 4 riders are going to go through. Hemphill, Preston, Newmarsh, Pow, Orland and Wood making it in. We are looking after the 42 from the previous race. Lucas Tuolde hitting the deck. It was a big one. Lucas Tuolde is up. Let's hope he's all right. Don't forget, we have got the autograph signing tomorrow. Riders will be signing photo cards. Plenty of faces there, including Junior Women World Champion Freya Chalice. I don't know what time that autograph signing actually is.
It's during the 30-minute break that we have tomorrow. So what we've just had between motors and quarters, presuming that happens at the same time tomorrow, that's when we've got the autograph signing. Bunch of big names here as well.
Yeah, including Lewis Locker.
Only semi-famous. I've booked you a seat.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we've booked you a seat. I've had a word with Adam. Adam's booked you a seat
People will
at
be
the
bringing
table.
me their phone contracts and parking fines. Sign this, Rich. Yeah.
Straight back into the action then with quarterfinal number 29. The 11-year-old boys are on track. Seth Kacharik, smooth as you like through that first straight, but he's being put under pressure by the Halo Wheels rider, Rex Ford. So it's Kacharik, Ford out front, who's picking up the 3. Harley Bird out of Allen's factory. Looks like Astar Racing are in there as well. That is Aston John Leon. Seth Kacharik just about managed to stay upright, but his back wheel almost said no. In and out of that final corner, then Kacharik throws it back under. Your new race leader, Ford in there in 2. Bird, Lee, that's going to be your 3 and 4.
Second quarter final for the 11-year-olds. Baptiste, Wills, Belton, Staines, Kitchen, Lewisfield, Ludgate and Roman James Wright are all in this one. It looks like Aidan Baptiste is the man out front for Peckham at the moment. He's in control. Jack Belton's in there in about 3. Who's got the 4 at the minute? I've got a feeling it's Jack Kitchen. Kitchen's battling away, but he's got the 32 to deal with. And that is Seb Staines on his home track here in Derby. Staines in there in that 4th spot. Belton's absolutely all over the back of him. Who's going to get it down the final straight? Sorry, Kitchen trying to make it in from 5. Staines to the 4. Kitchen out in 5.
Quarterfinal number 31 on track. BMX Hype leading the way. Gotta be Charlie Dowson, your British champion, going to 1 and 2 with LCC's Jack Haynes. The 3-spot Reactive Racing's George Spencer. And the 4 looks like Alexi Carlos out of Cardiff BMX Club. Last turn action. The front 4 are looking safe from the rest of the pack. Carlos throws it under, works his way from 4 to 3. Spencer's safe there in 4.
Right, quarter-final 32, Donaldson, Giles, Sheriff, Smythe, Grocock, Johnson, Melia and Tramontano. And it looks like Thomas Giles of Salted Race Gear is leading it into the turn. The 22 out of Manchester, that belongs to Dougie Johnson. And he's there in that 4 spot with birthday boy Chester Grocock going through in 5. He wants the 4. He's going to have to chase the Manchester rider down. It's going to be Giles taking it across the line from Donaldson. Johnson in there in the 3 to 25 going through was Charlie Sheriff.
E7 on the front of his bike. Antec Perebny leads our quarter-final number 33. The 11 plate in there behind him has got to be Charlie Blakeburn. MK Evolution Moto 1 inside the top 3. That is Ethan the Great White being chased out by Bristol Jets. Felix Zucchina. Zucchina looking safe there in that 4 spot as he's chased through the final straight. Zucchina in 4, White 3. Going to be Blakeburn and Perebny 2 and 1.
Quarter-final number 34, the familiar green helmet of Henry Sullivan heading towards us. Callum Woods in there as well in 3. The rider in 2 is Noah Northcott. Who's got that 4? Dominic Sapanos. Sapanos and Gilbert are fighting over the final qualifying position. Brixton's Vernell Challengers trying to get involved as well. It's going to be Sullivan, Northcott going through. Callum Woods in there in 3. Who's going to get the 4? Zapanos.
10-year-old quarter-final action on track. That's got to be Calburn in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the 6 of Oakley Hill. Calburn looking to go round the outside and do it the hard way. Hill, Calburn in that order. Arthur Mason in there in 3. Conguren in there inside the top 4, but he's under pressure from the 783. That's Jack Colwell all over the back wheel of Guren. Into the final straight they go. Who's going to get it? Guran. He's going to hang on to it. It's unlucky for Colwell in 5.
Quarter-final 36, Vitals, Thorne, Perry, Pritchard, Ford, Marco, Robinson and Holiday. Vitals is leading it in, the 29 in there in 4. That belongs to Joel Pritchard, but he's got Oscar for Marco all over the back of him. Marco went outside, now he's going inside. Can he make the move down the final straight? Vitals is going to get in there. Seb Perry, I think, is going to make it in as well. Alfie Fawn's making it through. Marco out in 5.
Someone call the fire brigade because Logan Aceto has just set that first straight on fire. He's charging into turn number 2. Who's there with him picking up the 2 spot? Looks like the 844 plate is Finley Waddle. Adam Merton says he's being chased down though by Crossley out of Tiverton. The final qualifying spot. Crossley's up to 2. Walsgrove's in there in 3. It's all been swapping and changing. Waddle's in there in 4. Looking like he's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Quarterfinal 38, Claydon, Gorman, Payne, Hale, Fishwick, Bartolini, Joseph and Baldwin. All in this one. That is Teddy Gorman in there. Where is our drum and bass enthusiast? Arlo Payne is in there in 3. The CGR rider in 4 is Alfie Fishwick. Phil Fishwick in that final qualifying position, but he's got pressure coming from Jack Hale as they come out of the turn. Looks like Fishwick's going to hang on. Makes it in as well. Fishwick in 4.
Rapid Roman Birdfield slipped his pedal down on first straight, but he's worked his way back into about 4 or 5 at the moment. Look at this for a scrub, ladies and gents. Pritchard leads it. The 555 in there behind him. That's Jonah Taylor being chased down by rather fast in there in 3. Rapid Romans up to 4. Who's in 5? Looks like that could have been Max Pete. Got it all to do on the exit of turn number 3. Last straight action. Looking like Taylor's safe and clear in there in 3. It's going to be Birdfield for 4, but your race winner Oliver Pritchard.
Quarterfinal 40, Kempsford, Pleasantsford, Grant, Shearer, Kerr, Crowley, Olivier and Wong in this one. Bruntier in there in 2. DC Cycles 412. Rudy Pleasantsford in that 4th spot. Chasing down Jude Shearer, who's had an absolute banger of a day. He's in there in 3. Connor Grant in 2. Knightwood, Ruari, Kempsford taking it to the line. Pleasantsford through in 4.
Quarterfinal number 41. The 8-year-old boys are a go. Check out Ruben Lamb on the A21 Merseyside BMX Club. Who's there with him, chasing him down? Looks like a Gosport NRT rider. Eddie Brown picking up the 2, the 3 and 4. At the moment are occupied by the 640 as they come on round. That's got to be Ronnie Hill and Potato here as well. Nico Jocelyn Black in there inside a qualifying spot as things stand, but he's under all sorts of pressure on the exit of that final corner. Who's going to get it? Potatoes in 4. Who's in 5? It's the 671. Not quite going to get close enough. That was Teddy Barker.
Right, Bromelo, Slater, Jamiro, a 1, 2, 3 into the turn. Lewin's just giving up a position. Let's hope he can get round in one piece this time. 2 rolls round on the floor. He's more than enough for one day, Lewin. 641. That is William Beckett in there in 3. Lewin's in 4, being chased down by Benjamin Sawyer, I think it is, out of Blackpool. Sawyer's in 5. He wants the 4. He's got to get past Jamira to get it done. It's going to go Bromelo, Slater, Jamira. Is he going to hang on? Jamira, yes, pinch to 3. Well done, Lewin.
He's got more YouTube subscribers than you. It's Shelby Yates leading this one out. Isaac Tomlinson in the 2 spot. Looks like we've got the 944 of Benji Ross Foster in 3. The 4 spot is Henry Dodd. The front 4 riders looking safe and clear at his. Who's the rider in 5? Otis Summer. Got a bit of work to do, but it's going to be Dodd in 4. Foster in 3. Tomlinson in 2, but your race winner Shelby Yates.
Right, last of the quarterfinals in the 8-year-olds and the quarterfinals. Full stop. Sandy Sounds is the man out front and in control. French, Cactins, Blundell in there as well. Cactins in 2. The 133 and the 983 have got the feeling that it's Harry Taylor being chased down by John Joe Blundell. Taylor and Blundell. Taylor doing it for SVT Mongoose. In and out of final turn, looking good for the 4. It's going to be Ounds, Cactins, the 183, Alexander French and Harry Taylor. 20-5 for your semi. So about what? 7 or 8 minutes? 7 to 8 minutes. 20-5 for your semis. Have we got any more volume for these mics, or are we not allowed any more volume for these mics?
Well, I got what's his face telling me to turn him down.
Right. Du-du-du-du-du.
Looks like we are ready to go semi-final racing. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are locked and loaded and ready to go for their first semi-final. Semi-finals are a go, the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Your European number 7 on the inside, Charlie Dowsing going airborne neck and neck with Arlo Steinmetz. Steinmetz picked up the upper hand into that first corner. He leads this one out. Don't forget, ladies and gents, we are on the lookout for a Maxis move of the day. Steinmetz out there in 1. Who's the fast signatures rider in 2? Looks like that could be the 591 of Joseph Dewis. Dowsing's in 3, Bishop in 4. Swales has got it all to do in 5 as he chases Bishop into the final corner. Arlo Steinmetz though, Burnham BMX Club. In and out he goes and down the final straight. Steinmetz, Dewis, Dowsing, Bishop 1 through 4.
Right, semi-final number 2 for the 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open. Mason, Westwood, Smythe, Todd, State, Walsh, Jones and Parks. Let's have a look. Arthur Mason leading it into the turn. Who's that in there in 2? It's the 866 of Frederick State. Smythe's worked his way through into 4. Rocco Westwood's in there in 3. Todd out of Peterborough on the outside looking in. He's in there in that 5th spot right now. He's really going to have to turn it on. Down that final straight, he's having a go. Todd and Smythe to the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Smythe just.
13, 14-year-old cruisers on track. Big Murph leads it from Van der Malion into that second corner. Dylan Spence is up to about 3, doing it for Team Buddies. That is Yusuf Almas Fordham inside the top 4. Look at Spence going from 3 to 1 in that final corner. Makes his stick, but he's not done yet. Van der Malion works his way in. Big Murph ends up at the back of the pack. Who's picking up that final qualifying spot? That was Harrison Barker.
Second semi-final for the 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. Charlie Cotton sorted race gear in there in that 3rd spot right now. Let's have a look who's got the 4. Marco, Arnold, Cotton, 1, 2 and 3. That looks like Alfie Ford out of the Hawks, who's in there in that final qualifying position. DC cycles all over the back of him though. That is Leighton Harding. Harding's having a go down the final straight. Harding and Ford to the line. Ford just.
Lucas Seeley, Cooper McCrum, that's your 1 and 2 in the 15, 16-year-old cruisers. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like we've got Jack Walford being chased out by the 7X of Jake McKenna out of Preston. Max Surridge is swarming and swerving all over his back wheel. He wants a way through into this 15-16 cruiser final. Seeley, McCrum, Walford, 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot on the line? McKenna hung on. Looks like we lost Todd Smith-Notman in that one. And Samuel Wood, both riders up and finishing, walking away. Put your hands together for them.
Fifteen, 16-year-old cruisers semi-final number 2. Newton Hindley, Alfie Sim in this one, heading down that first straight towards the turn. Ronnie Richards, Lucas Smith in there as well. Sim in there in that third spot, but they are swallowing him up as they come out of the turn. Got a little bit out of shape and lost some momentum, but he's pushing it back now. In there in that fourth spot. Ronnie Richards all over the back of him as well. McSwitty trying to get involved. Alfie Sim in 4, looking for the 3, looking to get that position, going for the 2, battling with Lucas Smith. Ronnie Richards is up there as well. Richards has got past Sim. Sim out in 5.
17, 29-year-old cruisers. Cates, Brooks, 1 and 2. Harrody's in there in about 4 as he swaps and changes the spot with the 2X of Stan Palmer. That's your top 4 as things stand. Brown's in there in 5. Last turn action. Cates, smooth as you like. Brooks, good to see him back on track after his crash earlier on. Harrody and Palmer in that order.
Semi-final number 2 for the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Connor Blythe, DC Cycles. In there, Luca Manzi as well. Can barely tell them apart when they're on the track. It is the 10 of Luca Manzi out there in front. Zach Green, BMX Race Hub in there in 2. Pete Watson in 3. That is Niall Moss in there in 4. Moss hanging on for the final qualifying spot.
17, 29-year-old women's cruiser on track. Maybo Factory Team UK have got 2 riders in this race, and they're going 1 and 3 at the moment. It is Hannah Drew splitting up the Maybo party in that 2 spot. So, Chiswa, your British champion, leads it out. Your national champion, Drew, in 2. It's Izzy Hurry in 3. Amy Willets is in there in 4. Last turn action. Looks like the front 4 are safe and clear. Chiswa, Drew, Hurry, Willets, 1 through 4.
Semi-final number 10, 17 to 29-year-old cruiser ladies. Josie McFall out in front, dressed in green. She's not the Incredible Hulk, she's in the Hope kit. Yetska in that 3rd spot now. Look at the battle for 4 because Charlotte Jackson has got pressure coming from Anya Mata and Alonso, and Yetska Hemstock is holding up the party. In and out of the final turn we go. Jackson, Alonso to the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Anya steals it away right at the death.
30 plus women's cruiser semi-finals on track. Weary's Becca Gold, she's at the front of the pack on that 3 plate. Who's there with her? Liam Eden on the 6. That's the 11 of Marsha Brooke in 3. Magic Manda and her Healing Hands of Heaven in there in 4, but she's being chased out by what looks like Nicola Wheeler on the 15 plate. She's got it all to do on the exit of turn number 3. Wheeler chasing Hemstock down to the wire. Hemstock's going to hang on to 4.
Semi-final 12, Anita Wong, Ro Beckett, Emily Isler, Annie Chiziwa, Nikki Sitch, Karen Evans, Lisa Tarlin and Tracy Sharp. And Neats, the W6, leading it into the turn. Ro Beckett in 2. The 23 of Emma Islet's in there as well, and Nikki Sitch is in a qualifying spot with room to play with because Annie Chiziwa is 5 bike lengths back going into the final turn. It's going to be Wong, Beckett, Islet and Sitch going through.
40 to 44-year-old cruisers on track. Check out Kieran McAvoy. Sorted race gear, smooth as you like at the front of the pack. Wrapped up the title for the season on his return to BMX after a... Larry Nobles. Okay, Larry Nobles, I like that one, I'll stick with that. So it is Larry Nobles out front, then Newbury in 2, Smythe in 3, that's got to be Matt Eaton in there in 4. Jake Kempsford's got it all to do in 5, has he got enough down the final straight? Eaton's going to hang on inside that top 4 spots.
Second semi for the 40 to 44 cruisers. It is Chris Evans, Mr. Pie in a Pint out in front. That is Derby's rider Tom Stretton. 3 and Rob Harris going through in 4. Didn't quite catch the rider in 5, but he's got to get on to the back of Rob Harris down that final straight. It's going to be Evans, Stretton, Dixon, Harris making it in.
Daz O'Brien has been blindingly quick in that white kit all day long, and he's at the front of his semi-final race at the moment. Pete Butler's having a big old scrap with Oggy through that second straight as they have a chat into turn number 2. Steve Hassel's in there at about 4. Who's chasing him down in 5 as they bring it into that final turn? Paul Barnard looking to make moves. He's banging bows in the turn. Hassel exits left. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? Stu Little says thank you very much. He'll take that one home.
Right, Hilly and Reedy going 1 and 2. It's like the Pro Class 1996 all over again. Gary Carver, what a palaver in there in 3. Brett Knight in 4. There's a big gap to the rider in 5. Matt Phillips is in there in 7. But it's going to be Hilly, Reedy, Carver, Knight all making it in.
Stu Campbell out of lane number 1 in the first of the 55 plus cruiser semi-finals. He's going 1 and 2 with Chris Madron. Where's Dave Lindsay's in there in 3 on the exit of that first corner. Brent Featherstone's in there in 4. Who's got enough to catch Featherstone? I don't think anyone has at the moment. Here comes Cy Payton. No, he wants a crack at it into turn number 2 and back out again. So it's Evolve Collective and Malvern's Classics going through in 4 and 5 at the moment. Payton looking for a way round. Campbell, Madron, Lindsay. Payton's putting the pressure on through the final straight. Payton's going to get the final qualifying spot.
Sorry, can we just check that Cy Payton didn't win the Olympics then? That was an amazing move in the final corner as we go to 55 plus cruiser. Maxis move of the day, that could be actually. Benters and Notman 1 and 2. The Allens boys flying in formation. Stubble in there in 3. Who's got the 4 as they come out of the turn? It looks like Tim Drew. Drew's going to go through in that 4th spot, but there's pressure coming at the line. Drew just hanging on.
Ruben McAllister's on track in the 7-year-old semi-finals, going 1 and 2 with Jack Byrne, your British champion. So it is the Sunny Nunny crew leading the way as it stands. The 3 spot looking like that could be Freddie Mitchell-Moore out of Green Machine Tribe. Ben's getting busy into turn 2. Looks for a way round. McAllister didn't quite find it. Who's picking up that final qualifying spot? Oliver Savage, Gosport National Race Team. In and out of the final turn they go. McAllister, Ben. That's going to be your 1 and 2. Mitchell-Moore, Savage, 3 and 4.
Luke Barron and Amari Bamford Burr 1 and 2 into the turn. Owen Wheater's in there for Preston in that nice bright Preston kit. Where is Alejandro Crudo Estevez? In the middle of the pack and pushing hard. He's in the 5, he needs the 4. He's got to get past Alfie Baglin. So the 2 teammates are scrapping it out for that final place in the main. Estevez and Baglin into the turn we go. Almost identical lines. Alejandro's winding it up. Baglin's holding him off. Baglin to the line. Just half a bike in it.
Charlie Bromelo's on track in that 2 spot, chasing down Sanders Horns into that second corner. The 486 rounds out the top 3 spots. That's Isaac Tomlinson being chased down by crack BMX coaches. Harrison Slater out of Preston Pirates of Preston. They got a couple of riders inside the top 4 as Bromelo goes right round the outside to go from 2 to 1. Bromelo, Horns, Tomlinson, 1, 2, 3. Who's getting the 4? It was Slater.
Right, next up we have got the 821 leading it out. Cactins is in there in that 4th spot. Oh, Shelby Yates got pushed up in the turn. Ruben Lamid is out in front. Merseyside BMX Club. Eddie Brown in there in 2, 3 and 4, still scrapping it out. Cactins and Yates, they're both going to get through. Don't take each other out before the line, lads.
9-year-old semi-final action on track. Looks like Gorman in that 2 spot, chasing down Joey Clayton, doing it for PCR, and a rep in the Yoris Dode kit. JD33 at the front of the pack then. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like Archie Walsgrove in that squash and pop kit. In and out of the final corner, there's a scrub going on. Payne is chasing down the Cardiff rider, Oliver Pritchard. Pritchard's going to get that final qualifying spot. Payne unlucky in 5.
Right, my mate Logan Aceto out in front at the moment in the second semi for the nines. Where is Oscar rather daft? He's in there in that third spot. They are all over the back of him though and trying to get through, including Rapid, Roman, Birdfield, Rutherford in the 4. Is he going to hold it to the line? I think he is. Oscar Rutherford makes it through in that 4th spot.
Semi-final number 25 on track. Where's Maggie Devine, your European number 7? She's in that 2 spot, chasing down the British champion Mabel Pine at the front of the pack. So it's Pine, Devine out front. Abigail Henning out of BM Racing. It's getting busy for the 4. Madeline Malloy has just threaded the needle and made it stick. But the pressure is now coming from Luciana Pins and Barron. Moves are being made. Everyone's ducking and diving, but Malloy's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Right, here we go. 9-year-old girls semi-final number 2. Hewitt, Jewis, Brentnall, Moore, Henry Kay, Edwards and Sky Soden Wells. Pro Star out in front. BRE are in there in 3. Flick left a big gap in the turn and Bella Henry nearly dived underneath and stole it away. But the Allens rider in there in 4 right now. Izzy Moore in 3. Jewis in 2. Matilda Hewitt taking it to the line. Flick's going to get that final quali spot.
Antek Perevni's first straight was equal of what some of the best I've seen all day today. It's your European number 7. Perevni out front, going 1 and 2 with Charlie Blakeburn. That is Seth Perry in there for 3. Dominic Zapanos had a hot shot racing in there in 4. Conguran is in 5. He's being chased down by Calvert. But Perevni means business. Your race winner, it's going to be Blakeburn, Perry and Zapanos in that order.
Right, Big Hens, Henry Sullivan leading it into the turn with Alex Vitals in there into the 14. That belongs to Alfie Thorne, I think, in there in 3. Where is Noah Northcott? He's in there in 4 with Callum Wood in 5. Northcott, is he going to hang on, or has Alfie Thorne Callum Wood got anything for him? Northcott makes it in.
Aidan Baptiste is leading out this semi-final, and the 11-year-olds coming 1 and 2 with the former world number 8. That is Thomas Giles doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Reactive Racing have got the 3-plate of Jack Belton in there in 3. The 12 in 4 is Ollie Bird, but he's under pressure. Here comes a reactive rider. George Spencer trying to get involved in the top 4 action. Moves are being made in that final corner. Reactive are looking to put 2 riders into the 8 final. Bird looking to upset the party, and it just about manages to do so.
Sorry, just sorting my sunglasses out. Let's have a look. Oakley Hill in there in 3. And the 4-plate belongs to Rex Ford, I think, at the moment as they go in and out of that turn. Kacharik in there as well, and Donaldson, Kacharik, Hill, Ford. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Seb Staines might be the unlucky guy in 5.
European champion alert, ladies and gents. It's Finn Munro. Allen's Factory Supercross going 1 and 2 with the 15 of Isaac Moore. Moves being made in that second turn, and Rex Beasley was one of them making it happen. He's worked his way into 4, slotted in behind Preston Newmarsh Powell. PNP then looking to hang on to that top 3 spot, taking it across the line in behind the 15 of Isaac Moore.
Right, 3 riders down in the turn in the next semi-final, and that has allowed riders to get away. The BRE rider in there in 4 is Mac Finley. Ronnie Woods on the outside looking in. The Land Shark. He's going to have to get a move on in that final straight if he wants to make it in. He's probably left himself too much to do. Anderson, Hemphill, McAvoy, Finley, Ronnie out in 5.
12-year-old girls on track for the semi-finals, and they are neck and neck through the first straight, but Trixie Trace, airborne she goes and picks up the lead into that first corner over the whole shot line. Who's there? Well, they've got to be Freya Montfort out of Sorted Race Gear, so it's Evolve, Sorted, 1 and 2, BRE are in 3. That is looking like it could be, Fluent in 3. That is Molly Tomlinson, who's picking up the 4. It's the 8-plate. Ellie Beats under pressure. Rachel Pritchard's making moves. Beat Pritchard into the corner they go. Who's going to make it stick? Pritchard got caught up in traffic, so it's looking like Ellie Beat is going to hang on to that final qualifying spot. Looks like we lost one rider on the first straight. I think it might have been April Wood, but we'll take a look. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for the fallen rider. I believe it was April Wood. Right, well, we've got the opportunity. If you see, I think it's Libby from Chesterfield BMX Club knocking around selling sticker packs for £5, please feel free to pick up a sticker pack. All the money from those stickers is going to help Chesterfield BMX make some more adjustments to the track, fencing and everything else. The Chesy stickers are at the Steel and Spice tent and the club tent, which is located in the gazebo field somewhere. I can't see it, so if you do want to contribute, please go and find Libby or one of the two aforementioned locations, and you'll be able to purchase yourself some Chesy stickers for £5. Don't forget as well, we've got our athletes and professionals posters signing tomorrow during the 30-minute break that we'll have. Some big names will be there. So make sure you are over adjacent to the start hill tomorrow during our half-an-hour break.
Right, okay, sorry. Miles away then. Semi-final 34. Hudak, Dudley, Puddock, Underhill, Lee, Payne, Toogood and Surtees into the turn. Second semi-final for the 12-year-old girls. In and out we go. Grace Hudak out in front, looking good right now. Bonnie Dudley's in there as well in that 3 spot. I think a rider in 2 on that 8 plates. Is it an 8 or a 7? It's a 10. Great stuff, Rich. Well spotted. Izzy Underhill. Aria Rosalie in there in 4. So it looks like Astar Racing are going to have a rider in the final as they go in and out the final turn. Hudak taking it to the line. Underhill in there as well. Aria Rosalie is in the final.
Bibby and Payne go 1 and 2 in semi-final number 35. Archie Croker White's in there in 3. Check out Everly in 4. Looking to stick his Mate bike into the A final of the 13-year-olds. He's being chased into the final corner though. Looks like Marcus Mullen wants to put the pressure on through the final straight. Mullen looking to chase to the line. Can't quite get close enough.
Right, moving on. These are the 13-year-old boys. I'm miles away at the minute. I don't know what I'm thinking about at all. Right, the two of Leo Rowlands, Joe Rook, 1 and 2. Leighton Harding in there in 3, and that looks like Jack Devine doing it for the Maywell Factory team in there in 4, but under all kinds of pressure from the CGR rider. That is Archie Bell. Bell looking for a way through. Is he going to get him at the line? Bell out in 5.
13-year-old girls on track. Freya Harris leads out the pack. Who's there with her, chasing her down towards turn number 2? That is her Team Mind. Millie Ross on the template. The 50 at the 19X in there in 3. That is Poppy Bishop being chased out by Elsie Blight doing it for Absolute. The front 4 ladies looking safe and clear. Freya Harris going to take it to the wire. Ross, Bishop and Blight in that order.
Right, semi-final number 38. I think this is Samia Hughes out of the Irish Connective. All getting together. Oh, Iris Hyder down on the end of the second straight. The elbows locked as they went over the jump. Down she went. Oh, not the ideal finish for Iris Hyder. Meanwhile, Samia Hughes, Gerard, Mara McCarran, and the 6 plate that belonged to Seren Pritchard.
Fitzroy Bryce received a bow in that first corner and he's just about managed to stay on his feet, but the bike's on the floor. Hilly leads it. Royal Air Force's Matt Hayward in there in 2. Stu Little's having a blinder in 3. Pure Bikes have got Christos Chorkos in 4. Looking like that's how they're going to take it down to the stripe. 2 Pure Bikes riders into the final. Put your hands together for the BMX Pete Fitzroy Bryce.
Right, semi-final 40. These are your grand veterans: Oggy, Brett Knight, Stevie Fortune, Chris Taylor, Craig Nelly Nelson, Neil Waddington, Dave Knowles, and Neil the Warlock Stewart. Heading in and out of turn number 1, Martin Oggy Ogden is the man out front and in control. Fortune in there in 2, Brett Knight in 3. Who's going to get that 4? Craig Nelson aboard the OS20 into the turn. They are queuing up behind him like Greg's on a Friday afternoon. You can hear the tyres sliding out in the corner. Craig's in there in 4 at the moment. As they head down towards the line, Nelson's going to make it in that 4th spot.
Roland Els and Freddie Parkinson were trading bows in that first corner. Parkinson's come out on top, but Els absolutely blindingly quick into turn number 2. Els, Parkinson, Donald, 1, 2, 3. Looks like McNulty's in there in 4. Roland Els, though, what a fast lap that was. He's going to pick up this semi-final win.
Right, semi-final number 42. Perkins, Miller, Butt, Jepson, Douglas, Arnold, Wilcox, and Sully Collis in this one as well. Looks like Miller's in there in 1. Riley Butt in 3. Joe Douglas in 4. Jepson on the outside looking in. Might have just left himself a little bit too much to do right now as they head down towards that final turn.
15-year-old semi-finals are going to the first corner. Who's leading it out? Kirby Rayford. Stay strong, looking good at the moment. Toby Lynch in there in that 2 spot, looking like we've got Guppy into 3. Who's picking up the 4? Geddes is putting the pressure on the 23 plate of Maxwell Lawrence. Oh! Parsons and Lawrence hits the deck. Geddes comes unstuck, and that leaves what looks like Dexter Bear up to steal that final qualifying spot, taking it across the line. Semi-final number 44 on track. That's the four-plate of Osborne leading it out. It looks like we've got Elvis Lawrence in there in 2. Nate Hamilton's on the bubble in there in about 3 or 4 at the moment. Chasing down Evan Bartley in and out of that final corner. Who's picking up the final? Looks like that is Zach Childs. Got a bit of work to do with the line. That one was close.
Yeah, I think Heath Osborne just nicked that 4th spot as we move on to the 16-year-old Seeley, Entwistle, James Turblanche, Boone, Mayhar, Bradford and Widdowson all in this one. In and out the turn we go. Lucas Seeley in there in 2, chasing down Rusty Nut Racing. That's going to be the 9-plate, Freddie Franklin. Am I looking at the right one? I'm not. Bradley James, Jamira McCrum, Franklin, Dunkley all in this one. Dunkley in the 5, he's looking for the 4. McCrum's going to make it in. Franklin makes it in as well.
Semi-final number, these are 17 to 18 year olds. That is Henry Eyre leading it out, Tom Doran, Amos Guppy, Eli Smith, 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking good as they bring it in towards the final turn. Lewis Cook in there in 5. Got a bucket load of work to do down the final straight. Can he put the pressure on Smith at the line? Smith's going to hang on in 4.
17, I don't know. Something's gone on. It all got a bit out of order, I think. But we'll just carry on anyway. It's fine. Hart, Baratta, Collis in this one. Baratta in there into the 5-5-1 is Jake Hart. Out there in front. Spends a huge amount of time on this track. Team Mind in there. That's going to be Samson Townsend into the final corner in 4. Oh, under pressure from Harradine as they come down the straight. Couldn't quite make it stick. Jono's out in 5. Burgess in 6.
17 to 18 year old ladies are on track. Esme Brooke got all sorts of sideways down that first straight, but it is going to be her teammate leading it out. Amelia Everly absolutely flying. Brooks in there in 3, and the 2 spot looking like that's occupied by Sophie Carniston out of LVG NRT. Eleanor Curtis in there in 4, doing it for Smiley's Flying Club. The front 4 ladies looking safe and clear as things stand. So Everly leads it through. Carniston, Brooke, Curtis. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right, moving on. Right, semi-final 50. Elwood, Ashman, 1 and 2. Or Ashman, Elwood, Yetska, Hempstock, and Isla Radcliffe. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Not sure who's got the 5. I've got a feeling it's Bethany Coates. But Elwood's going to take it from Ashman, Yetska and Isla.
19 to 29 year old men's semi-finals on track. Bradshaw leads it out. Who's here with him? The 0-2-0 is Theodore Peterkin. Being chased down by the 10X of Lamin Akareli. It is Kate's in there in 4. Alex Brooks in there in 5. Last turn action. Oh! Brooks throws it under. Makes it stick. Max is move of the day material. He's going to pick up that final qualifying spots.
Right, second semi for the 19 to 29 year olds. Callum Strickland picking up the whole shot. Josh Wallace, Daniel Cage, Shea Young's in there as well. Let's have a look as they head down towards us. And Kenny Phillips is trying to get in there as well. He's left himself too much to do. Young in that 3rd spot, battling with Josh Wallace. Who's got the 5? I think it's Dexter Gambe as they come out of the corner. Gambe's made his move, taking it down towards the line. 6X to the stripe, Dexter Gambe.
19 to 29 year old ladies are on track, heading for that first corner. It's gonna be the W7, I believe it is. Annabelle Townsend, your British champion, looking good for Savage Racing at the moment. Who's here with her? Gotta be the 704 of Lucy Monday. She's worked her way into a top 3 spot in behind the 1X of Megan Gerard. Moves being made in that second corner. McCrum, Hemstock, elbow to elbow, wheel to wheel into that final corner. Hemstock's worked her way back into a quality spot. Last straight action, Townsend going to take it on the line. Gerard, Monday, Hemstock in that order.
Semi-final 54, the last of them. Green, Drew, Kirby, Hurry, Lamb, Goal, Elwood and Alexander. And it is Emily Green out in front, looking good right now. Oh, it's 2 team members all together. Emily Green and Megan Kirby going 1 and 2 for Green Machine Tribe. Hannah Drew and Izzy Hurry, that's your 3 and 4. Teamer in there in 5. Harriet Alexander just left herself too much to do.
It looks like we've got one more semi-final to run.
Oh, have we?
These are your 16-year-old boys. Semi-final at number 45 making their way up to the gates. Last semi-final then waited to get locked and loaded on the start. That was a long applause for the 16-year-old second semi-final. Luca Seeley racing. We've just seen what his team manager can do in a semi-final, and he's showing us how to lead the pack. Seeley looking good at the moment. That's got to be Entwistle in there in the 2 spot. Looking like we've got Bradley Oliver James inside the top 3. Who's in 4? That's the template of Eden Boone. Boone has separated himself out from Ollie Blanche in there in 5. At the moment, last turn action, Seeley absolutely flying down this final straight to a semi-final win. Seeley, Entwistle, James, Boone, 1, 2, 3, 4. We are going to go final rating in 10 minutes time. So 5:30, ladies and gents, you need to be in the pens ready and waiting for your finals at 5:30. Thank you very much. Looks like we are ready to go final racing, ladies and gents. Kicking things off with our Cruiser B finals. Any time today, Rich. Nine to 12-year-old Cruiser B final hits the track. Looks like we have got the rider out of Peterborough, out of lane number 1, Ollie Todd, on the 000 plate. Looking good into turn number 1, but it's going to be Swales leading this one out. Jack Swales. For Fast Signatures of Gosport BMX Club, he's going to lead it towards turn number 2. Peterborough's Ollie Todd in there in that 2 spot. The 3 looking like that could be Hackney's Sammy Stack. The 18 plate is Freddie Walsh. RTR Resilient Team Racing. He's going to round out them top 4 spots, but Swales down the final straight looking good to pick up this B final win as he's put under pressure from Todd. Todd's going to nick it at the line. Swales for 2. 13-14-year-old Cruiser B final. Big Murph in there in that 1 spot. Looks like we've got the 1X of Harding in there in 2. The 824 in 3. Lewis Hughes out of Crank BMX coaching. He's been chased down by the...
Right, B final for the 15 and 16-year-old cruisers heading down the hill. Surridge, Simbic, Switty, Byrne, Anthony, Notman, Westwood and Wood. Were you sorry? Just, get my elbows out and cut Lewis off mid-commentary. Sorry, Lewis. Yeah. I just jumped in and started. Right, Alfie Sim anyway. In and out of the turn we go. McSwitty in there in 2. I think that's Sam Wood in there in 4. For Alfie Sim, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, bringing it down to the line. B final winner.
17 to 29-year-old Cruiser B finals on track. Kean Brown leads it in and out of turn number 1. Looks like we've got Conor Blythe in there in that 2 spot. Jack LeBras in there as well. In about 4 or 5 at the moment. Chasing down Matt McHughes, who's in there in 3. Looks like that could be Lloyd Freeman on the 26 plate. In there in 4. Chasing McHugh on the exit of turn number 2. I'll carry on this time. Brown, Blythe, that's going to be your 1 and 2 as to bring it out to the line with Matt McHugh rounding out them podium spots.
17-29 ladies cruiser. Can I carry on, Lewis? Is that all right?
That's all right.
That's all right.
We'll go this
time.
Yeah.
Radcliffe, Jackson, Hedges, Maloney, Elwood, Allison, Hyam and McCartney. I think actually Alexis has gone to hospital. She had her arm in a sling. So out of Radcliffe, Charlotte Jackson. Hannah Hedges, that is your 1, 2, 3. Smiley Maloney in 4. Who we got in 5? It's Jamie Elwoods. But Radcliffe and Jackson going to go 1 and 2 to the line. Who's going to pick it off at the stripe? Oh, Alan Radcliffe.
Coach Chizzy showing all of her riders how it's done. Whole shotting into turn number 1, 30 plus women's cruiser B final on track. Then Chizzy leads them out. Nicola Wheeler in there in that 2 spot, looking for a way around the outside, and I think she's found it. Chizzy now doing the chaser then into turn number 2. It is Abby Hill in 3. Who's picking up the 4? It's 17 of Karen Evans out of Cornwall BMX Club. Army Cycling Union's Ornella McGarvey Miles inside the top 5. Moves being made in the final turn. Looks like it could be Evans going from 4 to 3. Hill in there for 4. Chizzy for 2. Wheeler in 1.
40 to 44 cruise to the B final. Kempsford, Moores, Lewis, Parks, Platt, Kinsey, Allison and Kennedy. It looks like Jay Kempsford is leading it out at the minute, being chased down by the 14 of James Moores and the 19 of Nick Lewis. That is your 1, 2 and 3. Michael Parks in that 4th spot with Craig Platt in 5. Kinsey in 6. Kempsford taking it to the stripe, taking the win in the B final. 40 to 44 cruiser.
50 to 54-year-old Cruiser Bruisers B final. Stephen Hassel leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Looks like we've got the rider out of Norwich. That is Paul Barnard. Being chased down by the 465. That is David Bishop doing it for Bournemouth BMX Club. Tim Porter in there in 4. Hotshot Racing in 5 with Matt Phillips. But it's all out front with Stephen Hassel doing it for SVT Mongoose down that final straight. Going to pick up the 50 to 54-year-old Cruiser B final win.
55 plus Cruiser B final. Featherstone, Wilcock, Hood, Brown, Knowles, Keats, Charlesworth and Adams in and out of the turn we go. Looks like Brent Featherstone is the man in control at the moment. Mick Hood on that 386. He's in there as well and pushing hard in that 3rd spot. The man in 2 is the 7 plate of Keith Brown. Team Mind. In and out we go. It's going to be Featherstone and Brown battling for it. Mick Hood on the outside looking and waiting for an opportunity to get by as they take it down to the line. Featherstone, Brown to the stripe. Featherstone from Brown.
First A final of round number 9, lining up on the gate. The 92-year-old Cruisers. We've got Rory Smythe, Freddie States, Rocco Westwood, Arthur Mason, Holly Bishop, Joseph Dewis, Charlie Dowson, and Ola Steinmetz. 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser A final is a go. Dowson, your European number 7 out of the inside. Look, it's a whole shot as they bring it towards turn number 1. Dowson's going to lead it through. Ola Steinmetz in 2. Who's in 3? That's Rory Smythe doing it for the Gosport NRT crew. Got him with Bishop in there in 4, but Charlie Dowson, BMX Hype, looking good in towards that 2nd turn. It looks like we've got Swales in there at about 6 at the moment. Check out the 33 of Arthur Mason. Get it busy. He's worked his way into a top 4 spot from about 6. Last turn action. Oh, Steinmetz looked underneath. Wasn't quite close enough. So Dowson, Steinmetz, that's going to be 1 and 2. Rory Smythe in there for 3.
Right, let's have a look at 13 to 16-year-old girls at Cruiser. 4th moto, so it's total points. Isla Young, Sadie McSwitty, Emily Grimm, Lucy Stevenson, Lottie McFarlane, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, and Ailey Watson. Right, here we go. Cruiser girls heading down the hill. I think Ailey Watson's had 3 moto wins out of 3. So it looks like she's going to pick up the overall in this one if she managed to make it 4 from 4. Paige Cathcart Cunnison's had a roll round on the floor today, but it's not stopping her. She's stuck in there in about that 4th spot at the minute. Lottie McFarlane, Lucy Stevenson, Emily Grimm, Sadie McSwitty. Lottie's in there in 2. Teamer in there in 3. That's Emily Grimm. Paige is in that 4th spot as they go in and out of the final turn. Watson's going to take the win and the overall in 13 to 16 girls Cruiser.
13 and 14-year-old cruisers up on the gate for their final. We've got Harrison Barker, Alfie Ford, Yusuf Almas Fordham, Charlie Cotton, Dylan Spence, Adam Arnold, Hunter Malion, and Benny Marco. Thirteen and 14-year-old cruisers on track. Adam Arnold picked up a win in this class at the previous national at Cardiff. He wants more of the same today. Turn number one action. Benny Marco makes his stick. Marco leads it. Arnold in two. Hunter Van der Malion is in there in three. Putting the pressure on the front two race leaders. Turn two action. Marco dives underneath. Banging bows. Van der Malion's getting busy as well. Right round the outside of both of them. Malion leads it. Oh my word. Chaos down the third straight. Malion, Marco, Spence. Arnold ends up at the back of the pack. Hunter Van der Malion. Take a bow.
Wow. Cracking, belting, that's a good one. Right, 15-16 cruisers, Lucas Smith, Ronnie Richards, Jake McKenna, Adam Stevenson, Newton Hindley, Jack Walford, Cooper McCrum and Lucas Seeley. Cruisers are goal to 15 and 16-year-olds. Lucas Seeley, Newton Hindley, look at him, elbow to elbow down that first straight. One keeps it low, one starts to jump in towards the turn. Seeley just about picking up that whole shot, but Newton Hindley is absolutely all over the back of him, trying his best to get a move in that turn. Seeley starts to open the gap now. McCrum's in there in three, Smith in four, Richards in five, Walford in there in six. But Seeley starts to walk away with it. He's going to take the win. Hindley gave it everything he had in two, McCrum in three.
17 to 29-year-old cruiser A final up on the gate. We've got Niall Moss, Stanley Palmer, Pete Watson, Zach Green, Luca Manzi, John O'Haradine, Alex Brooks and Josh Cates. Seventeen and 29-year-old cruisers Argo. It's getting all sorts of busy down the first straight. Luca Manzi almost exited right, but it is going to be Brooks into the turn. Alex Brooks, your European number two, currently going 1 and 2 with Josh Cates doing it for Braintree BMX. The two fast signatures boys are going through in 3 and 4. That's going to be Palmer and Moss. Watson's in 5, but Alex Brooks out front. Cates on the inside. Oh my word! Kate sticks it under, returns the favour. Fast signatures take advantage. Palmer, Moss, Watson, 1, 2 and 3. Wee-wah. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Right, 17 to 29. Females lining up on the gates. We have got Anya Matta and Alonso, Yetska Hempstock, Trinity Cam, Josie McFall, Amy Willets, Izzy Hurry, Hannah Drew, Lily Chiziwa. Right, 17 to 29, cruisers, the final, the girls are goal, Lily Chiziwa, Josie McFall's right in there as well, Amy Willis doing it for Retro Racing, just starting to get pushed back that little bit, but Chiziwa picking up the whole shot, out there in front, looking for another win. She started to extend her lead now. Hannah Drew in there in 2, Josie McFall in 3, Yetska Hempstock trying to go underneath in the turn, Izzy Hurry wide round the outside, Anya Matta and Alonso in there as well, and Trinity Cam pushing hard. But it's going to be Lily Chiziwa, Mabel Factory team on the home track taking the win, and the Mabel fans go wild. 30-39 cruiser next up. We have got Kieran Wood, Chris Hearn, Stu Laurie, Mitchell Smith, Jack Hudson, Martin Smiley Brown, Nathan Abbott and John Lillingston. "30 to 39-year-old cruisers heading down the hill. Hudson's in there. And going towards turn number 1, Lillingston on the inside. Lillingston in there, picking up the whole shot. Mitchell Smith working his way in as well. Where is Martin Smiley Brown? He's not that far out of it either. Hudson in that second spot. In and out we go. Smiley in 4, looking for the 3, trying to work his way around the outside. Lillingston still holding on to it. It's going to be Lillingston, Hudson, Smith, unless Smiley gets him on the line. Too close to call.
30-plus women's cruiser lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Nikki Sitch, Manda Hemstock, Emily Island, Marsha Brooke, Rowan Beckett, Leah Meaden, Anita Wong and Rebecca Goll. Final 17 is to go, the 30-plus women's cruiser heading for turn number 1. It's going to be the 3 of Becca Goll out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leading it into the turn and over the whole shot line. Where is your world number 6, Anita Wong? She's in that 2 spot doing it for DC Cycles. And the 3 looks like Rowan Beckett out of Birmingham and Smiley's Flight Club. Team Bunny's in there in 4 with Marsha Brooke. She's absolutely flying this weekend. Leah Meaden in there in 5, Magic Manda in 6, Islet 7 and Sidge in 8. But it's going to be Rebecca Goll through the final straight, picking up another national win. Goll, Wong, Beckett, 1, 2, 3, pressure on Brooke at the line for 4. Leah Meaden nicks it at the stripe.
Right, final 18, 40 to 44 cruiser. Matthew Eaton, Rob Harris, Dylan Dixon, Ian Smythe, Tom Stretton, Grant Yerbury, Chris Evans, and Kieran Larry Nobles McAvoy. 40 to 44 cruiser. Let's have a look. Heading down the hill, Kieran McAvoy. He's already got the title wrapped up. He wants a perfect season. I don't think he's dropped a lap all year long. In and out of the turn we go. If there's one guy you can get next to him and try and make a move, it is Mr. Pie and a Pint. Chris Evans, Dylan Dixon in there in 3. Matt Eaton in 4. Tom Stretton on his home track in there in 5. Harry's in 6. But it is coming out of the final turn. Kieran McAvoy, a.k.a. Larry Nobles, crossing the line, taking the win, rider down on the final straight. It was Rob Harris.
Put your hands together for Rob, ladies and gents, as he makes his way off track. And we will get you introduced to the 45 to 49-year-old cruisers lining up on the gate. We've got Jamie Rose, Kev Merrin, Nige Smith, Mark Steele, Anthony Labras, Simon Toogood, Norbert Marco, and Matthew Trincart. "45, 49-year-old cruiser bruisers hit the track. Norbert Marco with a blinding start. Where is DJ Toogood? He's on the outside looking in as things stand. Works his way into 3. Marco, Trincard, Toogood, 1, 2, 3. Tony Labras is in there in 4. Going through with his clubmate Big Nige Smith in 5. Look at this for a scrap out front. Oh, Matthew Trincard! Wow, looked underneath, tried to make it happen. Oh, he's going for it again in the final turn. Toogood hits the deck. Marco, Trincart, Labras tight on the line with Big Nige Smith. I think Big Nige has just nicked a podium. DJ Toogood picks himself up off the floor. Whew. That was a chaotic final, to say the least. Put your hands together for DJ Too Good, ladies and gents.
Right, 50 to 54, Cruiser. The final, Stu Little, Pete Butler, Martin Ogden, Brett Knight, Gary Carver, Darren Reedy, Daz O'Brien and Alan Hill. $50 to 54, Cruiser, Hilly, Butler, Reedy, 1, 2 and 3. Daz O'Brien getting involved as well. Into the turn we go. Hilly with the whole shot. Heading down the second straight. Like he's not missed a beat since he went pro in about 1990, whatever it was. 6 maybe. Out in front, Kevin Bacon in there in 2. Reedy in 3. Martin Ogden in there in 4, but Hilly takes his bazillionth national win. Wow, wow, wow.
55 plus cruisers up on the gate for their final. We've got Tim Drew, Steve Notman, Billy Stupple, Cy Payton, Dave Lindsay, John Bentley, Chris Madron and Stu Campbell. $55 plus cruiser bruisers are waging war on their 24. Stu Campbell shot out of the cannon, looking like he's going to hold shot into the turn. Campbell, Bentley, Madron, 1, 2, 3, Drew's in there for 4 as they bring it through the second straight. Campbell has got it all to do out front, absolutely flying. They're all tracking him down, but I don't think anyone is going to get close enough. Been dominant all day long. Astar Racing looking good. Campbell out front, in and out of that final turn and down the last straight. Campbell, Bentley, Madron, Drew, 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's going to get the 5? Looks like that is Steve Notman.
Right, on to a few more B finals, starting with the 7-year-olds. Alejandro Crudo Estevez leading it out of turn number 1. Leo Zakina right there with him. Dempsey, Rice, Lockwood, Oglesby, Fox, Isaac Buck and Finley Jones are all in there as well. Alejandro's had the move put on him now, and the young man heading towards the turn is Reggie Rice. He's leading it out. Rice in 1, the 267 of Isaac Buck in there in 2. Alejandro in 3, Leon Sakina in 4. Patrick Dempsey rounding out the 5 as they go in and out the final turn. Reggie Rice still hanging on. Heading down towards the line, Reggie Rice is going to pick up the B final win.
William Beckett just absolutely sent that first straight into the sky, and he's in there at about 3 at the moment, chasing down Lou and Jamira out of the Rab Racing crew. But your race leader got to be Alexander French. Peck and BMX Club. Jamira doing all he can to close the gap. Beckett's under pressure. Benji Ross Foster in there in 4. Potatoes in 5. Heading for that final corner. It's all about French at the moment. Looking to pick up this 8-year-old B final win. French, Jamira, that's going to be a 1 and 2. Looks like Benji Ross Foster's going to round out them podium spots.
Right, here we go, the 9-year-old B final. Pleasance Ford, Fishwick, Shearer, Waddell and Taylor. And it looks like the man out in front is Ruari Kempsford. In there in 1, the 3-3-4. Going through in 2 is Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton. Arlo Payne's in there in 3. Rudy Pleasance Ford in 4. In and out of the final turn we go. It's going to be Kempsford of Knightswood taking it to the stripe. Crossley and Payne for the 2 and the 3.
9-year-old girls on track for their B final. Got to beat Bella Henry. Whole shotting into turn number 1. Who's there with her? That looks like Birmingham BMX Club's Freya Critchley on the 937 plate. The top 3 spot got to be MCR's Verity K on the 984 with the Bradford Bandits in there as well. That is Sky Southern Wells rounding out them top 5 spots. Looked up the underneath of Lottie Arnold out of TNT, but Arnold hangs on to a top 4 spot at the moment. But Isabella Henry, Hackney BMX Club absolutely charging through the final straight. Henry in there for 1, Critchley for 2, K in there in 3 with Arnold in 4.
Right, Arthur Mason picking up the whole shot in the B final for the 10-year-old boys. Callum Wood's in there as well, somewhere about 4th at the minute. LCC are coming, and that is Oakley Hill in that second spot. Guran of the Hawks. Shout out Scott Dick in there in 3 with Joel Pritchard in 4. Bristol Jets have got their rider in 5. That's going to be Felix Sakina. Almost changing the last straight. Who's going to get it down towards the line? Oakley Hill steals it away. Steals the win in the B final.
11-year-old B final on track, in and out of that first corner. It's got to be, yes, it is Charlie Dowson, your British champion, BMX Hype. Picked up, 2 riders down, 3 riders down on the second straight. All riders straight back up to the feet, trying to grab the bike. But it is the cruiser winner in the 9 to 12-year-olds. Currently leading this 11-year-old boys B final. In and out of that final corner, Dowsing, your British champion, Charlie Sheriff, on his home track. In there in 2, his clubmate Seb Staines in there in 4. I think that might have been both of them chaps' first ever B final at a national, so congrats to them 2 guys.
Right, B final for the 12-year-olds. Teddy Jones, Ronnie Wood, Murray Watson, Freddie Ray Orland, Sebastian Hewitt, Edward Cordery, Hugo Dayton and Kylan Gordon. This one absolutely stacked. Looks like Jones is the man out front and in control as they come out of turn number 1. Ronnie Wood's in the middle of the pack there, in there into just getting passed by the rider from the Evolve Collective, Freddie Ray Orland. Dayton's tried to go on the inside, couldn't make it stick, caused a traffic jam behind. That allows Ronnie Wood to settle into that 3rd spot. Cordery in there in 4. Meanwhile, Orland's dived underneath Jones in the final straight. Orland's going to take it away. Orland, Jones, Wood, 1, 2 and 3.
12-year-old girls on track for their B final. Pritchard, Puddock, Payne, Richardson, 2 good homes, Hurties and Wood. April Wood on track. Good to see her racing after a crash earlier on. She's in there at about 5 or 6 at the moment, but it is all about Rachel Pritchard leading the pack at the moment, doing it for the Hawks. The 25 is Darcy Payne out of Dragon Riders, in there in 2. Jamie Puddock, Spencer Winrake's team in there in 3. That's Wood in 4, 2 good in 5. Last turn action, in and out they go. It is going to be Pritchard doing it for Hayes Hawks, going to pick up that B final win.
B final for the 13-year-old boys. Bell, Mullen, Swales, Parsons, Challenger, Murphy, Isaac Smith and Lucas Belton. As they come in and out of that turn, Marcus Mullen, Fluent Bicycle Motocross out in front, leading this B final through. Archie Bell in there in that 2nd spot, the 21, getting involved as well. That belongs to Emil Challenger. Isaac the Sender Smith back there in 5 at the minute. There might be a chance to make a move in the final corner. In and out we go. Mullen's going to take it to the line. Mullen, Bell, 1, 2, Belton in 3.
1 rider down in the 13-year-old girls B final. Let's hope that they are okay. We are taking a look at your race leader. European number 4, European number 8. In that order, it is Iris Hyder, Poppy May Kirby. The 21 plate in there in 3 is going to be Amelia Martin out of the Irish contingent, but she's under pressure now from Lily Mae Gould out of Ruston Racing. Gould right round the outside, makes that one stick. Goes from 4 to 3 down the final straight. Here comes the pressure on Martin. Martin looking like she's just about going to hang on to 4. The DC Cycles rider in 5 was Lexi Adams. Winnie Andrews was the fallen rider. Let's hope that Winnie's all right as she makes her way up to her feet. Put your hands together for Winnie. Just a reminder, ladies and gents, we will have the presentation for the 12 and unders once we have completed all of today's racing. So if you're in the 12 and under A finals, there will be a presentation held at the end of racing over in the pen area. So make sure you head straight over there. It's happening as soon as we finish racing. Thank you. Looks like we lost Olivia Webb in that race as well. Put your hands together for Olivia.
Right, Grand Vets, here we go. The B final, Waddington and Fitzroy Price were the first ones out. The Warlock, wow, it looks like somebody's stolen his kebab because he's chasing him into turn number 1. Fitzroy Price in 1, Neil Stewart in there in 2. Who's the rider in there in 3? It looks like Chris Taylor from the Royal Air Force. Waddington's been shuffled back into 4. Ian Milne in there in 5. Dave Knowles in 6. But it's Fitzroy Price checking out. In and out that final corner we go. Warlock, is he going to get a full lap done this time around? Is he going to take it to the line? Get on the podium. Come on, Warlock. Yeah.
14-year-olds on track for their B final. Josh Shepson in there in about 3, chasing down Charlie Wilcox in 2, but it's Mark Torzidlo out there in the 1 spot, leading them through in full stealth mode in that old black kit. Heading in towards that final turn, the 20 plate in there as well. That's Sully Collis inside the top 4, chasing Jepson on the final straight as they bring it down to the wire towards Zidlow, Wilcox, Jepson 1, 2, 3.
14-year-old girls, the B final. Naya O'Connell, Lily Urbick, Clara Salmon, Nara Syrat, Allegra True, Sophia Miranda, Amara Fife and Imogen Kennedy coming in and out of that first turn. And the rider out in front of them, it looks like Teamers, Clara Salmon out in front and looking good. Amara Fife in there as well. Bath BMX in there in 2. That is Lily Yerbury. But it's Clara Salmon who's leading it through right now. Bringing it towards the line and taking the win.
15-year-olds on track for their B final. In and out of turn number 1. Newton Hindley leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Looks like we've got the Braintree rider. That is Max Lawrence putting the pressure on Hindley into turn number 2. Geddes in there in 3. Eames making moves, shuffles his way up to a top 5 spot. Just in front of Henry Shenton. Last turn action. It's all going on. Hindley works his way back into that 1 spot. Geddes battling to the line with Bailey. That one was busy across the stripe. Eames in there for 5.
16-year-olds Turblanche, Dunkley, Bradford, Price, Shear, Mehar, Whittleson and Kirby all in this one, and it is David Opry Mehar from the Irish collective in there in 1 at the moment, being chased down by Alex Dunkley. In there in 2, Dunkley doing it for Evolve. Has he got time to make the move? He hasn't. They are stacking up behind the Irish rider as they come to the line, but David Opry Mehar crossing the stripe and taking the win.
17 to 18-year-old B final on track. Where is Kai Blaine? He's at the front of the pack on the exit of that first corner. Coming 1 and 2 with the Lewis Cook at the moment. A sing stand. John O'Harridan doing it for all of the single ladies out there. And MK Evolution in there inside the top 3. Zach Twitchin glued to his back wheel at the moment in there in 4. Malachi O'Reilly in 5. Burgess in 6. In and out of that final turn though, Kai Blaine under pressure now from Cook as they take it down to the stripe. Cook's going to nick it on the line.
17 to 18-year-old girls, the B final. Coates, Groundwater, Maloney, Stanley, O'Brien, Lavin, Charlton and McCartney heading down the straight, and that is Rosie O'Brien out there in 1 at the moment, doing it for BMX Widow Photography. Smiley Maloney in there in 2. Picking up the rider in 3, who's just stolen it away. It's Bethany Coates, Annabelle Charlton rounding out the 4. Stanley in 5. Daisy Lavin in there in 6, but it's going to be Rosie O'Brien to the line. Brian Coates, Maloney and Annabelle Charlton.
Penultimate B final then on track. 19 to 29-year-olds are a go. Josh Cates, after a chaotic couple of hours, leads out this final. In and out of that first corner. Who's in there with him? Looks like we have got the Halo Wheels rider on the 11. That is Josh Wallace, a mainstay in this category. Kenny Phillips, Will Good, out of BMX Hype. Josh Barsby, he's not got his own shirt today, Sean's shirt. So Josh is doing that shirt wonders there. down that final straight, but it's going to be Josh Wallace nicking that one spot from Kate on the line. 19 to 29-year-old women for their B final on track. Into that first corner they go. Who's leading it out? Got to be Tilly McCrum, BMX Widow Photography. Who's picking up the two? That is Amy Willetts out of Retro Racing. Team here in this one as well. As they come on round. No Harriet Alexander actually, so it is going to be Willetts being chased down by the 7X of Ella Lamb. So BMX Widow Photography, Retro Racing, 1, 2, 3. Peckham BMX in there as well. Alaya Akareli on the 11X plate. That's going to be a 1 through 4 as they bring it through the final straight. But Willetts putting the pressure on McCrum at the line. It's going to be McCrum picking up that race win.
Right, moving on to the A finals. First one up on the gate, the 6 and unders about to bring the thunder. We have got Ronnie Barnard, Edward Morley, Niall Fallon, Milo Ryder Bays, Diego Quijada, Ellis Dowson, Joe Garrett and Milo Gehring. The 6 and unders are bringing the thunder. The Little Rippers are absolutely on it. Let's have a look who's going to lead it into the turn. I've got a feeling it's the 198 of Milo Gehring out of D. Caillou's going to pick up that whole shot. Diego Quijada in there doing it for the Irish Collective in about 3 at the moment. So this young man pushing very, very hard. Milo's under pressure from Ellis Dowsing. Look at him, elbow to the second turn. Who's going to get the line? Ellis just about closing the door on Milo. Diego's in there in 3. Bradford's Edward Morley is rounding out the 4, but he's under pressure from Niall Fallon. But it's going to be Ellis bringing it to the line. Ellis Dowsing to the stripe. Takes the win from Milo Gehring. Diego Quijada for the 3. Right, 6 and unders, Moto 4 for the girls. We've got Sophie Thorpe, Kaya Gibson, Aria Bartlett, Mia Dix, Lenny Holiday, Larissa Thoros, Ava Towell, and Grace Snell. The pedaling princesses. It's go, go, go for the 6 and under girls. The pedaling princesses are absolutely on it down that straight. Who's going to be the first into the turn? I've got a sneaking suspicion that it's a rider out of Derby, and there's 2 of them, and it's Sophie Thorpe in and out of the turn, leading it through in front of the home crowd on her home track. They'll go absolutely bananas if she takes the overall win. Being chased down by Ava Towell in that second spot. Gibson's in there in 4. The rider in 3 is Grace Snell doing it for Fluent. The 004, that belongs to Aria Bartlett. Last turn action. Thorpe and Towell to the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? It is Sophie Thorpe from Derby BMX Club.
7-year-olds are lining up on the start for their A final. We've got Alfie Baglin, Oliver Savage, Owen Wheater, Amari Bamford Burr, Luke Barron, Freddie Mitchellmore, Jack Byrne, and Ruben McAllister. Seven-year-old boys, oh, go! Ruben McAllister out of lane number 1, the Sunny Nutty crew, heading for that first corner. Who's there with him? Gotta be your British champion, Jack Byrne. Into the first turn they go. McAllister, Byrne, Barron, 1, 2, 3. Where's Freddie Mitchellmore? He's rounding out the top 4 spots. Preston Parrott's got a rider in there as well. That's Owen Wheater on the 4, 5, 6. But check out Ruben McAllister looking to pick up his second national win in 3 races. Out front looking good, last turn action. Here comes the pressure from Byrne. Can he make it stick? It's going to be Ruben McAllister Return to the Mac. Who's in there for the 2? Ben, Baron. That's how they're going to bring it across the stripe. 7-year-old ladies are lining up on the start for their final. We've got Evie Steele, Billy Sawyer, Senna Rose McCann, Alice Laurie, Erin Thoros, Amaria Gibson, Noah Kerr, and Peony Ford. The 7-year-old girls are on track. Final number 44. Alice Laurie out of lane number 1, but Peony Ford absolutely charging for that first corner. Check out Noah Kerr though. Around the outside, gonna make his stick. Kerr's your race leader for Retro Racing. Peony Ford, your British champion, right there behind her in the 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Gotta be Alice Laurie and Amaria Gibson heading towards turn number 2. Peony Ford's got back round the outside of Kerr. Kerr shuffled back to 2. Alice Laurie wants a piece of the top 2 pie as you head for the final corner. She's looking to do it the hard way round the outside of Kerr. Last turn action. High low from Laurie. Last straight is going to be a British champion picking up the win. Peony Ford out there in 1. Noah Kerr. Alice Laurie for the 3.
Right, moving on. 8-year-old boys, I think. Is it 8-year-old boys up next? It is. Shelby Yates, Robert Cactins, Harrison Slater, Isaac Tomlinson, Sandy Sounds, Eddie Brown, Charlie Bromelo, and Ruben Lamb. Eight-year-old boys are go. The final. Bromelo's got an absolute flyer as Ruben Lamb and Shelby Yates. They are 1, 2, and 3. Heading towards the turn. Lamb. Sandy Sounds has had all kinds of problems. I don't know what's gone on there. Still, meanwhile, Ruben Lamb, Merseyside BMX Club, is leading it into this second corner, and the only rider near him who's got a chance of catching is Shelby Yates. He's got more YouTube subscribers than you. He's in there in that second spot. Bromelo in 3, Cactins in 4, Tomlinson in 5. As they go down the final straight, Ruben Lamb of Merseyside BMX Club takes it to the line. Shelby for 2, Charlie for 3. 8-year-old girls. We have got moto number 4 for these young ladies. Sophia Rees, Ada Warner, Elsie Hopkins, Elsie McAvoy, Ada Porter, and Erin Doney. Moto number 4 for the 8-year-old girls. All points counting towards the overall. Sophia Rees going across from the outside, and Erin Doney doing it for Chesterfield BMX Club. Rocking that 80s style kit that we absolutely love up here. She's in there in 2. Ada Porter out of Burnham on that 574. Elsie McAvoy out of Derby. Elsie Hopkins out of Burnham. Ada Warner for TNT in there in 3. But the rider leading it out is Sophia Rees. Rees, Doney, Warner, 1, 2, and 3. Ada Porter in there in 4. And the 2 Elsies chasing down as well as they go into the final corner. Rees is bringing it to the line. Doney's having a good go though. Is she going to catch her at the line? I don't think she is. Rees, Doney, Warner, 1, 2, and 3.
9-year-old boys up on the gate ready for their final. We've got Oscar Rutherford, Oliver Pritchard, Rapid, Roman Birdfield, Archie Walsgrove, Connor Grant, Teddy Gorman, Joey Clayton, and Logan Acito. 9-year-old boys, go Joey Clayton, repping the JD33, headed for the first corner. Where's Logan Acito? He's getting swallowed up in all of the chaos of the first straight. Clayton leads it. Who's there with him? Teddy Gorman's picking up about 3 at the moment. He's chasing down the Cardiff rider, Oliver Pritchard. Gorman's made his stick from 3 to 2. He's chaos down the second straight as Cito and rather fast hit the deck, but out front. He is repping the essence of Joris Dode in and out of that final corner. Clayton under pressure from Gorman. Gorman's not done yet. Can he make it happen? Clayton, Gorman, Pritchard, 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gents, put your hands together for Logan Acito and Oscar Rutherford. Still battling it out for that 7th spot down the final straight. Trueborn racers. 9-year-old girls up on the gate for their final. We've got Madeline Malloy, Flick Brentnor, Izzy Moore, Abigail Henning, Orla Jewis, Maggie Devine, Tilly Hewitt, and Mabel Pine. Final number 48, the 9-year-old girls hit the track, and it's looking like it's going to be the E7 and the E8 on the inside. Tilly Hewitt, Pro Star BMX, check her out. Whole shot in into the first corner. Looks like Orla Jewis right there behind her as the E7 picks up the 3. That is Maggie Devine. Where's Abigail Henning? She's in there in 4, looking to pick up a top 3 spot, but she's been shuffled back herself. Look at the British champion, Mabel Pine, on an absolute blinding second straight. Hewitt, Jewis, Pine, 1, 2, 3. Hennings worked her way up to 4. Devine shuffled back to 5. Last straight action. Hewitt looking like she's going to rack up this win. Jewis under pressure at the stripe. Pine for 3.
Right, here we go. 10-year-old boys up on the gate. Dominic Zapanos, Seb Perry, Noah Northcott, Charlie Blakeburn, Alfie Thorne, Alex Vittols, Henry Sullivan, and Anne Tech Perevny. Ten-year-old boys, this is going to be an absolute banger of a final. The E1, Henry Sullivan's got a flyer of a start, but Vittols is right there with him as well as they head towards the turn. Who's on the inside? Whole shot going to Henry Sullivan. Where is Antec Perevny in there in that 3rd spot right now, chasing as hard as he possibly can. We've lost 2 riders, I think, going down that 2nd straight. Sullivan's still in control. Alfie Fawn's trying to get involved as well. Sullivan, Vittols, Perevny's lining it up for a swoop in that final turn. Dives underneath. Can he catch Vittols down that final straight? Sullivan's under pressure now as well as they get to the line. Who's going to get it? Oh! Sullivan from Perevny by an absolute smidge. Nothing in it whatsoever. You could see Perevny lining it up in the final turn, and he very nearly made it pay. 10-year-old girls next up. Poppy Weatherly, Tessa Johnson, Amelia Brain, Lauren Snell, Panonica Castro Latch, Autumn Moore, Emika Gibson, and Ella Grant. Girls are go, 10-year-olds heading down the hill. Gibson on the inside, Ella Grant's in there as well. And Autumn Moore. Looks like the whole shot's about to change though, because in and out of the turn we go. Who's got it? That looks like an absolute bicycle motocross kit. Ella Grant in control. Gibson in 2, Moore in 3, Latch in 4. Fluent bicycle motocross going through in 5. That's going to be Lauren Snell. But as they go in and out of the turn and head down towards the line, Ella Grant, absolute bicycle motocross, taking the win from Gibson and Moore.
11-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. Let's get you introduced. We've got Ollie Bird, Jack Belton, Rex Ford, Jack Haynes, Seth Kacharik, Tom Giles, Aidan Baptiste, and Arthur Donaldson. We are on track with the 11-year-old boys Check out Jack Belton on the outside after what can only be classed as a major injury at the start of the year. He's managed to stick it in his first A final on his return to racing, and he's already up to a podium spot, putting pressure on last year's world finalist Tom Giles. But Ada Baptiste, can anyone catch? Oh! Belton hits the deck. Chaos in turn 2. Baptiste, Giles, Haynes, 1, 2, 3. Kacharik's in there in 4. But Ada Baptiste, what a lap that is. Domination from start to finish. Jack Belton just could not catch a break. It got busy into turn number 2. He's back up to his feet, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for Jack Belton, please. Right, 11-year-old girls up on the gate for their final. We've got Roxy Morgan, Roxy Rowlands, Gabriella Malloy, Arabella Denton, Rosie Geddes, Molly Tomlinson, River Henderson and Holly Bishop. Final number 52 is on track. 11-year-old girls are a go. Check out the rider out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Molly Tomlinson with a blinded start, but it was Holly Bishop that went airborne down the first straight, and she's managed to pick up the whole shot and leads the race. Bishop, Tomlinson 1 and 2. Where is Arabella Denton? She's in there in 3, looking up the inside for a piece of the top 2 pie. The 6th plate is River Henderson in there in 4. Looks like Geddes is in there in 5. Got to be Rowlands in 6, Malloy 7, and Morgan in 8. But Holly Bishop down this final straight, your European number 8, gonna pick up the win. Tomlinson, Denton 2 and 3.
12-year-old boys lining up: Mac Finley, Rex Beasley, Preston Newmarsh Powell, Joseph McAvoy, Jacob Anderson, Isaac Moore, Connor Hemphill and Finley Munro. "12-year-old boys, this class is absolutely stacked. Look at these riders heading down the hill. Finley Munro, Connor Hemphill, absolutely at each other's throats going down that first straight, and Hemphill has picked up the whole shot. So, Sorted Race Gear leading it out from allensbmx.com. They are going 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's got that 3rd spot? We are looking at the rider out of Exeter. That is Isaac Moore. Now we know that Finn has got some skills. Can he pick off Connor Hemphill in that final turn? Hemphill makes the bike as wide as possible. Drag race down the final straight. Here comes Finn Munro. Is he going to get him at the line? Yes, he is. Connor Hemphill had it all his own way till 3 meters before the line. 12-year-old girls up next: Ellie Beat, Aria Rose Lee, Bonnie Dudley, Amelia Rowe, Freya Monforte, Izzy Underhill, Grace Hudak and Trixie Trays. The girls are go. Trays and Hudak. Hudak's right there on the inside. Freya Monforte getting right in the mix as they head towards turn number 1 for Sorted Race Gear. But it is Grace Hudak leading it out. She's got pressure coming from Trixie Trays, and Trixie's made the move and stolen the lead away. Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Amelia Rowe in there in 3, Freya Monforte in 4, Izzy Underhill in 5. That is Izzy Underhill, I think, in there as well. But as they come down the straight, Trixie Trays to the line, Grace Hudak, Amelia Rowe, that's your 1, 2, 3. Wouldn't like to say you got the 4.
Right, this is the first of our ODI whole shot classes. The 13-year-old boys, wherever you are, Matt Barnard, you need to keep an eye on that whole shot line in turn number 1. All right, let's get you introduced. We've got Jack Devine, Zach Everly, Archie Croker-White, Leighton Harding, Joe Rourke, Ronnie Payne, Leo Rowlands, and James Bibby. Here we go with the 13-year-old boys. Bibby's had a blinding start. Rourke's right there with him. Where's Rowlands? He's in there at about 3, headed in towards turn number 1. Bibby looking to Rowlands looks underneath. That one got tight, so it's Bibby. Rowlands, Rourke. 1, 2, 3. Divine's in there in 4. That's going to be Everly in there in 5. So it's 3 Mabo guys going 2, 4, and 5. But everyone's chasing James Bibby, your national champion. Rowlands into the final corner. Wasn't quite close enough. James Bibby, Pro Star BMX, gonna pick up this win on day number 1 here at Derby.
First whole shot award, James Bibby.
First whole shot award, James Bibby, as the 13-year-old girls line up on the starts. Right, we've got Seren Pritchard, Mara McCarran, Grace Gerard, Elsie Blight, Samaya Hughes, Poppy Bishop, Millie Ross, and Freya Harries. "13-year-old girls are on track. Where is Freya Harries out of lane number 1? Airborne through the first straight. She's got a whole shot into that first corner. Harries leads it out. Who's there with her? That's got to be Star Racing picking it up. Samaya Hughes, Mara McCarran looking to stick it on a podium for Radco Racing on her home track here at Derby. She's on the inside into turn number 2. She's going to make it stick. Look at the high-low. Gotta be Poppy Bishop, goes from about 4 to 2 in one move, teeing it up perfectly. Freya Harries, Poppy Bishop, Mara McCarran, 1, 2, 3. Gonna be the 10 of Millie Ross in there for 4.
Right, next up, Grand Veterans, the final. We have got Christus Chalkos, Stu Little, Craig Nelson, Matt Haywood, Brett Knight, Stephen Fortune, Martin Oggy Ogden, and Alan Hill. Don't sweat, because here come the vets, Hilly and Oggy. Absolutely going for it down the straight towards turn number 1. Who's going to be the first into the turn? Alan Hill got a little bit sketchy and out of control, but managed to hold on to... I've never said that about Alan Hill, ever. Martin Ogden in there in 2. Christus Chalkos in 3. Stu Little battling with Brett Knight for the 4. But in and out of the turn we go. Hilly, he's bazillion and 1 win in the National Series. His trophy cabinet takes up half a housing estate. He takes it to the line. Hilly, Oggy, Chalkos, Brett Knight, Stu Little, 1 through 5.
Vets up on the gate ready for their final. Let's get you introduced. We've got Mark Vries, Stanley Taylor, Grant Yerbury, Dylan Dixon, Mark Moore, Zoltan Bude, John Lillingston, and Scott Boom Boom Beaumont. Vets on track, check out Lillingston out of lane number 1, headed for turn number 1. Vries is getting all sorts of sideways through that first straight, and he's worked his way up to about 5. It's gonna be Lillingston, Boom Boom Bude, 1, 2, 3. Moore is in there in 4. Turn 2 action, Lillingston still leading. He looks like he's having a good old chuckle to himself at the front of the pack. Has Boom Boom got enough left for him into the final corner? Lillingston, Boom Boom Bude, that's your 1, 2, 3. Is that how they're going to bring it across the line? Yes, it is. John Lillingston, your Vets winner.
Moving on to the Masters class. Next up, we have got Billy Irwin, Matt Bourne, Lee Green, David James, Tom Palmer, Sean Isick, Connor Hudson, and Billy Luckhurst. The Masters are go. Look at them absolutely fly down the straight. Hudson and Luckhurst into the turn. Who's going to be the first? Luckhurst. Oh, diving underneath Tom Palmer. What a swoop on Connor Hudson to take that second place away. Here comes Sean Issett working his way through from 4. Bourne in 5. Green in there as well. Taking it down to the final corner. Billy Luckhurst stays strong. National champion, sleeve on the jersey. Taking the Masters win. Tom Palmer, Hudson and Issett.
Can we please get Freya Montfort to the admin cabin? Freya Montfort, you need to head to the admin cabin immediately, please. Thank you. 14-year-olds up on the gate for their final. We've got Max McNulty, Joe Douglas, Harry Donald, Freddie Parkinson, Riley Butt, Roland Ells, Jack Perkins and James Miller. Final 60 on track. Check out Harry Donald on the inside, heading for that first corner. But Freddie Parkinson, someone's put 50p in the meter this weekend because he's absolutely on fire. Parkinson, McNulty, Els is in there in 3. Miller's back there in about 5, chasing down Donald in 4. As JP's down with the Joe Douglas. Huge crash. It's all about Freddie Parkinson at the moment. Down the final straight. Can McNulty catch him to the wire? Parkinson's going to hang on. His first national win in a long time. But that was very well deserved. A pitch perfect lap. We are just going to get some medical attention for Joe Douglas and JP. Put your hands together for JP, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. Joe Douglas is up as well, ladies and gents. Please put your hands together for these two gents. Whew. No last straight legs is back up here with us. Right, 14-year-old girls. This is the second of the 2 ODI whole shot classes lining up on the gate. We've got Eleanor Martin, Molly Fumi Carroll, Bella Gerard, Eva Zuzarek, Anushka Jones, Esme Ward, Holly Diver and Ruby Warren. There's a bucket load of ODI goodies up for grabs in this final. Check out Warren. She's come from lane number 8, looking to stick it round the outside of Ward, and she's made it happen. Cha-ching! It is Ruby Warren picking up the ODI whole shot. Ward's in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3? Looks like that could be Holly Diver doing it for the Titans. Jones is in there in 4. Molly Fumi Carroll in 5. Zuzarek in 6. Gerard in 7 and Martin in 8. Last turn action. It's looking good for Pure Bicycles. Ruby Warren at the moment, but Esme Ward is not done yet. Keeping the pressure on. Warren, Ward, that's you 1 and 2.
There we go. Right, next up, 15-year-old boys final. Dexter Beer up, Nate Hamilton, Evan Bartley, Elvis Lawrence, Ned Guppy, Heath Osborne, Toby Lynch, Kobe Rayford. Strap yourselves in because this is going to be fast. "15-year-old boys, absolute mayhem in this class. And look who's coming across. Oh, it's Heath Osborne hold on to it. I have no idea how. Meanwhile, Colby Rayford picking up the whole shot. Where is Evan Bartley? In there in about 4th or 5th right now. But it's Rayford leading it into the turn from Lynch. Rayford, Lynch, Guppy, Hamilton, Bartley, Osborne. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Beer up in 7, Elvis Lawrence in 8, but Stay Strong taking it to the line. Rayford from Lynch, Guppy in 3, Hamilton in 4. Next up, 15-year-old girls. Maddie Dixon, Jalaya Patel, Ella Blue Chidley, Katie Millar, Sidoni Cleve, Ellie Moore, Rin Serafina Gianolino, and Amelie Eaton. Year-old girls leaving the hill, heading down towards turn number 1, and it looks like Pro Starter heading for that first turn first. It is Amelie Eaton. In and out of the turn we go. That looks like Ella Blue Chidley in there in 2, doing it for SVT Mongoose. But they're all chasing Amelie Eaton of Pro Star. She's got 10 bike lengths now as they go in and out of the turn. Eaton, Chidley, 1 and 2. Sidoni Cleve is in there in 3. That's Jalaya Patel. Oh! Moopy made in the final corner. Chidley getting swallowed up by the pack as they go towards the line. That's how soon it can change. Wow.
16-year-olds up on the gate. Freddie Franklin, Cooper McCrum, Elijah Jamira, Eden Boone, Bradley James, Oliver James, Freddie Whistle, and Lucas Seeley. Final 64, the 16-year-old boys are on track. 2 racing riders headed for the turn. Seeley, Jamira, Bradley James on the inside, going to make that one stick. Goes into that 2 spot. Jamira's not done yet, though. He's coming back at him through that second straight, and it's bringing it towards the second corner. It is, Bradley James on the inside, trying to thread the needle. Couldn't quite get close enough. Last 2 in action. Jamira looking to go round the, the front wheel just couldn't keep it up straight. Seeley, James, and Whistle. Jamira picks himself up. Ladies and gentlemen, there's never been a rider that leaves it all out on the track as much as Elijah. Put your hands together for him. Hands together once again, ladies and gents. Elijah Jamira making his way off track. 16-year-old girls are lining up on the gate for the final. We've got Jessie Leesley, Eliza French, Ruby Walford, Grace Burge, Summer Glynn, Ailey Watson, Atana Price, and Lottie Brown. "16-year-old girls are on track. Atana Price out of the inside, looking to put the pressure on through the first straight, but it's Watson and Brown into the turn. Brown leads it. Watson into Burge in there in 3. Where is Price? She's back there at about 5 at the moment, battling it out with Ruby Walford for a top 4 spot. Burge trying to chase Watson into turn number 2, but Lottie Brown, your national champion from 2025, has absolutely blown away with this final. No one's going to catch her at that distance. Brown, Watson, 2 riders down in the final corner. Price in there for 3, under pressure from Burge at the line. Price hangs on. The 2 fallen riders, Ruby Walford, Eliza French. French is up to her feet. Put your hands together for Eliza, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for Ruby Walford, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet and going to walk away. Once again, don't forget that we are running the presentation as soon as all racing has completed. So for the 12 and under presentation, It will be held in the pen area. So once racing has completely finished, if you are looking to stay for that presentation, head over to the pen area after racing. Thank you.
Right, 17 and 18-year-old boys, I think. Is it up next? I think it is. Right, final 66. Sam Townsend, Finley Collis, Eli Smith, Nathan Baratta, Amos Guppy, Thomas Doran, Jake Hart, and Henry Err. Go time in the 17 and 18-year-old boys. Let's have a look. We've got 1, 2, 3 absolute bicycle motocross riders in this final. In and out of the turn we go, and I've got a feeling it was Henry Err that picked up the whole shot. He's in there in one at the moment. Nathan Baratta trying to thread the needle right there in the middle of the pack. Where is Eli Smith? He's on the outside looking in. Oh my word, how many riders into one corner at the same time? But Henry Err, he's going to take it. Is it Amos? Sorry. Do apologise. Too many riders in the same kit. Whatever. One of the absolute guys got it. Amos. Well done, Amos. Sorry, mate. We mixed you up with Henry. Right. 17, 18 girls. Eleanor Curtis, Isla Radcliffe, Imogen Cockrell, Sabina Ashman, Esme Brooks, Sophie Kynaston, Sophie Elwood, and Amelia Everly. Girls are go 17 to 18-year-olds. Amelia Everly on her home track here in Derby. Is there going to be anybody who can get nearer round this first turn? The only person close right now is Sabina Ashman, doing it for Rusty Nut Racing. But Amelia, the real deal, Everly out there in front. Ashman, Elwood, Brooke, Kynaston. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Into the final turn we go. It is going to be Amelia Everly winning in front of the home fans here in Derby. Elwood, Ashman 2 and 3. Esme Brooke for 4.
19 to 29-year-olds up on the gate for the final. We've got Dexter Gambe, Alex Brooks, Che Young, Dan Kay, Lamin Akareli, Cal Strickland, Theodore Peterkin, and Tyrese Bradshaw. Hold on to your hats, people. We're about to get busy. Bradshaw leads it down the first straight. Strickland, Peterkin into turn number 1. Where is Alex Brooks? He's in there in 3. He threaded the needle in turn number 1. But Tyrese Bradshaw, your British champion and former world finalist, leads it out. Strickland's in there in that 2 spot. Brooks in 3. Peterkin's in 4. K's in there in 5. That's going to be Akareli in 6. In and out of the final corner. Tyrese Bradshaw, smooth as you like, picks up the win. Strickland, Brooks 2 and 3.
I'll take female and junior. Right, next up, 19 to 29-year-old ladies. We have Izzy Hurry, Hannah Drew, Megan Kirby, Yetska Hemstock, Lucy Monday, Megan Gerard, Emily Green, and Annabelle Townsend. Girls are go. 19 to 29-year-old female heading down towards turn number 1. Emily Green's got an absolute flyer. Annabelle Townsend right down there with her as they go into turn number 1. But it's Green picking up the whole shot. Green Machine Tribe is the team. Townsend chasing her down. That is Hannah Drew in there in 3. Megan Kirby getting involved as well as they go in and out of the turn, and there's been a change at the front because Annabelle Townsend, World Championship finalist in Brisbane, is going to take the win from Emily Green. Hannah Drew for 3. Lucy Monday for the 4. Right, we've got a whole shot award in Junior Open from the Cy Payton at Cannondale Malverns, the bike festival. He's put £100 up for the whole shot. So first one across that whole shot line. Cha-ching, 100 quid richer. We have got Sean Brown, Noah Everly, Heath Thomas, Kai Bowen, Ben Larkins and Finn Phillips. Money on the line, let's go. Junior Open, there's 100 quid for the first rider across that whole shot line. Kai Bowen looking good for him right now. Bowen picking up the whole shot, elbows flying behind. It got all kinds of crazy as Heath Thomas and Noah Everly got their elbows together in that first turn. Ben Larkins in there in 4, Sean Brown in 5. In and out the final turn. Stay strong. Kai Bowen, 100 quid richer on the whole shot award, taking that win. Everly for 2, Heath Thomas for 3.
Penultimate final of the day, lining up on the gate. We are looking at your championship women. Out of Birmingham, Laurie Carruthers. For Manchester, Ruby Moores. Out of Pure Bicycles, Elizabeth Bown. For Mabo, Lily Chiswa. Out of Moto 1 and Muck-Off Race Team, Megan Roy. For Moto 1 again, Tia Gaynor. For Halo Wheels Race Team, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter. And for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, your junior women world champion, Freya Chalice. Championship women is a go, heading down the hill and through the first straight. Freya, the Slayer, Mabel World Cup team heading in towards that first turn. Chalice leads it. Moto 1 are going 2 and 3 with Gaynor and Roy. Where's Lily Chiswell? She's in there at about 4. Looking on the inside of Roy. She's made it stick. Carpenter's back there in 5. Makes a move in turn number. Oh! Absolute chaos! Someone took the pin out of a grenade of crazy and threw it into turn 2, but your junior women world champion was not phased. Freya Chalice, Tia Gaynor, Megan Roy, put your hands together for Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Elizabeth Bown and Lily Chiswa. Whew. All 3 ladies up and finishing their laps. We like to see it. As we put our eyes back up in the sky for the Superclass men, the final of the day. Lining up out of Manchester, Danny O'Gorman. For Pure Bikes, Jared Hill. Out of Pro Start, Gabe Simpson. For BM Racing, Callum Russell. For Pekka BMX, Xander Mavawani Wright. Out of BMX Woodard Photography, Jimmy Criddle. For Absolute, Ben Cornish. And out of LCC Race Team, George Hunt. The final of round. Oh, round 9 goes on track. Ben Cornish hits the deck. That puts George Hunt at the back of the pack into turn number 1. Jimmy Criddle absolutely flying. George Hunt threw it under in turn number 1, worked his way into 3. Criddle, Russell, Hunt, 1, 2, 3. O'Gorman's in there in 4. Hill's in there in 5. But the battle is our fun. Look at George Hunt in the final turn. In and out they go. BMX winner photography. Jimmy Criddle picks up the win. George Hunt, Callum and Bradley Russell 2 and 3. Ben Cornish, Gabe Simpson, Xander Mavawani Wright. All 3 gents went down.
All right, folks, racing is done. We are back in the morning wherever you are headed back to, hotel or camping-wise. Have a safe evening. Look after yourselves, guys. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for more BMX racing action.